Jadi jangan buang kaya nyekang ini kau nyuwen. Kenapa macam macam hidup dalam ada? Ada mungkin ini jangan lagi. Cara nyekang, akan macam mana? Nak kau minyak mana ini orang ben? Yang lebih ini berada tanya. Kau hidup jangan itu ben. Jangan nyekang, jangan macam parah.
أنا ما أعرف لو صوتي كويس. الناس القاعدين ناس ماكانجي أخوي باشمهندس جربة عبد الله، السلام عليك. زمن طويل جدا أنا ما شفتك. كل سنة أنت طيب يا أخي. إن شاء الله أنت كويس مع أسرتك. كذلك my brother comrade ماكانجي سلامات، وبرضو مارتن سلامات. يا ماكانجي كده اكتبوا لي لو انتوا صوت بتاعي، لانه كنت عيان دي نزله. اي هوب انه الصوت ده يكون مسموع عشان انا اقدر نمشي قدام بالحلقه بتاعتنا. لو الصوت ما واضح لكم انا اضطر اعجل الحلقه الثانيه لعدي يوم السبت ان شاء الله. لكن اي هوب انه انتوا قادرين تسمعوني، لانه كل مره بقينا نعجل في الحلقه ده. كلام جميل جدا. عملوا شير للايف الناس اللي قاعدين في فيسبوك، ويا ريت انتوا برضو يعني تعملوا سبسكرايب للمنصه بتاع صوت الشعب في يوتيوب. اعملوا مشاركه في يوتيوب يعني. شكرا لكم. خلينا نشغل جوانا دوك شويه. الناس اللي قاعدين في فيسبوك مرحب بكم، وكذلك الناس المشاهدين من خلال يوتيوب، والناس المستمعين في كلاب هاوس مرحب بكم. خلينا نرحب بكم للمرة الثانية مشاهدين لمنبر صوت الشعب. مرحبا بكم كلكم من أبناء جنوب السودان أينما كنتم، الناس المشاهدين عبر فيسبوك المنصة الرئيسية لصوت الشعب، وبرضو الناس المشاهدين عبر يوتيوب برضو منصة رئيسية لمنصة بتاعت صوت الشعب، والمنصة الفرعية لصوت الشعب اللي هي South Sudan Political Club في كلب هاوس. مرحبا بكم جميعا وكل سنة أنتم طيبين. ده طبعا ده أول حلقة بالنسبة لنا في صوت الشعب في سنة جديدة 2023، وأنا كنت يعني متمني إنه كان نعمل ريفيو تقييم للنشاط بتاعنا خلال 2022، ولكن يعني معلش يعني الأسبوع اللي فات كله أنا كنت يعني صراحة أنا كنت مريض، ويمكن يتداول اليوم الليلة أنا ألقى نفسي إنه أنا يعني الليلة شوية كده بقيت كده كويس. ده نقطة. وكنت أتمنى إنه مفروض نعمل تقييم للشغل بتاعنا خلال السنة اللي فاتت ده، وكلنا بنعلم أنتوا قاعدين تشاهدوا هنا إنه العام 2022 كانت أسوأ عام لكل جنوب السودان، كانت أسوأ عام لنا كلنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، الناس اللي قاعدين في الداخل وبرضه الناس اللي قاعدين في خارج البلاد. الناس اللي قاعدين في فيسبوك عملوا شير لفيديو وعملوا لايك لفيديو عشان ما يكون في اتاك. وفي أدلة كثيرة إنه العام اللي فاتت كانت أسوأ عام بالنسبة لنا في جنوب السودان. نحن في نفس العام 22 شفنا موت للمواطنين بتاعتنا في أبيي، وبرضه برضه بعض الشباب في نتيجة للصراع بين مجتمعين. أنينا برضو شفنا موت في سنترال، في ايسترن، في ويسترن إكواتوريا، برضو استمرارية الحرب والتشريد بتاع المواطنين ما بين المزارعين والرعاة بتاعت البقر. كذلك نحن في نفس العام برضو استمرت الصراع بتاعت الأبقار بين المورليه واللونوير ودينكابور، واستمر الموت. وبرضه يعني في قبل الشهر الأخير ده في هجوم مشترك من لونوير، شباب بتاع لونوير وشباب بتاع بور على المورليه والمناطق بتاعت مورليه. the same things في السنة اللي فاتت تعرضت تشولو، مواطنين بتاع تشولو لتشريد ولقتل. برضو نحن مرينا بحادثة كانت سيئة في منطقة بتاعت أديديان، هجوم الجيش الأبيض على المواطنين في معسكر، خطوا فوقهم ناس اللي شردوا من اتجاه بتاع تونجا وبعض المناطق بتاعت شلو. برضو في نفس السنة we witness الهجوم بتاعت الوايت آرمي، الجيش الأبيض على الفشودة، المناطق بتاعت المملكة بتاعت شلو، وبالذات المناطق تحت السيطرة بتاعت حكومة، واستهداف الجيش الأبيض وقتلهم والتشريد واغتصاب والنهب للممتلكات بتاعتهم من قبل الجيش الأبيض في مناطق بتاعت شلو. ده كله نحن شاهدناه في سنة 2022. نفس الوقت في نفس السنة برضو شفنا الحرب دايرة في على النيل، والدولة بتاع جنوب السودان رئيس الفكير كان قاعد يرسل الجيش لكونغو عشان يمشي يوقفوا الحرب في شرق كونغو. وده كلها أدلة كانت ما كويسة في العام الفاتت أو العام الماضي. داير أكد عشان داير أبدأ حلقة لأنه احتمال أنا ما أتكلم كثير. عندنا نأكد للناس إنه نحن هنستمر كمعارضة، هنستمر في مسار بتاعتنا من أجل التوعية بتاع الشعب بتاعنا في جنوب السودان، وحتى يتحقق التغيير الكامل في جنوب السودان. الوسائل بنتركها كخيارات بتاعت الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان والمعارضات. المهمة بتاعتنا هنا كصوت الشعب إن هنا هنستمر في التوعية بتاعت الجماهير بتاعتنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. خلوني أنا أبدأ في توبيك. أنا بعتذر للمرة الثانية لو صوتي تعبان، زي ما أنا ذكرت قبل شوية but is okay recovering. إن شاء الله يوم السبت هنواصل في الحلقة الثانية من التوبيك ده، هيكون يوم السبت. أنا قبل ما أنا أبدأ في الحلقة ده، أنا داير أكد حاجة لكم كلكم الناس المشاهدين لصوت الشعب والناس المستمعين في كلاب هاوس. من أنا بديت أناقش أو بديت أتكلم عن بديت أتكلم عن الصراع في جنوب السودان قبل 6 سنة من يوم الليلة. أنا ما حصل يوم واحد جيت عملت توبيك، عملت برزنتيشن حول القضية بتاعت شلو ومشكلة بتاعت شلو شنو بالضبط والتشرد الحاصل لشلو. It never happened. السفير مانويل أجاوين عمل حلقة في صفحته الشخصية قبل سنوات تقريبا 2 ويتكلم عن مشكلة بتاعت شلو الآن. Yes, أنا I'm South Sudanese، وأنا برضو أنا جاي من الكوميونتي بتاعت شلو، وواحدة من المناطق اللي فيه مشكلة بتاع التشريد اللي شردوا منه مواطنين وسلفاكير الداو. ده منطقتي أنا ده قدامكم ده إدوارد. ولو ذكروا we used to say that أنا وإيمانويل نحن ما موجودين في المناطق بتاعتنا، أهلنا ما موجودين في المناطق بتاعتنا. أنا إدوارد أهلي ما موجودين في المنطقة بتاعي هسه، لأنه المنطقة دي سلموا سلفاكير بقرار رقم 36 لسنة 2015. اللي أنا داير أقوله لكم أنتوا كلكم قبل ما أنا أبدأ في النقاش وأبدأ في البرزنتيشن، أنا داير أكد لكل زول هنا إنه ألتزم بكل الموضوعية في الطرح بالضبط كده. أنا داير نشرح لكل شعب بتاع جنوب السودان مشكلة بتاعت الشلو الليلة ده شفتوا جا منه أقوى لك، وفي مشكلة بتاعت الشلو لان الشلو قاعد يسموه مشكلة بتاع بين شل بدا شل بعانو وشنو بالضبط كده. في معلومات كثيرة مغلوطة قاعد يمشي في السوشيال ميديا هنا. أنا شخصيا كنت بستمع لبعض منه أكاذيب بتاع تثبيت الملكية بتاعت الأرض بتاعت شلو. I never one day came up to make a video try to refute الكلام اللي قاعد يقولوا ده إنه ده أكاذيب. في خلال الحلقة بتاعت الليلة أنا أبدأ بسرد تاريخي. الحلقة ده بمناسبة كبيرة. في نماذج قبل كده ناس قاعد يقدموا في السوشيال ميديا هنا بتاعت انتخابات في دايرة بتاعت ملكال، دايرة بتاعت صوبات، وناس منو فازوا. ده كله I will going to talk about that. فكرة بتاعت إنه في ملوك بتاعت شلو ما قاعدين يدفنوهم في البر الشرقي، ده كله I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to address الكلام ده كله. but أنا المنطقة بتاعت ناقديار ده منطقتي أنا، ده مسقط راسي أنا إدوارد الشيخ وكيج بولديت يور. ده منطقتي أنا، ده منطقة أنا جاي منه، الجاي منه أبوي أنا ده والأجداد بتاعي. أنا بعرف تاريخ بتاعت المنطقة ده كويس. وفي خلال الحلقة بتاعت الليلة، الحلقة ده هيستمر لمدة 3. أنا تقريبا لو قدرت عملته قسمته لتقريبا 3 حلقات، لأنه ده ندي فرصة للناس للنقاش وبرضه لمداخلات. ومفروض أستاذ جوليوس أنا ما أعرف الزمن بتاعه متأخر، هو يكون قاعد برضه كهو زول أنثروبولوجيست، ده مجاله. وزول بتاع انثروبولوجي، زول بتاع علم الاجتماع. هو بيجي بعد ما انا داير فيها بعض الحاجات كده انا داير اتكلم فوقه. الحاجه الثانيه، النقطه المهمه، انا اجيب ادله تاريخيه لمنطقه ملكال ده، الاريا دي ذاته بدات تكونها كيف. واي زول you are willing to come up later on لما انا انتهي، please be prepared وجهز الادله بتاعك التاريخيه اللي انت هتيجي تقوله، because انا ارجع عندي مراجع هنا، انا جهزتهم يعني almost. انا عندي والمراجع ده بيوريكم ملكال ده كله كيف، او على النيل ده يتكونت كيف. almost I have 15 reference, 15 quotations. I took them as a quotation. I will refer to them. الquotation ديل ال 15 quotation. وال 15 quotation, it was not easy for me to get them, by the way. I have to work hard the last يعني لي فترة شغال في بجمع في المعلومات والبعض الأدلة. وآخر حاجة أنا مبارح يعني كتاب I ordered it last week. أنا لما جيت مبارح من شغل لقيت الكتاب ده وصل. when I said that is fine. It will be the great one of the good things, the good books actually, as one of the reference. We will go back to it. ده نقطة اللي أنا داير أقوله لكم. نمرة 3 اللي أنا داير أثبت لكم كلكم هنا، إنه الهدف من الحلقة ده هي لتسيء الأخطاء والإشاعات والأكاذيب الماشية، ثبتوا حقائق. لكن في نقطة أنا داير نثبت لنا كلنا كجنوبيين، هو النقطة بتاعت إنه الحدود بتاعتنا هي حدود بتاعت 1/1/56. إذا الناس دايرة استقرار في جنوب السودان، وما في أي كوميونتي في الجنوب يحاول يستغل السلطة والأبناء بتاعهم يشتغلوا إنه داير يستغلوا السلطة لتمرير أجندة قبلية لصالح قبيلة، إن هنا بنرجع نلتزم بحدود بتاعت 1/1/56. ويزول قاعد في محله يقعد في محله في جنوب السودان. This is the only way out for the stability of South Sudan. So let's start the discussion. كده اعملوا شير للحلقة please. share للحلقة.
Iban share mere for ma wa wele you share odawa when you wrong na kale bin ba da when do the rain wa ma wa be dum pa yoga bet mi la to no you bang ne nyana ju bolwang ye winyun wing re we o chole bani ya ilonga no you bang me nyale golwong ye winyun wing re we o chule bani ya jilonga don't lay where yang le le de kodam nana man tay nyak kuna ine burmash don't lay where yang le le de kodam nana man tay nyak.
طبعا انا زي ما انا قلت انه الحلقه بتاعتنا الليله بالذات هتتكلم عن شلو land and its boundaries. وكلنا نحن بنعلم انه في الحركه بتاعت الهجرات البشريه، وايضا كده التاريخ هو بيعلم انه الهجرات التاريخيه دي قاعد يتم لاسباب كثيره. انا ما داير نركز على الاسباب بتاعت الهجرات البشريه، والاسباب بتاعت الهجرات بتاعت القبائل في جنوب السودان حسب كثيرين جدا من الانثروبولوجيست زي بروفيسور دوغلاس جونسون، زي ايفان بيتشر. هم يتكلموا عن الهجرات بالذات في زراف فالي، وحددوا اسباب يعني زي كثافة سكانية، واحدة كان من الأسباب بتاعت الهروب والهجرات، وبرضه فيضانات floodings، ده كانت الأسباب الرئيسية. إيفانز ودوغلاس جونسون هم يتفقوا إنه واحدة من الأسباب الرئيسية اللي كان أدى لهروبات ما بين القبائل في منطقة بتاعت الزراف فالي، اللي هي منطقة بتاعت around the بانجاك اريا وكده، اتجاه بتاعت المنطقة بورو كده منطقة ده. سو ده انا ما داير اتكلم فوق كتير. لو جوليوس جايد هو طبعا وقت بتاعه قاعد يكون متاخر جدا، هو بيجي كزول انثروبولوجيست، هو يتكلم في الحته ده لفائده بتاعت كل الناس، هو يويل كام اب انا كانوا جا يجيبوا اول زول يتكلم. اذا النقطه دايرين نركز عليه، ما داير نركز عليه، ما داير نمشي ورا شديد، داير بس انه انتوا تعرفوا انه في حاجه اسمه تاريخ، والتاريخ ده في جنوب السودان ما ممكن يتمسح على زول مثلا قاعد في سلطه وانت ممكن تعيد كتابه بتاع التاريخ. نو، انت ما ممكن تعيد كتابه التاريخ، ما بيغيروه، التاريخ ما بيزيفوه. الحاجات بتاعت الجبهه الاسلاميه في السودان حاولوا يغيروا تاريخ السودان، الليله ده مشت وين؟ خلاص. كير الليله ده سلفاكير لو داير يغير التاريخ بتاع القبائل في الجنوب، هو ما راح يقدر يغير التاريخ، لانه التاريخ مكتوب قبله هو ذاته، مكتوب وما يغيره. حتى لو حاول يزيف هتظل الكتب بتاعت التاريخ موجوده، وفي ناس كتبوا التاريخ معروف في الدنيا ده، في ناس ما يزول ساقط بكتب التاريخ، في ناس انثروبولوجيست. وانا برجع باخذ مراجع، يعني زي مثلا انا قبل قاعد اقرا الكتاب بتاعت ايفانز، كتاب بتاعت اي ايفانز بيتشر، اللي هو قاعد يتكلم ده نوير. كتاب بتاعه بالمناسبه one of the books اول زول كتب عن قبيله بتاعت نوير، a description of the modes of life, livelihood and political institution of Nilotic people. ايفان ده من هوايل الانثروبولوجيز المشى ومشى في مناطق بتاعت نوير، منطقه بتاعت زراف فالي ده، وقعد في وسط بتاعت نوير ومشى تجاه جكين، وبعد ذاك قدر يكتب القبيله بتاعت نوير ده والانستتيوشن بتاعه. في ناس كثيره ابناء نوير they know the books, one of the very important books في شكل ريسيرش، عشان هو زاره يكتب ريسيرش يلقى ابروفل من حكومه بتاع السودان ان ذاك، ويمشي لاثيوبيا وكده، وبعد ذاك يجي لجنوب السودان. it was not something easy. so في ناس هم بكرسوا نفسهم لانه ده شغلهم، انه بيمشي يقعد مع ناس زي انت كان قريت الكتاب from the beginning، انت بتعرف انه فعلا الاهميه بتاعت انه it's not easy انك انت تمشي. وفي البدايه هو اعترف انه فعلا هو كان خاطئ، انه ما راح يقدر نوير دي الناس المواطنين دي يقدر يتعاملوا معه ولا بيقدر يتفاهم معه، لكن later on he become a friend of them. The same thing اللي عمله ريفرنت جي كالي. ريفرنت جي كالي ده اول قسيس بتاعت امريكانز ميشن لمنطقه بتاعت فشوده، بالذات لمنطقه بتاعت دولاب هيل. برضو في كتاب بتاعه، عنده كتاب بتاعه ده، يعني كتاب بتاع ايفانز ما بتلقاه مجان، انا ما لقيت منه بي دي اف، لكن كتاب بتاع جي كالي جيفنز، بيشوب جيفنز، الزول المشى واسس الميشن بتاعت دولاب هيل. ان شاء الله في ناس، في طبعا في شغله كثيرين قاعدين يتابعوا معي الحلقه ده. هو لما تقرا الكتاب بتاعه is free، انا عندي كوبي بتاعه بي دي اف، انا اي كان شير ات لاي زول. the first mission الوصل لمنطقه بتاعت دولاب هيل، اول ما وصل هناك وصل المنطقه بتاعت دولاب هيل يوم 26 مارس سنه 1902. the first mission، اول ميشن وصل في المنطقه ده. برضه he talk about الرياكشن والمعامله بتاعت الناس شنو. وانا داير اشجع ناس كثيرين بالذات اهل الشلو يقروا الكتاب ده، لانه كتاب بتاعت البيشوب او بتاع ريفرنس جي كالي، انت لما تقراه والدكتور اللي كان ماشي معه برضه يبقى فيري انترستنج، انك انت ذاتك بتفتخر صراحه. انا لما بقرا الكتاب بتاعه الاسبوع اللي فات، والناس اللي جو في دولاب هيل اهل الشلو وبرنس، لما هو جاء البرنس وجاء يسلم عليهم وكده، you feel really انه فعلا الوضع ده this was a different people. الناس بتاعتنا يعني today اننا بقينا في محل ثاني، but it's good for all of us to go back and read the history. مهم جدا الناس تمشي وتقرا التاريخ. وانا بطلعكم امرركم في ده كله، وانا اوريكم انه لما وصلوا دولاب هيل يوم 26 مارس سنه 1902 what happened after that. بعد ذاك في بعض الحاجات لما جاء لقاهم السلطان بتاع تشولو الزول في كلام قالوا وانا انا كتبت هنا، انا عملت منه برين لكوبي اللي انا قاعد نقرا لكم بعدين لما نجي في very important history. So تشولو وصلوا للموقع بتاعهم ده حسن اللي هم قاعدين فوقه الليله ده، وصلوا فوقه من اوائل القبائل اللي وصلوا للمنطقه بتاعت الايسترن نايل ومنطقه بتاعت ويسترن نايل. تشولو من اوائل القبائل، الناس اللي كانوا قاعدين في المنطقه ده في قبيلتين، في قبيله بتاعت في انواق وفي بوين، انواق وفوين. وانا اقرا لكم الكلام بتاع الانثروبولوجيست بكوتيشن بشابترز. انا as quotations انا عملت الكوتيشن بعد اقرا لكم الناس قالوا شنو، الناس اللي قوم قاعدين في الاريا دي وني كانوا لما وصل الاريا دي كانوا دعموا شنو، في هروب كثيره. انا ما لانه الزمن معي ما بينفع، انا بخلي كلام ده لجوليوس، لكن he did a lot of things. و some anthropologists ذكروا الكلام ده انه what happened exactly لما النيكان وصل في الحته دي. ناس كثيرين بيتفقوا انه المملكه بتاعت شلو من الاوائل الممالك في السودان اللي هو سنه 1550 او سنه 1545. كثيرين بترجع انه في الاريا دي بالضبط كده اللي هو في القرن السادس عشر، تحت قياده الملك بتاعهم او تحت قياده بتاعت المك، اول مك لشلو. اول مك لشلو هو نيكان، بالنسبه لنا بنسميه نيكان وادو كوا. نيكان وادو كوا، ونيكان وادو كوا ده مؤسس مملكه بتاعت شلو، وهو اول رئيس للمملكه بتاعت شلو، وبعد ذاك جاء الملوك اللي جاء بعده بعد ذاك. وصلنا كمملكه بتاعت شلو، وصلنا المنطقه ده الليله اللي قاعدين فوقه ده سنه 1545 اللي هو القرن السادس عشر. نيكان لما وصل على النيل المنطقه اللي قاعدين فوق الليله، وجد نيكان في الاريا ده مجرد ما وصل وجد مجموعات كثيره، ومن ضمن المجموعات اللي ذكروا كثيرين جدا من انثروبولوجيست. ده تاريخ مهم انا داير اقول عليكم، لان انا لاحظت زادوا في ناس كثيرين ما عارفين. So please share the video لانه ده ريسيرش is ده قاعد اقوله ده الريزلت بتاع ريسيرش I came out with this. وجزء منه برضه دكتور لاما كول he did well on that. برضه عنده صوت هنا بعدين انا برضه ممكن اشغله للناس وكده. وجد انه كان مجموعات كثيره، في مجموعات بالذات مجموعتين، مجموعه بتاعت انواق والمجموعه بتاعت فوين. والعلاقه دي ما مشت بيناتهم باخوي واخوه. يعني انا كنت بقرا لدغلاس جونسون في one of the books، وبرضه بقرا امبارح في سودان نوتس، انه من الاوائل الهروبات نيكان، لانه فوين they were very very strong people. اوائل الهروبات نيكان اخاطوا مع فوين، نيكان was defeated. ده تاريخ انا ما اقدر نزيفه. The first war but he also went and organized himself and defeating them. بعد ذاك ولدوا داك he just continued the wars. يعني الشغله دي ما كانت باخوي واخوك ساكت. it went الشغله دي كانت يعني مرت بهروبات، ومرت بانك انت تثبت وجود بتاعك في الحته دي. جزء منهم من المجموعات ده بعد الهروبات دي كان defeating them. في جزء منهم اختاروا انه يكونوا جزء من شلو، يكونوا جزء من المملكه بتاعت شلو، يكونوا جزء من المملكه. والناس شلوك اللي بيتابعوا هنا والناس قاعدين في على النيل هم بيعرفوا في الشلوك مثلا في كوار كثيره. يعني مثلا العشائر، لو انت جيت شفت شلو الليله ده، شلو ده ما جاي من عشيره واحده. عشان كده الايفانز اشار قال له شلو ده نيشن. خلينا نقول لكم quotation. Let me read this very important quotation from كتاب بتاع ايفانز pictures. كتب كلام مهم جدا، انا خلينا نقراه بس. It's not one of the main quotation but أنا بقرأ في كتابه ده امبارح. It came to mind إنه I have to read this quotation لكم أنتم من التاريخ. إيفان أنثروبولوجيست وصل المملكة بتاعت نوير أو نوير كانتري في سنة 1930. But he wrote something here. Let me read the quotation. الquotation أنا قاعد نقرأه من صفحة 12 chapter 12. Yeah, chapter 12. He's saying here, قال when people is like the shuluk, politically centralized, we may speak of a nation. we may speak of a nation. يعني انت لما تتكلم عن Cholo, انت قاعد تتكلم عن nation, انت قاعد تتكلم عن الأمة. He put it correctly. Let come, what did he say about Nuer and Denka? Listen, this is what he wrote about Cholo. And when you speak about people like Cholo, which they have centralized system, that means you are speaking about the nation. And really Cholo is a nation. نيكا أنا منجا في كلام أنا قلته قبل شوية المجموعات اللي defeating them في جزء منهم اختاروا إن يبقوا Cholo وبيقوا Cholo they intermarried with Cholo وبيقوا لما تيجي الليلة في العشائر مثلا أو في كلانس بتلقى الحاجات دي موجودة كوارا كده موجود في in the Cholo. Let me continue reading from chapter 12 لكتاب بتاع Evans Pictures. For he said, the Nuer and Denka, on the other hand, are divided into a number of tribes, which have no common organization or central administration, and these peoples may be said to be politically conquerors of tribes, which sometimes form loose federation. Sometimes form what? The system between Nuer and Denka, and they don't have any centralized system. They form something Evans call it loose federation. اللي هو federation الفدرالية الضعيفة أو المنفكة. لكن when you talk about Cholo, you talk about a nation because already Nikang went ahead and established a nation. Establish a system which is known as a centralized system, who has the system is actually indication of being a nation. ده كلام بتاع Evans. يا ده كتاب للناس الدايرين. By the way, الكتاب ده للناس الناس الكذابين والمنافقين كتار اللي بيحبوا النفاق والكيك النظام بتاع جوبا علمهم يكذبوا to give lies. من الخرائط ده كلها الخريطتين اللي exactly they explain الارياس بتاعت كل قبيله في جنوب السودان ده خريطتين في كتابين دي اللي انا لقيتهم فعلا they put it correctly. خريطه الكتاب بتاعت the Nuer صفحه 11 يعني الخريطه يعني قاعد انت لما تصغر الخريطه ده بوريك انه ملكال ده ارض بتاعت شلو. بس انت شوف الخريطه عين له كويس. انت لو ما قادر تعين كويس صور الخريطه وامشي اقرا الليجنز ده داون ده legends اقرا الليجندز ده عندك دينكا نوير شلوك and انواع. والخريطه الثانيه which is very important also the same خريطه الموجود في كتاب بتاع ايفانس the same خريطه الموجود في كتاب بتاع divinity and experience the religion of Denka Godfrey. الكتاب بتاع Godfrey في صفحة اللي يتكلم عن ديانة بتاع دينكا لما تقرأ نفس الخريطة الخطاء هنا اللي عنده the same خريطة actually is in agreement with الخريطة بتاعت بروفيسور إيفان. والخريطة ده هنا في صفحة 3 في كتاب بتاعت divinity and experience the religion of Denka. Let's put this here. And this one can tell you now بوريكم هسه مثلا انه القبيله بتاعت شلو النيشن وني كان زي ما انا قلت قبل حسب التاريخ انه ني كان لما جاء دي فورد ويز فوين وجزء منهم طردهم. بالمناسبه فوين ده ما مشى. لو في ناس ما بان قاعدين هنا لو انت مشيت ناس توفيق very good. انا شايف جوليوس قاعد تحت. جوليوس تعال فوق خليك معي فوق هنا because I want to أنا ما نكمل البتاع ده كله. بس أنا ما في حاجات أنا ما أقدر أمشي له. داير نبدأ الليلة بالتاريخ بس مشاكل الغلاطات ومنطقة بتاعت شلو وناق ديار ده كله في الحلقة الجاية. but داير نبدأ مع جوليوس. أنا داير أتكلم شوية. مرحبا بك أستاذ جوليوس. very good you are here. so أهلا بك. جميل. yeah for that أنا قلت قبل الكويس جوليوس قاعد فوق هنا هو كأنثروبولوجيست. أنا هنا داير نمشي في التجارة الليلة بالذات في جانب التاريخي ما ماشيين في أي باقي حاجات. باقي حاجات تانية نقديار سموه ليه سموه نقديار ده منطقتي أنا. انا اتكلم عنه يوم السبت، لانه الحلقه الثانيه بكون يوم السبت، انا ما اقدر يكون بمساء، يكون بالصباح يوم السبت. فده جزء منهم كان استوابهم، وجزء منهم استوابوا في امه بتاع تشولو بيجوا تشولو. الاخرين منهم قادروا المنطقه، وبالذات الناس القوم بكل شراسه كانوا ناس بتاع الفون ده كان اكثر ناس قوم كان بشراسه، لكن at the end جزء بتاع war وفق الكثير من anthropologists he fought by dark. بعد كان برضه where he left dark he continued fighting the war and he defeated the Fun and he chased them away from the area دي. ده تاريخ. انا ما نينا we are not just here to talk about قصص زي ناس بيجوك قال حبوبتي قال شنو لا this is not working with us. number 3 كان لما وصل المنطقه ده، وجوليوس جايد كان anthropologist، لما وصل كان المنطقه النوير كانوا لسه قاعدين في المنطقه بتاع بانجاب، وبرضه المفروض يكون ما قاعد موجود الليله. انا قاعد اتكلم عن التاريخ، وبعض ابناء بتاع النوير اللي يجوا بعدين يتداخلوا they know this. كان لما وصل المنطقه ده ابناء بتاع النوير لسه كانوا قاعدين في المنطقه بتاع بانجاب. وانا عندي كوتيشن من الانثروبولوجيست اللي بيثبتوا الكلام ده، انا برضه بقرا لكم بعدين. انا بقراه بعدين. ده واحد اللي كانوا قاعدين منطقه بتاع فانجاك بالذات. عندك نوير بتاع اللاك، عندك نوير بتاع تيان، عندك نوير بتاع غاوار، وعندك الناصر، عندك كان نوير بتاع جيكاين. واسب كثيرين من الانثروبولوجيست اتفقوا انه انتقلوا في المناطق القاعده هسه الليله ده في القرن التاسع عشر. القرن التاسع عشر بالذات كده في الزمن بتاع الرذوين. والناس اللي بيذكروا الشلو الزول المنع لما ندينك بدا يجوا المنع انه ما يشيلوا منهم بنات، ما ده كان رذوين. وانا كنت بتكلم مع السلطان بتاعنا قبل كم يوم، لانه رذوين ده من الملوك بتاع تشالا الام دينكاويه. فبعد ذاك they have to pay. هو الزول اللي قال لا المفروض ما يشيلوا تاني من خلانه اهل امه to let them pass. ده تاريخ. it's not argument. ده تاريخ. انا لما ترجع لتشالو بيقول لك الكلام ده. لما تيجي تقرا الانثروبولوجيست المشوا و they speak with the people they actually come and agree with you. Let me go forward عشان انا I want to make it دوغلاس جونسون يكونفيرم الكلام ده. في مع الزمن ده دينكنغوك اللي هو الواليات ما كانوا موجودين في المنطقه اللي هم قاعدين فيها، وكانوا لسه قاعدين في المنطقه بتاع زرا فالي. وانا باكد لكم بعد شويه one of the document بتاع anthropologists what did they say about الناس دينكنغوك الواليات كانوا وين، ودينكا بتاع رنج وملوط ديل كانوا وين. انا برضه في كوتيشن انا بقرا لكم بعدين. let me continue because انا مرتب الشغل بتاعي ده. ده كله جو وصلوا لاحقا المنطقه ده لاحقا. وصلوا كيف لاحقا؟ انا لما نجي اتكلم عن ناقديار انا عندي ستوري انا ما اقدر امشي فوقه because I know I have been told before انه المنطقه ده حصل كيف نقلوا عليها جو المنطقه ده كيف. I will also talk about it لكن it's not today because لما نجي when I will talk about منطقه بتاع ناقديار لانه فيها اكاذيب كثيره بقى موجوده في السوشيال ميديا. تعال بنمشي طوالي نمشي للمنطقه بتاعت ملكال. مدينه بتاعت ملكال ده طبعا مدينه بتاعت منطقه بتاعت تشولو، والمنطقه ده اسسوا رس كوديد اوكون. رس كوديد اوكون توغو هو الرس السادس العشر للمملكه بتاعت تشولو. اسس قريه بتاعت ماكال كقريه بتاعته. بايدان ما في دنكا موجودين في المنطقه ده. بايدان كقريه بتاعه. ده التاريخ. لانه كلمه بتاعت ماكال لما تيجي تشولو مال باكال. Julius will talk about this بعدين because it will go far in that because ده الشغل بتاعه وكده. والاسم طبعا هي مشتقه يعني. وكلام ده ما بين اسس المنطقه ده لانه كوديد حكم ما بين 1770 لسنه 1780. فتره الحكم بتاعه كان it was almost 10 years 10 سنوات. يعني هنا لازم نشير لحدث تاريخي مهم لانه الرئاسه بتاعت المقاطعة المحلية أو محافظة قبل ما كان في التبوغية، كان في التبوغية. وكلكم اللي قاعدين تشاهدوا وجوليوس هيجي يتكلم على الكلام ده، كلكم بتتذكروا في حدث تاريخي مهم، وحدث ده حصل في يوليو في سنة 1898، وعندما احتل النغيب كلنا بنعرف نغيب جان باتاياس مارشان قائد القوات الفرنسية لما هو احتل على قلب منطقة بتاعت الفشودة، المملكة بتاعت تشالو. And then later on they moved to تبوغية، وتبوغية العاصمة have been moved، المفروض يكون لاعب الليلة اللي لسه قاعد في تبوغية، شالوه من تبوغية لملكال لأنه المنطقة بتاعت تبوغية ده كان منطقة بتاع lowland area، it was a lowland area. والناس هنا لو انتم بتعرفوا لما تتكلم لكن المنطقة بتاع lowland area المنطقة منخفض، معنى المنطقة ده يعني معرضة، لأنه المنطقة دي تقاطع بتاعت في صوبات والنيل الأبيض الملتقيان بيلتقوا في المنطقة دي. اللولاند اريا ممكن فيه امطار كثيره، فيه فلودنج، ما ممكن يكون عاصمه. And that was the only reason the capital have been moved from تبوغية لمنطقه بتاعت ماكال، لمنطقه ملكال هسه القاعدين فوق. جزء منه we'll talk about it later on. الاراضي هسه، الاراضي اللي بيسكنوا في ملكال، الاراضي اللي بيسكنوا نوك لواليات اللي هو ناس اراضي بتاعت مناطق بتاعت باليد والمناطق بتاعت ناصر القاعد فوق نوير جكين، المناطق القاعد فوق نوير جكين تاريخيا المناطق ده مناطق بتاعت انواك. وحتى ناس جكين لما when they pass، انا برضو ارجع اشير بعدين لكوتيشن من دوغلاس جونسون انه 200 ناس جكين they passed the Cholo land when they pass it، كان 200 زمنيات الرس من الملوك بتاع تشالو. and what were going on then، and I have the quotation and I will put it because انا لو قلت لكم كده مني بقول لا يدور قاعد اجيب، لكن the good thing انه في حاجات كتير شالو بقولوا كتاريخ الانثروبولوجيست they noted down and now we are reading from books as a documents. بعد ذاك ايزول ممكن نرجع له وانت to convince yourself with المناطق ده تاريخيا هي المناطق ملك بتاعت انواك، وانواك كلكم بتعلموا منه واحده من الفروع بتاعت تشالو، واحده من الفروع بتاع القبيله بتاع لو. القبيله المنهدر منها جيلو، جيلو واد اوكوا، وطبعا جيلو واد اوكوا ونيكان واد اوكوا ديل كلهم اشقاء، ديل الاثنين ديل اشقاء. وطبعا كل زي ما انا ذكرت قبل انه جيلو بقى ملك بتاع انواك، ونيكان مشى بقى ملك بتاع تشالو. بعدها كل زول اختلفوا، كل زول مشى واسس للمملكه بتاعه وكده. but they are coming من الجذور، زي ما هسه في كثيرين من الانثروبولوجيست بيقولوا انه نويرو دينكا ديل جاي من اصل واحد. وفي انا عندي document but I will not read some of these because they are not relevant to our discussion, but it's there. They are saying that Evans picture he talk about that بالمناسبه in details. طبعا ده كله ده تاريخ اللي بنتكلم فوقه ده، اننا بنتكلم عن تاريخ بتاع تشالو. الدليل القاطع على انه المناطق دي مناطق بتاعت اراضي بتاعت انواك اللي هي الاسماء التاريخيه للمناطق دي. مثلا لا تعال شيل المنطقه بتاعت ادون، دينكا ما بسمي ادون، نوير ما بسمي ادون، كويس. ادون ده مناطق بتاعت انواك، منطقه زي منطقه بتاعت ادون، منطقه بتاعت ابون، منطقه بتاعت جيلاتشل، منطقه بتاعت اولان، دي كلها مناطق بتاعت انواع. لكن because of wars, because of fighting wars, Anuak have been pushed back, and then these people they came and they tasalina zatna and they have to fight with Anuak. But that when you defeat the Amalek defeat, you will be pushed. That is what happened الاريا دي. And that's why الليله ده لكن لما ترجع للاصول التاريخيه للمناطق تاريخيا ما يتغير ده مناطق بتاع انواع. And nobody can claim that unless you don't know. انت بكون تزول you are showing your ignorance to the people in you don't know what you're talking about. يعني you are claiming something actually you got nothing to do with it. انت ما عندك حاجه عندك به ما قادر. Because this is the record and this is the history. دينك ابيلان فيرن ودينك ملوط ودينك دينجال انتقلوا الى مستوطناتهم الاهليه في القرن الثامن العاشر. وفي انا بعدين بقرا لكم برضه كوتيشن من الانثروبولوجيست they did agree. أنا داير نكشي لحاجتين أو ثلاثة بعد ذاك أنا بقرأ some quotation أنا بديه لجوليوس وبعد ذاك أنا بيجي بواصل في البرزنتيشن. جوليوس يتكلم ونفتح فرص للناس قبل أنه أنا ما دايرين إنه عشان يلخبط على ناس كتير عشان يجوط عليهم شديد. أين تقع أراضي شلو؟ أراضي شلو أو أرض نيكان تقع على الضفتي الغربي والشرقي من بحر الجبل والنيل الأبيض، ابتداء من منطقة ليغنو، منطقة بتاعت ليغنو في الجنوب الغربي إلى دلال أديدوي. شنو بيعرفوا المنطقة ده كويس؟ دلال أديدوي في الشمال الغربي جوار كوستي، ده حدود بتاعتنا، حدود بتاعت شلو في ولاية النيل الأبيض الآن اللي هي السودان. وفي منطقة جنوب الشرقي من باربوج واتكيج، دل باربوج واتكيج ده المنطقة ده حدود بتاعتنا بتاعت شلو. and they know الحدود بتاعهم ده وين. حيث تنضم الحدود إلى بحر الجبل في جانب الشرقي. ده جانب. لما تمشي في منطقة بتاعت ناقديار لمنطقتي أنا ده عندنا خور هناك بيسموه خور وول، اللي هو ناس نوك بيسموه كورنيانبيل. كورنيانبيل ده الحدود بتاعتنا، ده حدود بين شلو وجين. وتقع مستوطنات شلو على ضفتي نهر الصوبات الشرقي وغربي وعلى طول النهر الصوبات لعدي منطقة بتاعت أتول بي. وأتول بي ده طبعا لما أنا قاعد أقرأ لبروفيسور دوغلاس جونسون وإكسبلين قال ده وصلا الملتقى بتاعت البلون الصوبات ريفر and White Nile. The water in that area is changed to the blue. The water changed to blue, and that's why they call it Atoll Bay. It changed to blue. So this thing برضو القسيس أول زول وصل الميشن في منطقة بتاعت شلو في دوليبل في 1926 مارس سنة 1902. He also explained that point في كتاب بتاعه. على ضفتي مسافة 60 كيلومتر من منطقة في النيل الأبيض. ونحن هناك في ناقديار أننا قاعدين في ضفتي النيل. يعني مثلا لما تمشي منطقة، لما تمشي ناقديار في البر الشرقي، في البر الغربي بتلقى عندك منطقة بتاع تين ده في البر الغربي فوق كويس على الضفة بتاع النيل، ده منطقة بتاع شلو. وفي مناطق تانية مع تين بالغادة في البر الغربي هناك. لما تيجي وانت ماشي لمنطقة بتاعت، لما تيجي لمنطقة بتاعت نيجوك أو مثلا تيجي فالوكون، لما تيجي فالوكون إلونغتشينا بتلقى منطقة بتاعت نيانشان. منطقة بتاعت نيانشان فعندك نيجوك بجاي على البر الغربي للنهر الصوبات، وعلى البر الشرقي للنهر الصوبات بتلقى منطقة بتاعت نيانشان. وانت ماشي لهذه المنطقة بتاع ناس لوداو ده بتلقاه في الجزء الشرقي، وفي الجزء الغربي لنهر الصوبات بتلقى منطقة بتاعت بانتاين. وانت بتمشي هكذا، انت ماشي بتيجي منطقة بتاع ناس اوغود، بعد اوغود بتمشي منطقة بتاعت بجو، وتمشي لمنطقة بتاعت بالو ومنطقة بتاعت دوليب على ضفتي نهر الصوبات. النقطة ده نقاط تاريخية ومفروض ما يكون فيه اي لغط. وزي ما انا ذكرت قبل الاستيلاء بتاعت فرنسا لفشودا في سنة 1898، وبعد استيلاء فشودا وجعل الفشودا مستعمرة فرنسية، وبعد ذاك أطلق عليها اسم فشودا نسبة إلى العاصمة بتاعت المملكة بتاعت شلو. وجوليوس كان أنثروبولوجيست بيعرف الكلام ده. وجان مارشان قرية كودوك، جعل المارشان ده قام جعل القرية بتاعت كودوك مدينة وكعاصمة الإدارية لمقاطعة جديدة لمستعمرة الفرنسية اللي هي سماه فشودا. وجوليوس بيعرف الكلام ده كويس، والكتاب موجود وانا عندي كتاب قاعد جنبيني يعني عشان ما يجينا زول بعدين راسه لافي ساكت. بعد ان اجبرت القوى الاستعماريه البريطانيه بقياده كيتشنر مارشان على الانسحاب من فشودا، تمت اعاده تسميه بعد ما خلاص يعني في مؤتمر بتاع برلين. جوليوس will talk about this. بعد المؤتمر والاتفاق، وبعد ذاك بريطانيا جات وقالت دي مقاطعتي انا وده منطقه بتاعي وداري يخشوا الحرب، دان فرنسا قررت انها تنسحب بمساومات. جوليوس ويل توك اباوت ديس، انا ما اقدر امشي فيه كثير لانه في زول متخصص. بمساومات تم اعاده تسميه من نسبه تسميه مقاطعه الفشوده سموها ولايه على النيل، ولذلك لقضاء البريطانيين عادوا التسميه اللي دايرين يقضوا على الارث الاستعماري بتاع فرنسا. ما دايرين يخلوا الارث. شفتوا الشغله دي كيف؟ زي الشغله بالشغلانات بتاعت الضراد وكده. يعني ما دايرين يكون اي حاجه ملمه ويكون عنده علاقه بفرنسا بالتسميه بتاعهم. They changed the name من now Julius agree with me كanthropologist, he will talk about it. They changed the name عشان يقضوا على التراث الفرنسي, and that's why they name it Upper Nile لانه بريطانيين دايرين حاجه ما عندها connection مع الاستعمار البريطاني. وخلال سنوات اللاحقه تم نقل العاصمه من ولايه على النيل من كودوك الى اتفاقيه، نقلوا من كودوك، شالوا من كودوك الى اتفاقيه جنوب ملكال الأهلية قبل إنشائها، قبل إنشاء مدينة بتاعت ملكال. بعد نقل العاصمة من كودوك إلى اتفاقية تم الأثور على اتفاقية في وقت لاحق على إنها أرض منخفضة. لقوا إنه الاتفاقية ده أرض منخفضة، ولا الأراضي المنخفضة لا تصلح أن تكون عاصمة بتاعت ولاية ولا بتاعت دي الدولة وكده. and that while استراتيجيا لا يمكن استراتيجيا يكون العاصمة، وتم التخلي عنها والنقل العاصمة مرة أخرى إلى الموقع الحالي اللي سموها ماكال اللي هي ملكال. طيب ده أنا داير أجيب هنا قبل ما أنا أجيب في ده المرسوم الرئاسي المشار إليه اللي أسسوا به نقلوا به العاصمة من اتفاقية إلى ملكال. المرسوم والذي أنشأ بموجب تم إنشاء مقاطعة ينص على فشورة جديدة تتكون من 5 مجالس محلية، وهي مجلس مدينة ملكال، ومجلس ريفي تونجا، ومجلس كودوك الريفي، ومجلس كاكا الريفي، ومجلس وتكونا الريفية. ده التسميات. منطقة النقديار الآن الناس بيتكلموا فوقه. المنطقة أسسها نيرت جولديد أكواديور، الجد بتاعي أنا إدوارد الشيخ اللي قاعد أتكلم قدامكم ده. نيرت جولديد أكواديور. وفي عندنا هناك اسمه الثاني أم جوك، جدي اسمه أم جوك. ويعني المنطقة ده أسس ما بين سنة 1825 لسنة 1835 في فترة الجد الأبوه كانت على كرسي المملكة. اسم منطقة النقديار هي مشتقة من كلمتين، أنا زي ما أنا قلت قبل، ديار زي ما أننا بنعرف ده بنات أو نساء بنات. النقديار يعني مشتق من الكلمة بتاعت قتل نك كديار. النقديار يعني ديارنا ده بنات الفتيات أو نساء مثلا يعني. والنك I think الكلمة بتاعت نك ده كلمة ده مشتركة تقريبا لدي بعض القبائل النيلية like شلوك and دينكا وكده. نك هنا بالنسبة للشالو ده كتل. I will be the same I think in the Denka نك ده كتل and the same in the Anuak. مش كده جوليوس ده كتل وكده. So yeah. الاسم ده جاي من وين؟ المنطقة ده كان قاعد فوقه أنواع، وده معلومة تاريخية إن هنا ما في زول فينا ممكن يغير التاريخ، والتاريخ بتاعنا حتى لو الشيء قدروا شنو بقى ما كويس we have to accept our history because ده التاريخ بتاعنا نحن. we will not run away from that history. نحن ما نجري برا منه خالص. المنطقة كان فيه أنواع، والحصل إنه أمير أكيدا هو أمير بتاع تشالو قتلوا واحد من أنواع اسمه بيل. على حسب التاريخ بتاعت المنطقة قتلوا بيل. بعد ذاك أكيد هو الأخ الأصغر لمك دكوت أو لرد دكوت. لناس كثيرين بيعرفوا رد دكوت بوج. الدكوت بوج حكم ما بين سنة 1670 لحد سنة 1690 والذي كان ملكا على العرش. بعد ذاك لما بيل قتل أخوه قام رسل حملة انتقامية. هذا الحملة الانتقامية مشوا لقوا إنه الرجال بتاع النيويورك ديل جروا. ده بعد ذاك they actually revenge. That what happened. That history. And that they name المنطقة ده النقديار. That where the name of Nagdiar come from. It did not come from nowhere. أنا داير أجيب هنا بعض الحاجات الثانية من التاريخ والمراكز هنتواصل فوقه في الحلقة الجاية. قبل ما أدي لفرصة لجوليوس خلوني ده نقرأ لكم some support document للتاريخ بتاع تشالو and then Julius will pick it over. The first quotation أنا داير نشير لكم نقرأ لكم أول quotation ده quotation بتاع ويلز بتاع C.A. ويلز سنة 1931 البيج 100 والبيج 154 لناس اللي بيرجعوا للمراجع. الكابتن جي بي كانت the Shuluk or Central District UNP is bonded as the followers. That is describing a Cholo land. وكلام ده بتلقاه في كتاب بتاع رابا نايل هاند بوكس موجود في امازون. You can get it كدوكمنت and I have it here قاعد جنبي هنا ده. On the west bank of the Nile by the 11th parallel of latitudes as far as the Kordofan Upper Nile boundary. On the east bank of the Nile by line drawn from junction of 10 degree 15 degree north and 15 north, parallel with the Nile to the apex of the Funy Upper Nile, bonded at the junction of 9 degree and 30 Celsius and 30 latitudes and 32 degree 45 longitudes. ده حدود بتاع تشالو. And that confirm الكلام أنا قلت لهم قبل وأنت بتلقى المعلومة ده موجود في Upper Nile Handbooks كتاب بتاع C.A. ويلز سنة 1931 page 154. The second also quotation from the same book يتكلم عن distribution بتاع الشلوك اللي هي قال لك الشلوك it was 116,000 distributed along the west bank of the Nile from the Fajujo in the northwest to Torquet opposite Jebel Ahmed Aga in the north, along the east bank of the Nile from the Zaraf River mouth in the south to about opposite Kodok on the north. Shuluk also resided along the both banks of the Sobat from its mouth to Nagdiar, along Korflus from its mouth to Wanker. Wanker. بقيت الكلام ده برضه بتلقاه the same page اللي هو C.A. ويلز 1931 page 140 and 54. The quotation number 3 is a quotation from the M.E.C. Pampery volume 24 1941 page 2. Let me read it. On the basis of reckoning the 13 years to a region and allowing the about 30 to a generation, the date of Nikang arrival can be estimated about 1550. About 1550. The tarikh bitat usul bitat Nikang. On fire between bracket he put it dear Shuluk. Yeah, Julius Taban, it's anthropologist, but then you will, if there is anything on that, you will also make it because it's that anagraph quotation. And then lo bigger fee argument bitat al tawarikh bitat al anthropologist, we will go with it. However, things things that Ucholo was the first Ucholo, however, things that Ucholo was the first non-legendary king and estimate his death on the name system. أول ناس في السيستم كينج وصل المنطقة ده منطقة يهود تشالو وأنا وريتكم الكتاب. Let me read quotation number 4 ليكم برضو اللي هو the same from the same كتاب MEC volume 24 1941 page 3 اللي هو قال the period from Dak Nikango campaign to the arrival of the Arab slave trader Al-Faqih Muhammad Khair in the region of Ras Quatker, approximately 1850. It is obscure. There are accounts of fighting with Anuak. The Denka appear have arrived from the southwest in the region in the reign of Ras Tugo Dikot about 1750, and were to be have reached Zaraf Iceland a little later. And when the first Mudir of Ashoda took up his position at Kodok in 1867, the Resquatker Akot was ranging, and the distribution of the neighboring the tribe was approximately as it is today. لما Resquatker استلم a distribution بتاعت القبائل ده تقريبا ياو the same, nothing change is happened. The quotation number 5 برضو من one of the books نقرا اسم الكتاب. Yes, الquotation ده from طبعا بروفيسور إبراهيم بدري. يعني ترى one of the Sudan notes كتبه إبراهيم بدري. إبراهيم بدري 1941 volume 29 page 40. So he wrote الآتي. قال these notes refer to Abialang. This note refer to Abialang, Poloch, and Dingjol Denka, known both as the Padang Denka, and Northern Denka, and Julius will talk about it by then, of the Northern District of the Upper Nile Province. And to understand them, a brief account of their history structure is necessary. The Padang Denka, according to their own tradition, migrated from the neighborhood of Bor about 200 years ago. And then also, Julius, you need to confirm this one. About 200 years ago, under the leadership of Akwei Kakab, C-A-K-A-B, Kakab, the proposed son of Ayuel did, and their spirit ancestor. And it is deemed that they wander through many places, including Zaraf, Iceland, and Maban County before reaching their present country. Before reaching to their present country. And also, Julius will talk about that. On crossing the Sobat River, Numan whom they are crossing the Sobat River, on crossing the Sobat River, they found the relics of Funy, and whose power in this area had previously been broken by the Shuluk. And after they driven them eastward, they made contact with Arab in the neighborhood of Kawa. The Denka Asanas Abialang with the rest of the Denka Del. Kalam de Betelgau fi Ibrahim Badri, Alu Tizumia Wide Warbain, volume Ragam Tiza Shirin, and page Ragam 40. Let me, the quotation number 6, that is very important too. Ecological, that quotation is from Douglas Johnson. 1982, Betelgaufi page 185. Ecological changes and population pressure are the most frequently mentioned by the Nuer as a reason for migration. The Gawar remember water rather than war as disrupting life on the West Bank in about 1820. The floods forced them across the Bahr el-Jebel and the Bahr Zaraf into the confrontation with Luach and Ngok Denka. At about the same time, the Law split off from the Rengen after the political dispute and the settle on the northern and northern end of Zaraf Island. The lake and the Tiang followed during a time when the Bahr Jebel was abnormally low, and then forced the Law off the higher ground when the water rose again. And it was only then that the Law came into conflict with Ngok and other Denka as they crossed the Bahr Zaraf. And this history, we should not feel ashamed about it. And the best known were migration, that of the Jikany and the Lajor early last century, and was outcome of the political dispute caused by land scarcity in the expanding swarmness of the Jikany homeland. And the Jikany were a group of mainly Denka origin, closely linked to the Ngok and Riweng Denka. According to some tradition, there was no clear social or political division between the Jikany and the Riweng in the 19th century. But a number of the internal dispute eventually split them apart. Douglas Johnson, 1982, page 185. The quotation number 8, the Lajor came into conflicts with the existing leaders of Jikany and decided to migrate, finding the way to the West blocked by a powerful Denka group. He took the opportunity of intervening in a civil war among Shuluk. Kalam de Mohimia, Julius, I want you to make a comment on this because this is a quotation from Professor Douglas Johnson. Douglas Bugulinu Jikany ligu fursa maru of intervening in a civil war among the Shuluk at the beginning of the reign of Red Awin. Beginning of Red Awin, Galo fi Shuluk fi dispute mujud benatum, where they were actually concerned mal Malika Jadid at that Jikany ligu fursa to lead some of the youngest generation of Jikany through the Shuluk land across the wide Nile and into the Sobat Valley, while the Jikany frequently raided the Denka there, and their one settlement were also attacked by Shuluk throughout the reign of Red Nidok, 1839 to 1859. And this seemed to have been one incentive for their continued eastward movement. Douglas Johnson, 1982, the same page, 185. And also, you need to, but then Julius also to go through that. The quotation number 9, throughout the 1850 and 1860s, the Gawar and the Law displaced the Denka living in the Zaraf Valley. And that is very important. وده أنا قاعد أناقش مع زول قبل كم يوم في كلام هاوس وكان بقول إنه دينكا ما مشوا ناس نوك ديل ما مشوا من الزراف فالي. ده كلام غير صحيح. ده كلام غير صحيح. This is historical record, and also Julius, as anthropologists, will come and talk about it. Let me read this record for you from Douglas Johnson. Got throughout the 1850 and the 1860, the Gawar and the Law displaced the Denka living in the Zaraf Valley, dislodging the Ngok, Rek, and Nyirweng from many of these settlements, raiding the Rek and the Luach almost annually, and driving the Ngok from the Zaraf Island to Kor Atar. Driving the Ngok, the Denka Ngok, Zaraf, from the Zaraf Island to Kor Atar. Despite the steady erosion of Denka settlement, a number of Denka A number of Denka continue to live in their old territory, scattered throughout the Zaraf Island and along the east bank of Bahr Zaraf. At no time during this period of Nuer conquest was the occupation of the old Denka settlement complete, and independent Denka communities continue to live next to the Nuer, sometime adopting Nuer language and custom. Douglas Johnson, 1982, page 187. You will find the information. Let me take the other quotation. Julius. That is very important. Before the Mahdiya, the Gawar have pushed the law to east. That is very important too. Before the Mahdiya, before the Mahdiya, the Gawar have pushed the law to the east, settled down in the Zaraf Valley, from which they probe and observe fragment Denka. Observe fragment Denka. Without external opposition, the Gawar lost their political cohesion. The descendant of Butch Carfield, could not maintain in his influence, and the Gawar divided into two primary segments, Bar and Red, R-A-D-H, Nuer Baden Lofizolja, can Yen Walai Zoltani can also, or Julius is familiar with this, who fought among themselves and in alliance with against Arab slave trader from the north. The majority of the Reds, under the leadership of Nuer Mer Denka, adopted by Corfield lineage, supported the traders and attacked the Barar and the reluctant Red group alliance with them. The Bar, however, had no permanent leadership until the Mahdiya. And when in this desperation, they turned into the prophet Deng Leka, L-I-K-E-A, usually known as Dio. Kalam de Muktub fi kitabita Robert O. Collin, 1971, page 216, and I have the book. The quotation number 11, during his campaign against the Red, Dio cut through neighboring Denka tribe as well, driving them further from the Zaraf. And Luaj and the Tuoi Denka are retiring toward the White Nile, and Sobat and Gol, G-H-O-L, and the Nirweng Denka fleeing to Tweed Country. Fleeing to Tweed Country. Dio and DIU and his Nuer occupy their land. The Gol and the Nirweng were determined to recapture the large number of cattle taken from them, but they were beaten in open fight and had to restore to establish and guilt Robert O. Collin, 1971, page 217. The quotation number 12. The Upper Nile province was strikingly different, more compact than Mangala, and the Upper Nile was dominated by Shuluk, whose centralized political institution required the fewer British officials on the one hand and permitted cheap and effective method of tax collection on the other. Al-Kitab da ikin mujud in the Julius al-Huwa Kitab, The Land Behind the Rivers, one of the very important books. Julius, you have
I have it now with me here.
Very good. And this Alana quotation, they are comparing attacks between Al-Mangala, Baragazal, and Upper Nile. Upper Nile, as the book said, it was dominated by Cholo, and then even a centralized system بتاع Cholo خلاو إنه الضرائب الجمع Cholo ما يكون زي بارغزال ولا يكون زي Mangala. Let me continue reading. Very funny things. Look how these people, they were very organized long time ago. The method of tax collection, or Julius Indu Kitab, they will continue also. The other more than over no large expenditure was required to combat sleeping sickness. Sleeping sickness, or to expand the administration. Yani cholo, imagine, ya Julius, de cholo. By then, أول حاجة مرض كان فيه لا زادوا عدد بتاعت الإداريين ولا زادوا عدد بتاعت قروش خالص. cholo اختفوا بقروش اللي عندهم والإداريين البسيطين ونظموا الشغل وكانوا منظمين وما كان في فساد. ما كان في فساد في المملكة بتاعت cholo. And that's why they now is comparing cholo مع المنغلا كان قريب لكن بعد غزال صرفوا قروش even they were needing more. But على النيل بالذات شلوك they did not. ما لأنه السنترلايز سيستم بتاعهم خلاوا إنه already everything should goes smooth. And let me continue. Which so inflated the budget of the Bahar Ghazal and Mangala. You see, in 1915, both Mangala and Upper Nile province collected nearly the same revenue, 20 and 29,000 euro تقريبا, and Mangala, Upper Nile was Mangala 20, and Upper Nile was 22 and 27,000 Upper Nile. Look, even come to collecting money and transparency, Cholo were collecting more than Mangala and than Bahar Ghazal. And that's the real story. Nobody going to change this. In terms of corruption, even expenditure, Cholo were less. I even can't feel more of it than في الجنوب, but Cholo actually ما شالوا قروش كتير ولا يحتاجوا تاني إنه كانوا يزيدوا عدد بتاعت الناس المحتاجين إنهم هم يعالجهم. So let me make it a chance to go. But the sleeping sickness control and the expansion of the frontier created E10,000 deficit in Mangala against 5,000 surplus in Upper Nile. And through the Zaraf Nuer were, and I get the conclusion, were frequently troublesome, but rather great wealth in cattle more than paid for the problems caused by the discontents. This was not the case. The country at Toka, a country of Mangala province, or even the Denga areas of Bahar Ghazal. Robert Colin, 1971, page 237. And Julius already, he has the book. Before the two last quotation, the first four Presbyterians missionaries reached to Dolep Hill under the given was 26 leadership. It was on 28 March 1902, Dolep Hill in Chuluk area was at the outlet of River Sobat on the White Nile, 60 miles southwest of the nearest Catholic mission among the Shuluk at Lulo. Kalamda Katabu Dictor Hassan Ahmed, 1988, page 61. Page 61. There is much the same difference in the color of the two rivers that meet here. That is observed as the meeting of the Blue Nile with the White Nile at Khartoum. And it's strange to say the native people, the Sholo. By the way, Julius, في كتاب بتاع Gavin, Sholo كاتبين Sholo ب SHULLA, يعني ما بركم يقعد واسا. The Sholo. It برضه بعدين you may comment on that because they should be that. Called the river Sobat, Tolvei, or Blue Water, the Kibel al Mahal al Fi Hudud, just where the Sobat entered the Nile, and it is flowing almost directly from the east to west, while the Nile, this point flow from the south of west. Kali Given, Del al Buna, Awal Zol, al Whistle fi Dolep Helu Fata al Kanisa Hinak. He also put something, it was about the 3:00 in the afternoon of March 27, 1902, when we got Shori at the Dolep Hell. أنا قبل آخر حاجة ده some document بتاعت المنطقة ده منو كان قاعد والانثروبولوجيست ما كلهم كتبوا تاريخ وجوليوس will continue. أنا داير حاجة داير أقول لكم شنو في كتاب بتاعت أبونا كيفن بتاعت كالي جيفنز القسيس أول زول بتاعت أمريكان ميشن اللي وصلوا للمنطقة بتاعت دوليب هيل قال كلام مهم جدا وأنا داير نقرأ الكلام ده في كتاب بتاعه وكتب كتاب كتاب اسمه The Egyptian Sudan The Egyptian Sudan J.K. Givens و you know that is مكتوب في 1905 is very important وطبعا وكتب الرحله بتاعه كله من ما قام لعدي وصل المشى وعمل شنو كله كتب في العدي whatever he did is actually in that book وشلوك والوضع بتاع المواطنين في بعض الحاجات كده وصف كتبوا ما كويس but also لانه لقى ناس كان عريانين وكده he wrote something but it's also that the history and nobody can change it. اقروا الكتاب ده انا بشجع ناس يقروا الكتاب ده and I have the book in PDF anybody want it I want. ابونا كالي كتب شنو هنا وكان في دكتوره ماشي معه اسمه كده دكتوره كان ماشي معهم اثنين فهو قال في one of the meeting في السلطان بتاعنا هناك بتاعت الشلة في المنطقه ده مشى كان عنده في ناس جايين زوار بتاع الحكومه وقام عزمهم كده let me read. قال we had been there for some months and thought we had gained much confidence from the people. We had a friend visiting us and this chief Ariu, a chief بتاعت منطقة بتاعت دوليب هيل بايدان اسمه أريو A-R-I-U أريو لو بيجي في spelling wrong يا جوليوس try to connect me بعدين A-R-I-U ده الاسم بتاع chief أريو had called in honor of our guest. أنا ده لأنه ده نقرأ الكلام ده مهم لنا كلنا بالذات لشلو what happened الناس دي الناس مشوا لما جو قالوا شنو والثreat بتاعت أنكل ده كان شنو and listen had called in honor of our guest. After some conversation, our friend said to Ariel, now you have a good now you have a good and righteous government. It will protect you and will help you. يعني نادوم لهاشا كان في ضيوف جايين لناس لأبونا اللي كان ماسك الميشن بتاعت دوليب هيل وفي ناس جو لهم زياره بعد ما جو لناس ابونا زياره قام الزول ده قاعد يقول للسلطان بتاع تشولو ده قال له اسده انت ده قال له انت ده اسده انت هسه بقى عندك صديق كويس عندك حكومه قاعد بقى عنده قاعد يقول للسلطان الريو زي ده قال هسه بقى عندك حكومه وحكومه ده ممكن يقدم لكم الحمايه حكومه ده يقدم لكم حمايه كويس protect you and will help you يعني يقدم لكم حمايه ويساعدكم and also it will fight your battle if need be يعني اذا بقى في حرب الحكومه ده بشكل نيابه عنك and these missionaries will teach your children will help you وقال الناس الميشن ده كناس الكنيسه ده هيقوم يدرسوا يالكم ويقوم يعلموا يالكم and will help you to cultivate your land وبيساعدوكم عشان تزرعوا الوطن بتاعتكم will find a market for your grain قال برضو هيفتش سوق للمحاصيل بتاعتكم and they have the book and will teach you of God قال برضو عندهم كتاب وبيعلموكم كلام بتاع ربنا you will all know to be quiet and peaceful until you learn and care for you health. So here, let's listen. After a good deal of deliberation and smoking, Ariu Ariu laid his peep aside and reply. Ana der kun tasma reply bitat Ariu de gal shino. Ana der kun be careful. وبالذات أهل تشالو أسمع شوفوا جالدون ده قال شنو في سنة 1902 بعد الكلام اللي قالوا له زول الضيف الجاده قال هسه ده بقى في حكومه ده يقدم لكم الحمايه وحكومه ده هيساعدكم ولو بقى في حرب هيشكلوا معاكم وقال هسه بقى عندكم ميشن ناس كنيسه بيعلموكم كتاب المقدس وبيساعدوكم وبيعملوا لكم سوق شوف أريو ده شال الكدوس بتاعه اللي كان خاطف في كشمو ده وخطاه تحت now he reply رد listen to red بتاع سلطان بتاع دولاب هيل بايدان من شاء الله قال له master you spoke well this Sultan I love you so much rest in peace this my uncle no Jidida you deserve respect well respect ever قال شو what he said master you spoke well قال له يا سيد انت كلمت كويس خالص you spoke well لكن قال شنو we had here the Turk أنينا قال سمينا attract سمينا attract بقولوا كلامك ده listen we had Turks all Egyptian government الحكومة المصرية القديمة and they said وقالوا they said be submissive to us we will protect you we will fight your battle for you we will teach you of God but جو قال خليكم ناس كويسين طيبين معنا قال أنينا ديل أنينا we will protect you قال لنا نقدم لكم ده كلام قالوا أتراك وقالوا حكومة المصريين اللي جو في السودان أنا أقدم لكم الحماية we will fight your battle قال أنينا نشاكل الحرب بتاعك we will teach you of God أنينا نعلمك ربنا قال لكن but they took our cattle they destroy our villages نفس الشغل اللي لسه الفكير شغال فوق I will continue بعد حلقة بتاعت بعد بكرة ليلة ده they kill government جا instead of protecting civilian بتاعت شلو is now destroying شلو land من 2005 والكلام ده بنناقشه في الحلقة الجاية but they took our cattle they destroy our villages and they carry away our women and children into slavery الناس زي جو قالوا لنا بنقدم لكم حماية لكن جو بقى بيقتلوا فينا دمروا الغرة بتاعنا نهنا شالوا النساوين بتاعتنا شالوا أطفال بتاعتنا وخطوا في slavery and they are gone وبعدك they gone ومشوا then came the Ansar بعد الاتراك والحكومة المصرية القديمة جاء الاتراك then came the Ansar اللي هو محدث and they said ما هذه برضه ده كلام بتاع ريو ده كلام بتاع السلطان قاعد يرد لكلام بتاع الضيف اللي جاء لقسيس ده من الحكومة come with us الأنصار جاء قال come with us and we have a great army إننا جيش عظيم we will care for you أننا بنقدم لك الحماية and protect you we will give you plenty to eat أننا نديك الأكل عشان تاكل and a good place to live أننا نديك محل كويس عشان تعيش we will have the book and we will teach you the truth إننا كتاب ونعلمكم الحقيقة and teach you of God ونعلمكم ربنا but they slew our arm نازل تو يد بتاعنا and right here where these missions شوف قال له right here كان محل الدوليبل الميشن كان قاعد فوق ده where right here where محل البنو فيه اسمعوا كلام ده كلام بتاع السلطان ريوسا والفاذر كالي كتب الكلام ده في الكتاب بتاعه where this mission This where missionaries build their houses. Many of our men fell fighting for their women and children. They took away our cattle. Mahal al-banu fogul, galo mahal al-banu fogu da, itu benedo fogul mabani bitaatkum bita mission bitaatkum da bita kanisa da, mahal da, innana awlad bitaadna saqada fil mahal da, ودفناهم وهم قاعدين يشاكلوا عشان to protect أمهاتهم وأخواتهم والأطفال بتاعهم. They took away our cattle, شالوا البقر بتاعنا, destroy our village, دمر الغورة بتاعنا, carry off our women, شالوا النسوان بتاعنا and children, and they too have gone. Now كمان مشوا. Now you come and say, we will care for you, we will protect you, we will fight for you. We have the book and we will teach you, master. Master, you speak well. Yeah, master, it kalam the quest. But we will see. But Julius, but we will see. And I begin this pathetic story, a review of their whole history, reveal everything. ده كلام بتاع father Gavin وكتب تعليق هنا ولسه طبعا انا ما اقدر واصل في الكتاب. هو كتب قال الكلام ده انه ده reveal everything. التاريخ بتاع الشعب بتاع تشولو كانوا قاعدين في that land before any tribes. والستة نفر اوائل 6 نفر اوائل ناس بتاع ميشن اللي دخلوا مدرسه في منطقه بتاع دوليف all of them they were shallow. جوليوس الكلام ده بتلقوه في صفحات 121 وصفحات 120. انا شلت 2 كوبي. انا بجيب هنا وانا اخلي استاذ جوليوس to continue the history and then بعد ذاك نفتح فرص للناس. اما باقي الحاجات الثانيه بتاعت المحليات وتشولو ومنو خش مجلس وديل بدفنهم وين عندنا بنواصل في الحلقه الجايه separately. So Julius, take the floor, my brother.
شكرا إدوارد. أنا والله بحييك، يعني أنا موصف يعني الحاجات المفروض تقال أنت قلت أغلب الحاجات فوفيت وكفيت. يعني أنا ما حقدر أقول كلام أكثر من اللي أنت قلته. فأول شيء بسلم عليك وبسلم على الناس المستمعين تحت. أنا بس داير أرجع ورا يعني نقاط مهمة أوي، وأنا شايف إنه مهمة أوي. مشكلة بتاعت اللغة، ليه مثلا اللغة بتاع الشلوك ودينكا ونوير في كلمات مشتركة فوق. تاني حاجة أنا بتكلم عن المملكة الأولى بتاع الشلوك ويتباي. يعني ده كمان مهم جدا أوي عشان إحنا نعرف ذات الشلوك ده أصلا منه ودينكا ذاته أصلا منه. يعني مهم جدا أوي، لأنه نحن اللي أنا شايفه كل زول بس بيمشي فيسبوك ولا بيمشي جوجل بيجيب معلومات كده، يعني ما زي ما تقول كده يعني half information. يعني وبيكتبوا ناس ذات وناس بيكتبوا في فيسبوك وفي جوجل، يعني اغلبهم ما سكولرز فما عندهم النولج، يعني enough knowledge عشان هم يكتبوا مثلا عن تاريخ كامل بتاع قبيله مثلا زي شلوك ولا دينكا. اول حاجه يعني ليه لغه بتاع شلوك ودينكا في كلمات مشتركه. نحن في كتاب انا كتبت اسمه هنا، انا كتبت اسماء بتاع كثير، فانا بس الناس يرجعوا في الشات في كلاب هاوس. طبعا الناس اللي في فيسبوك ما حيسمعوا، ما حيقدروا يشوفوا اسماء الكتب ديل، لكن الناس اللي في كلاب هاوس هم اكيد طبعا حيرجعوا في الشات وحيرجعوا.
كان لقيت فرصه يا استاذ رسلوا لي في ماسنجر وانا بعمل لهم بوست في فيسبوك.
Oh, that would be a good idea. Okay. في كتاب اسمه Man, Past and Present by Professor Kane. It's published in 1899. So he talk about بيتكلم عن التاريخ بتاع البشرية كله، يعني ما جنوبين بس ولا أفارقة بس، يعني الأصل بتاع البشرية كله أصولهم من وين وليه في تشابه والقبائل اللي شقة من قبائل. ففي كتاب ده طبعا تصنيف بتاع دينكا ونوير كقبيلة هم مصنفوهم the Southern Nilo Sahara Group، يعني مجموعاتهم كده اسمهم كده. وهم طبعا نوير ودينكا، وفي قبيله في تشاد اسمه سهارة. يعني قبيله مشهوره، حتى لو مشيت كتبت اسمهم في جوجل وعملت كليك للايمجز للصور، هتشوف الناس دي عندهم شلوغ زي شلوغ بتاع دينكا. يعني حتى عندهم كلانز بتاعهم ذات اسماء مشترك مع اسماء بتاع دينكا. عندهم كلان مشهور اسمه مدينغي، يعني ده واحد من عشائر بتاع سهارة في جنوب تشاد. فالناس دي كانوا ساكنين في مناطق بتاع كردفان الحسي، يعني الشلوك وقبائل الجولو in general، يعني هم نايلوتكس. يعني حتى كلمة نايلوتك ذاته كلمة بتاع جولو بس. حتى الشماليين اللي بيتكلموا هسي قالوا أصل الحضارة عندهم الحضارة جولو actually the ancient people of the Nile، يعني الناس القدام بتاع النيل. حتى اللغة ذاته بتاع اللغة الهيروغرافية، يعني حتى الصورة اللي أنا خدتها ده أول، يعني according طبعا to mythology، يعني الديانات بتاع نايل فالي القديم، انه ده اول نبي يعني اسمه توت يعني. لما الدينكا جاء بعد ما سقوط الاندلس، دينكا كثيرين they were pushed down into South Sudan. معلش انا حلقت عربي وانجليزي لانه الواحد يتعود على الانجليزي. فالقبائل العربيه لما هاجروا هم يعني الصحارى ديل، يعني they were pushed to southern Chad، ودينكا ونوير they were pushed into what we call South Sudan today. ودينكا ونوير لما قطعوا جابوا زول، يعني زول يعني هم عندهم is a legend اسمه ايوه اللونغار. يعني اي دينكاو ذاته بيعرف ايوه اللونغار. وقطعوا البحر اللي اسمه بحر العرب، ايوه اللونغار وقطعوا البحر. فهم لما جلقوا مجموعات بتاع جولو كانوا قاعدين هناك، ومجموعات دي لانه الاسماء بتاع جولو اللي بنعرفها هسي ده اسماء حديثه. يعني قبائل يعني عشائر بتاع جولو تانيين انفصلوا من بعض واختلطوا بعشائر تانيين وكونوا قبائل بتاع جولو اللي انا بنعرفهم هسي. فالقبائل بتاع جولو القدام كانوا موجودين في قبيله اسمه شاي، يعني ده في اتجاه الشرقي، وكان شاي وكان ديل طبعا مهمين جدا قوي. شاي ده طبعا يو انشق منه ناس مابان، يعني هم اصولهم من شاي. انا طبعا ما بعرف كوما، انا I never know، يعني انا ما بعرف لغتهم كيف، so I cannot put them in that category. وكان يو كان قاعدين في الصايد ده، كان حس ان احنا بنقول عليهم فوق، يعني الناس زمان كان اسمه كان. وفي مجموعه ثاني اسمه بال، في مجموعه ثاني اسمه قون، في مجموعه ثاني اسمه اللور، في مجموعه ثاني اسمه لويل، وفي مجموعه اسمه ثور. يعني دول المجموعات بتاع جولوه الزمان. فنحن الشلوك نحن مخلوطين من مجموعتين. طبعا المجموعه اللي كانوا العائله الحاكمه اللي كانوا في ويت بايت اسمهم ني بوا، يعني ده اسمهم القديم ني بوا. ده فيهم ناس بتاع كوارا بتاع انشول كلهم هم كانوا ني بوا. ف يعني ني كان ده هو اصلا يعني ابوه يو كان ملك. فبعد ما ابوه مات هم ما قدروا يتفقوا مع اخوانه عشان منو اللي حيخلف ابوه. فهم انفصلوا، اختلفوا وانفصلوا. فني فوار لما انفصلوا هم شتتوا في كلانز بتاع جولو اللي كانوا موجودين. فالمملكه الاولى طبعا ني كان ده بيقولوا ني كان غودو كوا. طبعا ني كان عنده اخوانه كثير، عنده اخو اسمه موي وور وجيل وديم، يعني he have a lot of brothers لانه ابوه اسمه كوا كان عنده نسوان كثير. وكوا ده ابوه اسمه مول، sometimes they would refer to it as mal. And Malda is wua makwa. Makwa ba wuro mor, or sometimes gulo Omar. Omar ba wuro magre, or magre ba wua kol ba wua diangadu. يعني del ملوك الأول في المملكة الأول بتاع نيكا هو. فهم لما شتتوا اختلفوا شتتوا. نيكا أنجا في منطقة بتاع تونجا، فمحل اللي اسمه ويت بنيكا هسي حاصل فوق مشاكل تونجا، ده أول محل قاعد فوق. والكلام اللي قلته قبل صح، يعني سنة 1540 يعني هو زمن ده كوجا. فلما جاء قاعد في محل اسمه بيت بنيكان، فلقى هناك كان في اثنين سلطان بتاع كان، واحد اسمه ايود ده جد الاكبر بتاع جوزيفا برضه، ووانغ ده جد بتاعنا. فقام ادوه محل فسمى المحل بابوي، يعني بابوي وشكر وانغ وايود على محل اللي ادوله. فياهو من هناك ياوني كان توجه ملك تاشلوك ده ياو تاريخ تاشلوك بدا هناك في بابوي ياهو التاريخ اللي احنا بنقوله سنه 1545. فدينك لما قطعوا لقوا مجموعتين اللي كانوا ساكنين السكان الاصليين في المنطقه ده مجموعه اسمه الويل ومجموعه اسمه بال. فالويل كتير هم اختلطوا مع دينكا، يعني حسب الويل ده بقى ما موجود، يعني اغلب في دينكا كتير يعني سبيشالي دينكا بتاع نسويلا اصولهم من الويل. فديل الناس اتدخلوا ضجوا انتو لغه بتاع دينكا، لانه دينكا لما جو كانوا بيتكلموا لغه مختلفه من اللغه اللي هم بيتكلموا بها هسه. ودليل على كده نحن عندنا الور في كونغو. الور ديل عندهم كلمات مشتركه مع دينكا، لكن الناس ديل they never come in contact with دينكا، which is mean اللغه ده اصلا كان بتاع جولوا، والناس ديل اللغه ده دخلهم according اختلاط اللي حصل بيناتهم. يعني حسي نحن بنشوف حسي نحن مثلا زي شلوك هسي قاعدين في خرطوم، ناس يعني دخلوا اللغه العربيه في ضجر، يعني في ناس هسي ده لما بيتكلموا يعني كلمات كثيره بلغه عربيه. So over time الكلمات دي ذاتها يعني الكلمات اللي كان اصلها شلوك بيختفي، فالناس بيستخدموا كلمات بتاع يعني اللغات كلمات العربيه او الانجليزيه بيستبدلوا الكلمات الاصليه. فده اللغات بيختلطوا كده، يعني لما شعوب بيختلطوا اكيد لغاتهم بتختلط، وهم شنو يطلع فيهم يعني they will create a new language mix of those two languages those two tribes used to speak. اما منطقه يعني تاريخ السردت القبيل كله صح. في نقطه بس انا داير اقول، زمان لما محمد علي غزا السودان، يعني ولده الغزا السودان سنه 1820، فلما سقط مملكه سنار او مملكه الفوني، هو كان اصلا عايز يحتل اثيوبيا بس ما قدر. يعني هو يعني الدفاع he went في محل اللي احنا بنقول له الفشك الليله، فمحل كان اسمه فازقولي يعني الاسم القديم. فعمل مديريات في جنوب السودان، في السودان كله والسودان كله كان في مديريات، يعني 8 مديريات. يعني ده طبعا النظام التركي زمان، يعني today is equivalent to ولايات. ففي سنة 1830 يعني كان 7 مديريات، سنة 1830 فشورة بقى المديرية رقم 8. فمحمد علي باشا نفسه زار السودان سنة 1839. فمديريات ديل فازقولي دي ياو حسي نحن بنقول عليه فشقة، سنار، خرطوم، كسلة، بربر، دنقلة، كردفان، انفشورة. يعني جنوب السودان ده كله كان اسمه فشورة في الزمن ده. فالاسم ده بقى لحد وقت مع الفرنسيين يعني انت قلت قبل غيروا العاصمه من فشوده لقطر. فلما الفرنسيين انسحبوا ياهو كيتشنر ياهو غير الاسم، يعني من قطر غيروا كان اسمه actually the White Nile Province. فالعاصمه اللي خلاه قطر لكن غير اسم بتاع المديريه، فبقى اسمه شنو؟ the White Nile Province. ووينجيت اللي كان حاكم بتاع السودان اللي شال الحكم بتاع السودان بعد كيشنا، هو لما اسس the White Nile Province هو شال he was the upper White Nile Province. فلما وينجيت عايز ياسس ولايه بتاعت النيل الابيض هو شال كلمه اسم الابيض من اسم بتاع upper White Nile Province, then he became upper Nile Province as we know it today. طبعا دينك لما هاجروا قبل كمان ذكرت نقطة مهم قوي، لما كانوا في منطقة بتاع يعني بيقولوا زراف فالي وجزيرة بتاع زراف، ده كان الموطن الأصلي للدينكا بتاع بادان الموجودين هسه نحن هنا في عدن. هم هاجروا سنة 1775 وكوي كوكاب ده جابوا. يعني حتى مخليك من المصدر انت قلت في مصدر ثاني، يعني كتاب مشهور قوي كتب واحد انثروبولوجيست اسمه داونفيل فيكي، هو ذاته جاء يعني زول ده جاء دي الناس الحكومه البريطانيه كلفهم عشان to study يعني the tribes of South Sudan. وفي صفحات 124 تلقى الكلام ده يعني مكتوب انه دينكا بتاع بادانجل هم هاجروا من زراف بالي، وده نوير يو طردهم من هناك، وما نوير براهم، حتى دينكا ذاته كان انه خلافات براهم، عشان كده طردوهم. ونوير they pushed them خلاهم يقطعوا نهر الصوبات وجو في منطقه بتاع النيل هسي. يعني معظم the areas هم اللي قاعدين فوق هسي ده كان بتاع مابان وناس اللي كان اسمه بال ديل ياهو لما جيلو انشق من يكان طبعا انضم لهم بال وبعدين they create what we call a New York today. يلا في مجموعه صغير كمان كان لقوه هناك اسمه غونغ. غونغ ده حتى لحد هسه في نيويورك ذات في محل اسمه غونغ نيويورك. يعني غونغ ده يعني الكلان القديم بتاع جولول القدام وهم اللي اسسوا. يعني القبيله الوحيده اللي ممكن تقول هو من one section من جولول القديم ده باري. يعني باري هم من نيبا هو you know وناس our brother Luo بحر غزال also the mix. يعني هم ميكس من ثور وبال وبسيط الفضل من الويل ونيبا هو الهاجر. طبعا جال عشيره بتاع ديمون هاجر وفات رجع في منطقه بتاعت بحر غزال. So this is what I want to say. اما عن مثلا خلافات اللي كان قالوا داغلوف جونسون قال كان في war between شلوك. المشكله بتاع anthropologists هم قاعد يخلطوا بين الاسماء. يعني هم they don't use the all names. يعني زي ما قلت لك انت قلت قبل كان اصلا كان قاعد يشاكل مع كانديل before هم became فون. لانه فون ده لما تاسس المجموعه اللي رفض انه يكونوا تحت سلطه بتاع كان اتلموا مع شويه كمان مجموعه اللي كان اسمهم شاي يعني section برضه من مابان. then they created what we call as Fun Kingdom. يعني وكلام ده يعني تم في عهد بتاع ملك بتاع فون اسمه بادي ابو دقل سنه 643. يعني this is a guy who لما تحالف مع العرب he came for a revenge war. يعني في سنه 1678 وجاء وغزا المناطق الشرقيه في شمال شلوك. ده السبب اللي خلى غرب بتاع شلوك الكثير في شمال المناطق بتاع رنجا يرجعوا في الضفه الغربيه بتاعت النيل. الكلام ده حصل سنه 1687. بعدين ابو ديجن طبعا لما تحالف مع مع عبد الله في مملكه السلطنه الزرقاء المعروف في تاريخ السودان. فنحن التاريخ ده موجود. يعني حتى الانجليز لما جو مناطق بتاع ملكال ده منطقه ملكال ده ما كان ذات مدينه. يعني كان قريه. حتى اول خريطه انا عندي خريطه ده هسه انا اي اوريد من دار الوثائق البريطانيه موجود عندي انا. يعني دي الخريطه الاصليه. فملكال كان قريه زمن ده كان العاصمه في كودوك. يعني قبل ما ينقلوا العاصمه لملكال. فملكال كان قريه. ملكال ما كان موجود في الخريطه. يعني وازن ان ماب ذات لانه ملكال اتاسس بعد الحرب العالميه الاولى. حولوا العاصمه من كودوك لملكال. يعني after 1919 قاموا حولوا العاصمه من كودوك لملكال. فالوثائق موجوده. يعني ده يعني في اكثر من يعني اللي عندي حسي دلوقتي ده اكثر من 13 كتاب عن دينكا نوير شلوك زاندي باري. يعني قبائل تاع جنوب السودان كله. فالناس دي معروفه اصولها معروفه ودينكا اصولهم ذاتهم معروف. والاحسن حاجه كمان حسي يعني الطفره بتاع الجينات بتاع الدي ان اي ده حسي ده هيحل مشاكل كتير قوي. يعني حتى في كتاب اسمه تريس هيومن دي ان اي ذا بيج سربرايز. حتى وروا ذاته دي ان اي بتاع شنو او بتاع جولو ان جنرال شنو ودي ان اي بتاع دينكا شنو دي ان اي بتاع نزاند شنو. سو الحاجات ده ذاته ممكن يعني بيكون ذاته مراجع علميه. يعني بتاع دي ان اي طبعا انت ما ممكن تغالط فوق. فالدينكا هم مهاجرين. هم هاجروا لجنوب السودان ومن جنوب السودان هاجروا لعالمين. يعني المنطقه اللي هم اللي قاعدين فوقهم هسي ده يعني لو في ناس ممكن they can claim that land ده مابان وانيواك. يعني لانه انيواك ده اغلبهم طبعا من بال ومناطق اللي تذكرتهم ناس دونغ ناس اكوكو ده كله كانوا مناطق زمان. يعني واخر حاجه بس اللي انا يقولوا انه بس بتاع الرد قبيل هو دكوب هو ولد بوج. لانه بوج ده هو ولد بتاع دواد وبوج ده هو ولد دكوب. طبعا دكوب ده هو كان صغير فاخوتهم اليهو كانت كبيره اسمها ابو دك او sometimes the children referred to her as alan yaboy. يعني دي هي كانت كوين اول. يلا بعد كده جاء اخوه دكوت then دكوت ياهو ولد ياهو اسمه هو دكوت. اما توفيقيه ده كان عملوه في عهد بتاع رد الجنگ. طبعا عملوا واحد اسمه صامويل بيكر كستيشن عشان يكافح به التجارة بتاع الرقيق. فهو يعني سنة هو لما عملوا الحاكم العام بتاع السودان بتاع الولايات بتاع السودان يعني Southern Sudanese province at that time. ففاد لغدا الجنگ واخد منه إذن وجاء عمل اسم المنطقة ده في سنة 1870 توفيقية as a station. حتى هو قاعد هناك almost 9 شهور في المنطقة ده. حتى عنده صور ذاته شالوا في توفيقية by that time. طبعا photography was there. So عنده صور هناك شالوا في المنطقة ده منطقة توفيقية. So توفيقية ده انتهى بعد وكان أصلا يعني مركز. ولما نحولوا العاصمة لملكال فتوفيقية ده خلاص it was abandoned and people moved to Malakal. So I will stop here if anybody have a question and I'm more than happy to answer.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ جوليوس. أنا هنا نفتح يد للناس في فيسبوك also لو في ناس دايرين يسألوا comment question أو أنتوا دايرين تيجوا داير تعمل comment تعليق is highly welcome. برضو أنا داير أكد للناس قبل ما نفتح الفرصة للناس اللي قاعدة في كلاب هاوس أي زول داير يجي فوق لازم يكون عندك first name وعندك the last name. You have the two name. We have to know إنه ده the rule بتاع South Sudan Political Club. الناس اللي دايرين يخشوا في فيسبوك لو انتم قاعدين تتابعوا لينك انا برضو هرسل لكم لينك is actually welcome. انا هنا بس بدينا الجزء بتاعت انا ما داير اي زول جاي فوق عندك مداخله تعال قول مداخلتك ولا السؤال بتاعك في كلام اللي قلناه الليله ده. انا ما دايرينه to be mixed نينا ماشيين بتسلسل. الجزء الثاني من البرزنتيشن will be on Saturday after tomorrow هنعمله بعد بكره وده جزء فيه حاجات كتير وده جزء اللي نجي نشرح الكونفليكت بتاعت الصراع بتاع الاراضي هسه ده بدا وين، القصه بتاعت الحرب الاراضي ده بين تشولو ونوك ومنوديل وفدان ده جا من وين، بدا كيف. انا بجي بواصل بشرح لكم يوم السبت والناس المجالس الفازه في الانتخابات لانه في كلام كتير اكاذيب انا كنت قاعد اسمع في السوشيال ميديا. I will defeat all these liars بعد بكره يوم السبت نقول لكم الحقائق التاريخيه وباسماء بتاع الناس منو الرشاهم في الدوائر بتاعتنا من اول انتخابات 53. just be patient. كلام ده كله هيكون بعد بكره. نحن ماشيين بالتسلسل. انت داير تجي فوق اي كلام قلناه ده تاريخ وعندنا مراجع وانا نزلت اسامي بتاع مراجع اباني رسلهم لي استاذ جوليوس برضه كان قبل انا ما كتبته انا برضه نزلته تقريبا معظم المراجع اللي شلنا منه معلومات نزلناهم. بس انا في مرجع انا ما قبل شيء انا ما كتبته انا ما اللي كتبته لكن اي كلام انا قلته قبل انا اشتغلت بالساينتفك كوتيشن اللي بيشيلوا به الكوتيشن انه انت لما تشيل كلام how do you quote it this is what I did وبقول الاسم بتاع الزول التاريخ والشابتر البيجز بتاع الشابتر بتاع الفيو والكلام ده شنو. هنفتح قبل ما نفتح فرصه جوليوس عندك اسماء بتاعت ملوك بتاعت تشالو انا كان دايرك تقراو لو نوي عندي اجرام
بالمنطقه ولا جالس اسماء بس
بمنطقه زهرة عشان ناس كثيرين ما عارفين لانه لما تيجي تتكلم شلوك ده ملوك انت بعدها جاي تتكلم في زمن ملك انت خشيت شنو ده كله. so go ahead اقرا بمنطقه my brother thank you.
no worries yeah. اول كين طبعا ني كان غوركوا من سنه 1545 لحد 1575 طبعا منطقته في محل اسمه نيلوان كان وحكم بعد ولده اسمه تشال ويني كان من سنة 1575 لحد 1590 محل اسمه دين انتونجا. then داك ويني كان طبعا كلمة واد يعني ابن للناس اللي ما بيعرفوا هذا شلون. من سنة 1590 لسنة 1605 طبعا كان في بال بني دوي طبعا في ايست بانك. يدور ودني كان نمرة 4 بسنة 1605 ل 1615 في قرب. then كان أوشول ودني كان من سنة 1615 ل 1635 في ديتانغبوا East Bank also. then there's the word Wadachol من سنة 1635 ل 1650 في ماكال يا هو مدينة ملكال ذاته إيست بنك بوج ود يعني من سنة 1650 ل 1660 في محل اسمه أبانياي I think أبانياي yeah then أبو ظبي the queen يعني هي ملكة نيا بوج طبعا هي also known as ألال نيا بوج يعني واسمها برضو أتر يعني معروفة بثلاثة أسماء من سنة 1660 لسنة 1670 محل اسمه توار دتهم إيست بانك also عندك دكو وورد بوج سنة 1670 لسنة 1690 ده الزول الأسس في شودا لكن منطقته الأصلي كان في محل اسمه دكو ده ولده الأسس في شودا سوري دكو وورد بوج في محل اسمه أواج وق في إيست بانك ده من واج وق طبعا حسب يقولون واج وق لكن اسمه أواج وق أو وات باج وق أصلا ده الاسم الأصلي then بوراه خلف ولده اسمه توكوا دكو سنة 1690 لسنة 1710 ده الزول الأسس في شودا يعني ده الكينج الأسس في شودا وبعديه مك اسمه أوكون وتو سنة 1710 لسنة 1715 في محل اسمه بابور then رد نيادواي وتو ده أخو أوكون من سنة 1710 لسنة 1745 في كوتوك then عندك مو وينيا دواي من سنة 1745 لسنة 1750 في نيجير. Sorry, I didn't tell you the numbers. ده كان مو كان نمرة 13 نمرة 14 ده واد ونيش ولا واق sometime وينيا دواي من سنة 1750 لسنة 1760 في محل اسمه بوكين في وبوا إيست بانك ده في منطقتكم ذاته. Then عندك this name is very hard يعني بقى DYATGUTH
ده زادو
وين دواي
ده يا خلاني اقول لك كده لانه الملك ده انا اللي بيجيبوا زول فوق عن دي كونفرنس انا ما نمبر 60 واصل ما قدرت اقراه.
ده نمبر 15 من سنة 1760 لسنة 1770 في فشودة. بقولوا I think تولاب باتاو I think فشودة. then كودي ووكون ده نمرة 16 من سنة 1770 لسنة 1780 في محل اسمه لول يعني القرية بتاعه اسمه بلاب. نمرة 17 ده يور اللي بيقولوا يور نياكوج ده اسم مشهور قوي ده طبعا الأحفاد بتاعه أو بيقولوا نيور برضه وصل لحد تونجا. وكودي يعني من سنة 1780 لسنة 1820 في لول برضه. ده نمرة 18 أني وديور من سنة 1820 لسنة 1825 في قرن. نمرة 19 ده أكواد وديور من سنة 1825 لسنة 1835 في محل اسمه أوغار. أوغار برضه إيست بانك. ده عندك أوان وديور من سنة 1835 لسنة 1840 في نيجير. ده عندك أكواد ودكواد من سنة ده نمرة 21 من سنة 1840 لسنة 1845 في أغار ده في شمال شلوك. يب ده عندك نمبر 22 ده نيدوك وديور من سنة 1845 لسنة 1893 في دتم ده برضه في إيست بانك. ده عندك كواد كير ودكواد ده نمرة 23 سنة 1836 لسنة 1869 في أوغار برضه في إيست بانك. ده عندك الجيان وينيدوك من سنة 1869 لسنة 1875 في فشودة. نمرة 25 كوشكون وورد كوادكي ده من سنة 1875 لسنة 1882 ده في اوغاد برضه ايست بانك. عندك يور ودا كوتش ده نمرة 26 من سنة 1882 لسنة 1892 في كودك برضه. ده نمرة 27 عندك كور الأول أو بيقولوا يعني the first كور واد نيتوك من سنة 1892 لسنة 1903 في محل اسمه كول. ده نمرة 28 أكول واد باتكي. And طبعا we was ruling the same time with Kur. طبعا there was an incident that time.
بديت quite care.
Yeah. Then نمرة 29 ده هو بديت واد باتكي من سنة 1903 لسنة 1917 في واو إيست بانك برضه. Then عندك نمرة 30 ده بابيت ده هو يقولوا غبوان برضه واد يور من سنة 1917 لسنة 1944 في محل اسمه بولبان ده في شمال شلوك. ده عندك واد كور من سنة 1944 لسنة 1945 برضه في بولبان. ده عندك نمرة 32 ده واد بديت من سنة 1945 لسنة 1951 ده في الكويت في بني دويت إيست بانك برضه. ده عندك كورة تاني اللي هو كور وابابيت من سنة 1951 لسنة 1974 في يود في كودك. ده عندك أيام ورنا يكور من سنة 1974 لسنة 1992 في محل اسمه أويكيال فشودة. ده عندك وين يجوا كون وداك من سنة 1992 تكارن في محل اسمه يوم. So those are the Cholo King.
شكرا جزيلا انثروبولوجيست جوليوس لقرايتك للاسماء بتاع ملوك بتاع شلو عشان يكون واضح للناس لانه ده تاريخ. في سؤال قبل ما نجيب نرفع ناس، في سؤال هنا ترى زول اسمه يوحنا اكوك في كلاب هاوس قال كدايت له قريته جوليوس. امشي فوق شويه كده بتلقاه يعني ما بعيد شديد. اللي هو قاعد يقول جوليوس when did you say Denka Apadang arrived in Upper Nile in
انا قريته. انا فهمت سؤاله. طبعا هو ما في يعني كلمه Upper Nile افتكر انه does include the greater Upper Nile including Unity State. so نحن بنتكلم عن دنكا بتاع Apadang اللي موجودين في ولايه بتاع Upper Nile ما في Ruang administrative area. so yeah هو بس عايز clarifications لانه افتكر ان احنا بنتكلم عن دنكا بتاع Unity.
جميل جدا. انا كنت داير اوضح يمكن لو كان ده سؤاله يعني زي ما انا قريته قبل في كتاب بتاع ابراهيم بدري one of the notes of Sudan صفحه 40 برضو يتكلم في ديفرنت اللي هو الدينكا بتاعت ابيلان اللي هو بيشمل ابيلان وعندك بلوج وعندك دنجول. ديل المigration بتاعهم according to ابراهيم بدري it was different from ngok براهم. ده نازل المigration بتاعهم was different. انا قريت كوتيشن قبل لو في ضروره ممكن نقراه ثاني. انا افتح فرصه.
لا انت عارف ادوارد وما قصده شنو؟ قصده بيمنم وبانرو يا ديو ناس بلو دنكرو بيمنم وبانرو
يا لا وبرا يا different. قبل في كوتيشن بتاع دوغلاس جونسون ونزلنا اسم بتاع مرجع يعني للناس اللي قاعدين في كلاب هاوس وفيسبوك. برضو انا شايف سفير ايمانويل جا تحت لانه قبل انا قلت يمكن the last 2 years كان عمل presentation يعني issue بتاع شلولان. ليلة طبعا went so deep into it with more quotation from the anthropologists exactly عشان لانه في اكاذيب كثيره خالص. جزء من الحاجات التاريخ اننا نتواصل فوقه في الحلقه بتاعت يوم السبت. هنفتح فرصه للناس لو في عندك سؤال عندك مداخله. انا I post the link on the Facebook if there is someone want to come up. The link actually is down there on the clubhouse. You are also welcome. وجوليوس هيكون قاعد فوق. عندك سؤال عندك كومنت يد مفتوح.
اسمع ادوارد عندي اختراع بس لو تطلع باني فوق عشان هيك في كان كنترول اسمه
كويس. خلاص دوج. فرصة مفتوحة يا اخوانا، لو بقى في any comment سؤال لكلام اللي قلناه ده. Dengarup, I accepted the request. Yeah, Abani, لو عندك تعليق مرحبا بك. Before we go forward, you will be moderator with us.
لا شكرا إدوارد جلس على التاريخ اللي انتوا قدمته. لأنه ضروري شديد يعني لما الناس ما ترجع للهيستوري، حاجات كتير بكون يعني ناس كل زول بس داير يقدم حاجة على حسب أغلو، يعني بالذات مايجريشن بتاع كولو في محلاتهم حاليا هم قاعدين فيه. the history of migration زي ما ناس في تعليق قبل من ويلسون تونكور بأنه الدينكا جو في around 1200 to 1300. But as we all know, and all the proofs that you have provided, and Julius, and we all know that we have arrived to our current place in around 1545. So zaman ده طبعا نيكان وجيلو كويس، وأو أهلنا نيوك كنا ماشيين مع بعض يعني كويس. so ما في حاجة بقول بإنه هم كانوا هناك في زمن ده. فأنا سألت عن evidence كويس اللي هو قدمه قبل هنا. so التاريخ هو تاريخ، يعني مهما كان حاولنا بإنه إحنا دارين نزيف التاريخ ده هسه it will not work because we have a lot of references and nobody, you cannot create the history from today. كويس. This is just the brief thing I want to say, but otherwise you guys did a great job, Edward and Julius. Let me stop here. Thank you.
شكرا أباني. كلام اللي قاعد يقول ويلسون ده كلام ما صح وما عنده scientific historical evidence. I will challenge him because حتى الكتاب بتاعت لو هو قرأ الكتاب بتاعت Sudan Blood Memory, the legacy of war, ethnicity and slavery in South Sudan by Stephanie Buswick. ده بيتكلم عن دينكا migration. الكلام اللي قاعد يقوله ده غلط. يعني قول له قرأ الكتاب ده. Even the Denka divinity كلمش يقرأه. ما بيبقى كلام بتاعت it. You can just create and vacuum from your mind and put it into the true history. That is not true. And then when it comes on scientific evidence, we provided all the documents when Aizol immigrated, and also they agree on it. Let me welcome Ambassador. Before I give Ambassador, let me نمر نفرندل Charles Ukot, but then Ambassador, because maybe will take time a little bit because he make a presentation زي ما أنا قلت قبل في بداية إنه أنا ده أول presentation نعمله الليلة because of حاجات كتير أخطاء ماشي وننا شايفينه وبيجي بيطلعونا زادنا ما عندنا الوطا, and we are able to speak and clear the things. So we started with نمشي عندنا part 2, 1 and 2. Part 1 الليلة اتكلمنا عن historical records and evidence we provided me and Julius. يوم السبت هنجي نمسك النقطة الثانية بتاعت المديريات بتاعت على النيل وموضوع بتاع الصراع بتاع الارض بتاع تشالو ده بدت كيف. ناس قالوا دينك قالوا تشالو الوطن بتاعنا بدا 200. الكلام ده كله سيبريتد، ده يكون كله بعد يوم السبت عشان نخلي الرؤيه يكون كلير للجنوبين. and the video is here, will be in YouTube and Facebook, and also will be recorded in the clubhouse. So everybody, you want to come up, come and bring your evidence. So CPI, let me give you between 5 to 7 minutes, and then I will go to the OCOP. Go ahead.
Thank you, brother Edward. I'm not sure I am, but just forgive me. I'm coming no. Salam takun kulu. Happy New Year, my neighbors. Brother Engineer Edward, Julius, Okot, Ambassador Emmanuel, and Sister Bani. Wakulu jaranta ya mustamirene na fi Romania. Wa muatnin tanna fita Equatoria. This is General Charles Bjornsson for the record, the leader of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. I'm proud Equatorian. Edward, I just got you when you are reading about, when Julius is reading about the kings that rule the Cholo and where they come from in the Cholo land. The reason that Najafo Kinida is because of the history that has been rewritten by the Dinka. And they want to impose a new history to some of the lands like the Cholo Kingdom, Upper Nile. Like what they are trying to create, that they are now Dinka of Equatoria. And yet, even without books, oral history, some of these are not being written. We don't have Dinka. But you know what? They are writing books, claiming nonsense. You know? Now, Kulu Kingzel, al Julius Agarada, Kulu Majain min East Bank. So that means the ownership of East Bank, the land belongs to the Cholo people. Yakwana, the excuses allowing the Dinka to occupy land is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. If people accept them to continue like that, they will continue to grab land of other people. It needs to be stopped. Immigration happened, Edward, long time ago, and it was stopped after 1956. Okay? So now people who want to move because they have the power. They have the leadership. They have the military power. They have everything, economic power. And they use the method of genocide and killing to claim the land of other people. So I don't know whether the people, the Dinka Apadang and the other Dinka like Bor and other Dinka from Bragazal or Upper Nile, do they want us to behave like the Twitch Mayar did? Who now fought their land and chased the Dinka Ngok from their own land? So this claim to as Dinka is Bengda, Dinka Ajida Padangda, should not be tolerated. You know? Now with the events that is going on in the Cholo Kingdom, they are now proud. Rastom Mobiga going. As they call this the end of the world. Do you know what will happen to you tomorrow? But you'll come to your neighbor. That's why we have to live in peace between neighbors. But don't use your power so that you can take my land. Don't use your power to humiliate me. This history is very straight. Not even that the Apadang know where they believe. The Cholo know where their kingdom ends. Why people twist things just recently because they are now in power. Was someone mama for power? Malkan mama claim. These are all nonsense. Thank you.
Shukran, CPI. Thank you so much. I will give Okot, then I will give Ambassador. After Ambassador spoke. Well, Ambassador, do you want me to give Talar Neferdel than you
والله أنا كنت داير أخذ شوية من الفوكس.
خلاص go ahead.
Presentation.
خلاص go ahead. Let me stop. Go ahead. Then Okot will come after.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, first of all, thank you, Bajmahandis Edward, for hosting this important show, the historic show. ده مهم جدا. لأنه تاريخ ما ممكن نزيفه. There are evidence that are there, and history is very important for us to understand our past, for us to understand our present, and for us also to work for our future. Let me also wish Happy New Year to Ustaz Julius and I thank you also for his very elegant presentation. And also let me say Happy New Year to my sister Abani. And it's good to see you guys, Brother Okot Deng, Tofik, and CPI. I wish you a quick recovery. You know, this season has been a season of flu and sickness. I just recovered from it a couple of days ago. And also, let me not forget the compatriots and South Sudanese who are watching and listening to this important topic. The purpose, I believe, behind this is to set record straight. It's not done to show that Shuluk are people who are the most cultured or to make some Shuluk arrogant in their history. No, I think that's not the purpose of it. The purpose of the room is to give a perspective of where we are, where we came from, and where we're going. I thank you, Edward and Julius, but I wanted that if you were not in a hurry, part one should have been exhausted only on the issues of how the Shuluk migrated from Baragazal, from Part1, from Atwot, which is 50 miles south of Rumbek. That is the home corridor of the Luos. So I would have loved that you should not hurry this episode.
Go ahead.
The first episode
you can talk
should
about
have done, yes, with the migration of the Luos. Why is it important, the migration of the Luos in Baragazal? Because the Luos believe, and I'm talking about the greater Luos. When I talk about the greater Luo, I'm talking about the Luo in Kenya, the Luo in Tanzania, the Acholi, the Padolo, the Alur in Congo, the Anuak in Sudan and Ethiopia, the Pari, the Dimo, the Bor, or Blanda, you call them Blanda Bor, which is the son of Nika. It is important, and Bel also. Because these people, the Luo, are the people who are native to Baragazal. Because once we go to the roots of the Luo migration in Baragazal, we'll understand that who was there in Baragazal. Mama Kalambeta Harjala Sake do Lokbata Ulafo Doran. So I would love that, Julius, I know you are capable and you have done a lot of work and it's your field. I wanted you to devote without any hurry and have a presentation on the genesis of the Luo, starting from which Paduwat, what we call today Atwot, which is 50 miles south of Rumbek. That is the corridor of the Luo. And not only the corridor of the Luo. Last week, Oxford University compiled genetics or genes from different people of the world. And they have come to a conclusion that most of us knew. That the origin of all the human beings that are living on earth today is from Sudan. Mana what? Mana those who believe in Abrahamic religions, which is Judaism, Christian, and Islam. And those who believe in the story of Adam and Eve. That means Adam and Eve can't move within Sudan. John Garang used to say this, I don't know how many of you used to remember. Garang once said, do you know, Adam or Eve, and the Garden of Eden was here because Garden of Eden was watered by two rivers. And one of the important rivers to the presentation is Gihon, which is the Blue Nile. It's called by the English Blue Nile. The Ethiopian call it Gihon. And this is one of the attributes or the rivers that used to water the Garden of Eden. Today it has been proven that the beginning of mankind is none other than in Sudan itself. Now, in Sudan, we are a part of it. Of course, people migrate back and forth. But the Luos are one of the original indigenous of that land, direct descendants of Adam himself. Because if you look And I gave this presentation before, an article written by a Kenyan historian, and talks about the names of the son of the Kush. You have the name like what's his name again? So the names that he quoted, I will try to get the article later on. These names are still today fresh and used by the Luos. So it was not a fiction. It means we are the origin of the mankind itself. So I would like Julius to also, next time, rather than rushing to the issues of boundaries, to also give a depth analysis and historical record references, because this is an intellectual forum, Jama. Don't mahal kalam habo, but sorry to say. Duma kalam ta andayat. The kalam with evidence and scholarly, footnotes. So we hope that Julius will give also this a service to take the Luo from their homeland of Bargazal. Because when you go to Bargazal in the times of the ancient times, you will know who are the indigenous people of Bargazal. And this is not to make other people less Bargazalian. History is dynamic. People move back and forth. So by us going to the history of Bargazal and Luo, it does not deprive others from being Bargazalian. That is history we are telling. It is different today. The same thing in America. If you look at the Americans and the indigenous Americans, the natives Americans, are the Red Indians. You go to Canada too, are Red Indians. But this is history then. America today is not for Red Indians. American is the European whites. Nobody talks about the natives of the Red Indians. The same thing with Canada. Today is who? Is the white Europeans. It does not also negate the fact that this land was owned by the Red Indians, or what you call the natives. But it also does not negate that the white Americans now who are staying there are not Americans. And this is very important. Lano Junubin sometimes they have very narrow minds. وكنتكلم عن التاريخ وتقول ناس جو من هناك وجاز من وين طوال بكورغو. But this is how human beings. History is history of migration. That is one. The second part I wanted also you to look at is the Shuluk before the Turks, the Uthman Empire, when they came in the 1820s. And which Julius gave some of it. How did the Shuluk live? How did they govern themselves? That is important. And then the third part should be after 1820. Now, when the Atrak came, the first battle they had with the Shuluk was 1839. When the Kurosur Baburat Bitam, they want to go all the way to the south to discover the lands. In 1838, 1839, they were defeated, they went back, but they came more prepared this time. And they went all the way to Zaraf and brought some slaves. But they also fought with the Shuluk, but they managed to go back to Khartoum. Also, it's important to know that the king of the Shuluk, who was reigning in Fashoda at that time, Kwarke, he refused to greet the ambassadors from the Turks or the Uthman Empire. As a result, he was captured and he died in chains in Kodok because he refused to surrender to the Turks. The Turks wanted men to go and fight. Also, don't forget the history of the Shuluk commander called Pagan. I think you know him very well, Julius, who went and fought in Mexico. And he became the first Sudanese commander of the 12 battalions of the Uthman Empire. He was captured as a slave and brought to Kaka in 1840. And he was sold to the Egyptians. And he became an officer of the Egyptian 12th battalion. He went and fought in Mexico. And he was awarded the Medal of Bravery by Napoleon in France. Don't forget also the wars that was fought. The first battle that was fought by the Mahdi in Jabal Gider. That is where the king Kuikun that you mentioned earlier, Julius. King Kuikun and the last Medir, Bitakodok, Yusuf Bey.
Oh.
Yes. Yusuf Bey. They led an army of 1,500 to go and attack Mahdi in Jabal Gider. But there's a woman in the Sudanese folk history who used to reside in Kodok. She went to Jabal Gadir and informed Mahdi about the pending attacks by the Shuluk and the Turks, because Kodok was a garrison. And Mahdi laid an ambush for the Turks and the Shuluk king, the Mamur, the Basha, Yusuf, and King Bikun. They fell into the ambush and they were killed to the last man by the Mahdi, including King Bikun and also the last Bey. And also don't forget this time, Abeda Wang Yom. Fashoda, Ravior, went and paid also allegiance to Mahdi in Lubayt and took all the armament that were there in Kodok and ammunition. These were the armament that Mahdi used to capture Lubayt and also to capture Khartoum. This also is an important history in itself that need to be looked at, so that الإزعاج الكثير الغبار الكثير settle down. Then we will come. Then you guys could come now to the third aspect of it, and the third aspect is the time of the British colony of 1898 and how South Sudan was governed, as you said it. You know, it used to be known as Fashoda. And also don't forget the French incident of the Fashoda incident of July 1898, where the British and the French almost fought a war in Europe here because of the Fashoda incident. Marchand moved from Senegal. It took 3 months and he reached Fashoda. And he made a treaty with the Shulu king. And Fashoda was called San Luis, Port La San Luis. And the French made a deal, the French government, on behalf of the French government by Major Marshal, made a deal with the Shulu king and said that now Shulu kingdom is a protectorate of the French government. Okay. And other Jiang and his descendants, the French will ensure that they will continue ruling Fashoda, which means Fashoda was actually recognized as an independent state called San Luis by the French. This also need to be looked at, Ustaz Julius, and I know you have all the research work that you need to look at. What I wanted to add, and I will make it short, is the part of the Shuluk rise to power. Because for 2 decades in 18th century, when the Sultanate of the Fon was in decline, the Shuluk power on the Nile became absolute during the period of Dokot. Dokot, he used the manpower and the ambush skill of the Shuluk by using the river to raid the territories of northern Sudan and the Fon. This is evident in a statement made by a man called Mr. Brown, who is a Jewish historian. He visited the area of Darfur in 1793 to 1795. He was in Darfur for 2 years. And I quote, and my quotation comes from an article written by Patricia Messer. The title of the article is Shuluk Trade and Politics from mid-17th century to 1861. Shuluk Trade and Politics from mid-17th century to 1861. It was written by Cambridge University Press. It was published in the Journal of African History, Volume 12, Number 3, 1971. And it has almost over 20 pages, from page 407 to page 426. These are reference. And let me quote what Brown said. Okay. It says here that Mr. Brown, the Jewish historian, was informed by caravans, traders, that there was a settlement of black-naked idolaters called the Shuluks, who sit on the opposite bank of the river of Elias, which is now around Jiziraba. Its people had the domain of the river and were accustomed to take toll of all the passengers in such articles of traffic as they pass among them. Okay. So the Shuluk controlled this area to the extent that when Bakr Dar visited Sudan in 1814, he found out that because of the Shuluk raids and control of the Elias, which is almost Gizir Abba, which is actually Gizir Abba, we call it the Shuluk Mujaba. Muj in Shuluk is an island. Abba is the son of my great-grandfather, Rotugo. So Abba is the son of Rotug. So it used to be called Mujaba, which is a little translation to Jizira Abba, which is now controlled by the Ansar. But these were the lands of the Shuluks. So when Bakhdar came in 1814, the situation was so dire that the traffic between Sinar and Lubayt has to change the way and the route to go to Shendi because the Shuluk has blocked it. It is also important to state that before 1820, the Shuluk controlled the Nile all the way. We control the Kir all the way to the Free Freeze of Khartoum without any rivalry or any opposition from any tribe in the Sudan. Okay, you also find it in this article. And what made this possible, as I said earlier, is the canoons of the Shuluks that they use for ambushes, and also the plenty and the result of the manpower. So these are important. And also this, you will find it in the article that I have mentioned. The strength of the Shuluk on the Nile, as I said, was based on their ability to develop canoons, marakib, with the ambushes. And these marakib were made from a special tree. It's called ambacha tree. It's very light, and one canoe could take 8 people or 12. So what the Shuluk will do, they will join the two. So they will make 12, 24. And they'll make many of them. They will travel only at night. Daytime, they will hide in the bushes. They will bring them to the reeds where the enemy does not see them. So by the night, they will be landing on the Arabs and the Funj and surprise attacks. That way, they manage to control the Nile absolutely without any rivalry until the Turks, who came in 1820, of course, and the whole thing changed. Because the Turks, they used the modern weaponry, and they used the modern steamer. So the ambushes, the canoe ambushes of the Shuluks could not stand against them. So this is also very important as a footnote, but I believe that my brother Edward and Julius will take their time. Take your time, please. Don't hurry. Take your time. This is history. You know, will benefit from it. And those who are listening also will know the true history of South Sudan. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Emmanuel. actually for the comment and for the details. Before we move forward, Julius, do you have any comment on what Ambassador said?
Shukran, Ambassador, and yeah, Happy New Year to you too. No, how could I forgot about that incident you mentioned? Even I know it by dead. They يوم 9 شهر 12 سنة 1882 when the Bluff King were killed with the Mudir of Ashore at that time. I know about all this history. The only thing I just want to say too is I can take history even back to the ancient time. Yani, what I just discovered in just the last 6 months about the history of Joluo in general, the larger Joluo, some of them are so shocking to the point even it was very hard for me to believe. Thus, ancient Egyptian, they spoke the language that Joluo speaks today. And I have an undisputed evidence, even from scholars like Sir Alan Gardner. For ancient Egyptian or language or hieroglyph, he is considered one of the legend because he's the second generation of after Thomas Young and
Julius, can you give us the similarities of the word like the pharaoh and other things?
Of course, you know, when the name pharaoh is made up of two words, par is mean home, or is mean God. So when the pharaoh became a king, his body became a temple of gods. That's why they call it Paor. Actually, the real name. It's not pharaoh or pharaoh. These are pronunciation differences. Even the names of Egypt, you know.
So Paor is the same thing with the Shulu, which is Pa, and Or, which is the house of the gods. Yes.
Oh, like about, I can say for sure about 70% of ancient Egyptian language, that's what we speak today. Not only that, all the names of Egypt, because Egypt, Egyptus was named by the Greek. So the real Egypts have been known by many names. There's a name called Pakim. Kim is mean darkness or black or could be sadness. Pa is home, Kim, you know, and also is called Papek. And also it's called Bedouin, and it's also when Egypt and Sudan united, they called Tawi, you know, and the housewife is called Nyebedapar, you know. Even the name Horus, that's what people know as, you know, the token of the king. It's a matter of two names too. Or it's mean God, Ruth is mean king. So it's the God of the king, or the king God, you know. Even the language itself is called hieroglyph, right? That's the translation of the Greek from the ancient name. The real name of that language is called Me the Netter. The word netter was translated as holy. But me is mean for or belong to. Though is a language, netter is mean the holy. You know, a lot of things.
So it actually mean me doc. Okay, well, interesting.
Yeah. But Asan, if you would speak it in our, if we translate it to the Joluo language today, but the me netter, yeah, it's supposed to be like that, or the me netter. Even for example, let us just say the word war, where we should use, it means the great one. To escape is war. Even the pyramids, they are called Mer. This is their real name. Mer, yani mahabba. You know, even the gods of the Nile, his name Eb. You know, the sun is Chung. The sun like SUAN, Chung. The sun like SON, what? You know, it's just crazy. You know, like border is Toj. You know, that's a mix because they said Mao is water, but Mao actually is supposed to be oil because there is B also as there. You know, alcohol is the brewed beer. No, not like the spirit alcohol. The brewed beer is to eat unyam. This is just the thing I can remember now. But even I know how to write everything I'm saying now, So if you guys want me and Abani, we can do a show on live and I can write all this to you.
Yeah, but this is what I said, Julius, that we have to go as back as we can, but it's good that Edward may have his program. But I think you and Edward and Abani need to coordinate and look at this fascinating, because there's an article also that was written by a Kenyan Luo. I will find it out now. Will also take us back to the creation itself and the history of Genesis and bring all the way to Egypt. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And we'll go back actually to that history with Julius. We'll benefit from him. We'll continue with the presentation on Saturday, the second part. We took it from that place because we want to make it very brief to our people and for them to understand the location where we are today and how did everybody come over there and the conflict now of land, how it started. Before we move forward, Julius, there is a question here from our sister. Before I pass the line to Okot, and I have two people on Facebook. They are with me in the studio. I have Mesha Rabram and Gadiel. There is a question from our sister Julius watching from Facebook. Our sister Catherine Wani. She's actually one of the people actually watch the Voice of the People always, and she one of the writers. She made a lot of comments, very positive comments. So she want you to shed the light on how did the Sherlock connected or become connected with to the equatorial land. Actually, she said she mean the Lado Incliffs. How the connection actually it was there. Julius and Ambassador Emmanuel. Julius coming and Ambassador. If you want to make comment before I pass the line.
I didn't understand what she meant by connection of Cholo.
Connection actually to Cholo Kingdom and Lado Incliff.
Well, that's no connection.
Lado Incliff.
Lado Incliff was established when the British made an agreement with the Belgium. So they created, actually the Belgium wanted to get the entire, the western sides of, that's including Western Equatoria and some part of Bahr Ghazal, as they give it to them as to the Belgium government as in case if the British will go to war with French, so the Belgium will side with the British. So that was the agreement, and it's called Congo-Anglo agreement. And then whatever happened, the Belgium, they just took that region, that's Lado Enclave, and they made another agreement. I don't know. I used to have that agreement with me even in paper, but I can't find it now. So thus they can create they will have to create a corridor from Congo, from eastern Congo all the way to Lado Enclave. And that corridor, actually, that's what became as Rwanda and Burundi today. So that's actually because of the incident of Fashoda, that's created Lado Enclave, because Fashoda actually nearly, if not for the Article 2 in that agreement, Equatoria wouldn't be in a different state, and there wouldn't be actually a different colony from South Sudan. But the Article 2 says that when King Leopold died, then the Lado Enclave will go back to South Sudan. And that's what happened when he passed away, that Lado Enclave went back to the British. So, yeah.
Yeah, if I could add something also.
Go ahead, Ambassador.
Lado, as many of you, Lado Enclave, it's just as Julius has said, it was just a part of the land that was leased to Belgium by the British during only for the life of King Leopold. So when Leopold died, it's reverted back to British. That is one. The Lado Enclave that we talked about today, first, the Udman Egyptian province of Equatoria was first visited, according to the references that we have, by Europeans in around 1840s, beginning of 1840s. And it became a place for slavery or slave center and for the ivory of collection. Lano can't feel Ketir, the Equatoria. So the woodman wanted the ivory and also wanted the slaves, so they made a station there. Lado, by the way, Lado was actually part of Barghazal, but it became under the full control of the Egyptian in 1869. In 1869, this is when the Lado enclave or the Lado area became under full control of Egypt. An Egyptian administration appointed a man called Samuel Baker. Samuel Baker was appointed as the first governor or administrator of that area of Equatoria. But Samuel Baker, at that time, he founded the area called Gondokoro. Gondokoro was the first administrative capital of the Equatoria province. Now, when Samuel Baker was removed, and the famous Charles Joy Gordon, that was killed by Mahdi in Khartoum in 1885, he became the governor of Equatoria in 1876. So when Charles Gordon became the governor of Equatoria in 1876, he found out the Gondokoro was not a good, suited place for expansion. It does not expand, it's very small, the Jazeera. The climate was unhealthy. He decided to move the administrative city down the stream to the place called Lado. Okay? And this is when the name of the Lado enclave came in. So this is the small background to the Lado enclave. Before Lado, it was Gondokoro during the time of Samuel Baker, 1869. And it passed during the Charles George Gordon in 1874. That's when he moved from Gondokoro and moved the capital of the Equatorian province to Lado. And that is the only relation. So there's no relationship with the Fashoda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Emmanuel, and also Sir Julius. Let me welcome again those actually joining us on the podium. And I have two people on the Facebook. I will be giving 7 minutes and let go past the line. Comment or any question. Ukot, فضل عندك 7 دقائق. Thank you.
اوكي والله بشكركم. الليله بصراحه كده قلت جدوا تاريخ جميل، الناس كلها استفادوا منه. يعني بذلت الجهد ما عادي جدا عشان تجيبوا لنا حاجات زي ده يعني، وده حاجه كويس. انا ما اتكلم كثير. امباسادور كمل اي حاجه من ضمن الحاجات كنت داير اقول، كنت داير ابدا من ويت باج ما بدا فيه له، لكن امباسادور وضع من ضمن الحاجات كنت داير اقوله، لكن انا اضيف بس من كل النقاط. فانا هبدا في معيدة في البدايه في حته مضغوطاتك ده كان قاعد فيه كيلو اللي هو برادر بتاع ناس نيكان وكيل وميل وجوك يا حته بتاع في يا قاعد هنا في حته اسمه بنيدوي الفيو ناس وجود لما ناس الاشكال ما بينهم كشلو، لانه كيلو كان وكان ما قدر يكون زي بقى اخوانه ديل في تاسيس المملكه، كان طامع اصلا عشان يعمل سلطه، ومنه اصل حاجات الاصل ومنه كيلو فات، والاتجاه ده كان بفضل ما في اي زول ثاني غير هنا غير شلون. قبل اثناء القرايه في مقرأ 15 كان ما واضح اسمه ديال دكور، ده جاي بعد واقع ورقم 14 واقع دكور يلا ديال بود جاي وراه. ديال بود منطقته اسمه بنياتو وادمان، زول كان رقم سنه 1760 لغايه 1770. اللي الثاني ده اضيفه من الفوق اثناء قرايه قبل جوليوس قال نقطه لعنايه طوالي رقم 5 خلى داك في النص، داك بعد داك يدور ومنه طوال خش لعنايه لو شلون. الاسانيد تا امباسادور اسم المرة ذكروا قبل اللي كان عمل الخيانه ده اسمها رابا، رابع كنانية في زمن 5000.
ايوه رابع منو يا جنابه؟
رابع كنانية.
رابع كنانية يس.
دي أول غزلنا رجعنا ورا، لأنه لو ما خيانة رابع الكنانية خلوه يدفع أكثر من 60 راس بقرة الدولة الشغل بالأساسية. إذا ما شل المعدة كده السريع شوية ما في شغل بالشاقل بدون ما تاخذ رابع أقول بكرة تمشي للمعدية. وترى ده بداية الخيانة، ومن هناك ركبوا صان بده ومش ودى الخبر وشلوا يتفاجئوا بالعناية بالأمبوش. الكلام قلت كله حقائق وحقائق تاريخية، لكن الكعب شنو؟ من باقي الإخوة حقنا الناس بيجوا بتواريخ دون دلائل ولا دون حاجة ما يثبت. التاريخ قريته أسئلة ما كتبوا شنو ولا كتبوا زول إنه أنا بالسودان، زول جاء بايس مشى في أفريقيا كله كتب الأجيال اللي كتبوا في الزمن ده أنا متأكد الأفارقة طبعا غير متعلمين، تعليمهم بسيط، لكن الممالك اللي كان عندهم أنظمة يعني كانوا واعية عالية جدا الثقافة. من ضمنهم أثناء ديسيبات في اسم كبير ذكر هناك زول اسمه أريو كجوك، ده أريو الثاني. أريو الأول اللي خلى أريو يتكلم كده ده أريو الشاكل مع أتراك، لأنه أتراك في حتة هناك اسمه ديديك، ده من مناطق الأساس هناك. الناس كان دايرين يتوغل على المعلة، ومعلة من مناطق العناية هندو المقدسة، يعني زي وجفود بغال وكذا وزي نيلوان وزي ناس أكروا. فالناس زي بغادي الأتراك وكان تعاملنا للمعلة ولا أريو الكبير أريو الأول ده ما أريو الصغير، وكان رابط وهم شاكلوا ويوفي ونشلوا بس وهم قاعدين يغنوا ده قال يا مالي كونديني لو ده نتيجة مشاكل في زمن ده الأتراك ماشيين بأصله ويشيلوا عندهم كوكب عملوا في البحر مع طرف البحر. الناس الجوابور يتفاجئوا بالعناية بالكوكب ومش على الزخير وشرب الظهر عليهم ومن الأتراك قام رجعوا ورا. ده حتى ده أريو قام جاء ذكر الأريو الثاني لما الناس الجوز على 1902 وراهم قال لهم الكلام اللي قرأوه ده بالجيل كلها حديث. قال لهم كتبوا على أساس بنشوف، لأنه قبل كده كان في ناس جاء قبلكم وواجهنا معه مشاكل خشوا حقوقنا اصطدمنا معه. فده من ضمن الإضافة. فأنا أنت الثاني أنت تأويل التفريق قبل كان في زول ذكر 1919 أنا ما متذكر، لكن الزمن ده زمن أسبان اللي هو فاتيتي توفي أصلا المال ده في منطقة طور المال كان عقب أبو ظبي. المال ما ينفع يكون مدينة حتى يومنا هذا ذاته، لأنه في اثنين جزر يعني المال ده زول يختاروا زمن كان يكون منطقة من مناطق احتياج الرغيف قلب ومال له واقع. فهم فاتوا للأرقام في هاجين الناس زي يعني يستاذنوا يعني يدوا المال يقدر يقعد في شكل المدينة. فالأرقام لما جاء جمع الغرة جنبه ديل اللي هو غرية واجوب والليل وكوك وديتان وماكال ديل لما السلاطين ديل وجاء قادم السلاطين ديل يا جماعة قلت له قاعدين في محلاسي والمحل حقكم والناس ديل طالبين مننا مال يقعدوا فوقه. المهم السلاطين ديل أجمعوا كان قالوا خلاص الحدود يكون معروفة ما يبلغوا خارج على المدينة ديل يديلهم. يعني إذا أنت شفت 2005 لما UN جاء على أدوم المال هم قاعدوا فوق هذه نص السلاطين ديل يتلموا ثاني يلا بعد ذاك أدوم المال اللي هم قاعدين فيه واسي. فأثناء زمن المشاكل في زمن تأويل يكون فوق كان أول فوقه فأجد لا أنا ما أتكلم فوق هذه.
I think واضح كلامك جنابه. أنا بس كنت داير أضيف حاجة بسيط بس حاجتين إدوارد. جنابه ما أعرف أنت انتهيت ولا؟
لا خلاص أنا انتهيت.
إدوارد أنا كنت داير أضيف حاجة. أنا قبل تكلمت عن علاقة بتاع لو أوريجين and the Bible. أنا قلت لكم في article اتكتب زول عنده قلم يكتب زول الكتب article ده اسمه دكتور ترينز وكيلو بيتو. Dr. Trens Okello Pito. Article Bitao, the title Bitao is Luo Origin of Civilization towards a positive identification of the ancient Atio P Anu people. Okay. What did Dr. Okello say? Okello argues that in the book of Genesis, in the Bible, Bible after. In the book of Genesis, chapter 9 to 18, and I quote, the sons of Noah who came from the ark were Shem, Ham or Lam, and Japheth. Okay. Ham, which he believes is actually a corruption of Lam, is the father of Canaan. These three were Noah's son. And from this, the whole earth was peopled. Therefore, this is what I'm saying. If we follow Dr. Okello discourse and the logic of the Holy Bible, the following can be deduced of the genealogy of the great Luo and their ancestors linked to Noah of the Bible. And listen carefully. Noah begot Shem. Shem begot Aparshat. Aparshat begot Shala. And Shala begot Ibir. Now, very important, to Ibir were two sons. The first was called Peleg. Peleg. Okay? The first son of Ibir was called Peleg. Okay? Where is it? Yeah. The first son was called Peleg, and the second son was called Jog Atan. So there's two sons of Ibir, Peleg and Jog Atan. Now, Jog Atan fathered 13 sons. Among them, Ubal, Upir. Okay? Ubal, you listen, you follow with me. Ubal and Upir are common names found until today in the Luos of Kenya. They are Chuli, and I think Anyuak, they have Ubal. I don't know if the Luo Bargazal do have Ubal and Upir. But Upir and Ubal are two names until today are used among the Luos. Okay? They are Moju. That is good. Thank you for the addition, my brother. The Bible, the Bible after. This is the book of Genesis 9:18. Nama Kalamita Emmanuel. The one to claim everybody. No. You go and read Genesis 9:18. And you come and tell me if I'm wrong. And then let me go. And I said here, furthermore, it could be conversely stated that either from Obal or Opir came the man called Luo. And Luo begot sons with his wife Adu. They begot Odiang, or what people know as Diang Udu, or Diang Adu. In Cholo culture, men sometimes are called after their mother's name. Such, for example, you have Rodnya Adwai, who was the son of Rodtuk and his wife Adwai. And also you have Rod Kudi, my great-grandfather, who is known as Nyaba. And he was the son of Rod Okun and his wife Abba. So these are just some of the historical footnote I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Emmanuel, and thank you, Okot. شكرا جزيلا يعني معلوماتك فعلا انت من المنطقة وانت هيستوريا.
وإضافة له برضه في عرب في الجنوب برضه عندهم نفس أسماء بالمناسبة ما تنسى.
جميل جميل جدا.
في قبيلة اسمه سهراء في الجنوب جات برضه فاد أبلوه ده حق.
Thank you. Let me continue. Before I give them, I will take one person here, and I take one person on Facebook. Let me take Gadiel. Badaga Bijig Deng. Gadiel, into my.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome. How are you?
Very fine.
Yeah.
First, I would like to wish all of you Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, though it is quite too late. First, I just want to add a little comment and also mention that the topic has been really beneficial. It is a very interesting topic, especially for a country like ours that has been troubled with a lot of conflict. And the history of South Sudan is a testament to the complexity and the diversity of human experience, as various cultural and economic and political forces have shaped the development of the region over time. One of the most significant factors influencing this development has been the movement of the people, both within South Sudan and across its borders. For centuries, different groups of people have migrated to and from South Sudan, driven by varieties of motivation, such as pursuit of new opportunities, the need to escape conflict, or desire to adapt to changing circumstances. And this rich history of migration has contributed to the cultural diversity of the region that we now see, and has also given rise to the challenges and also conflict, as different groups have competed over resources such as lands. One of the most significant sources of conflict in South Sudan has been the dispute over land ownership, usage among the Dinka, Nuer, and Shuluk communities. These disputes are often fueled by deeper underlying issues such as power imbalances and economic disparities and cultural misunderstanding. And we can solve these issues only by healthy debate such as this. Also, unhealthy debate cannot help, like going to Facebook and only talking about things that will not benefit our country. That is also not healthy. A debate such as this or a discourse such as this are the only beneficial kind of discourses, because by providing peer-reviewed studies that will encourage people like the youth who are barely educated, but if we educate them on citing evidence and giving evidence for what they claim to be theirs. And I think Edward, you have done a good job by citing historical evidence or written books that have been studied by the scholars all over the world. But also I want to correct something, because there is a book that you cited earlier. It mentioned something, information that I think it is quite incorrect. In that I do not remember the book specifically, the book that you were citing, but I do remember you say that it is not you, but the book tend to say something like that the people of Gower came and dislodged or displaced the existing Dinkas in the land. I think that information it is quite true, but partly true. Yes, the Dinka Padang were the first to settle in that island that we now call Zaraf Island. They settled there for quite some time, and then the people who are currently living in Zaraf, they are called Lak and Thiang. So yes, these people, they came and displaced the Dinka. But prior to that, the Low Nuer were the one who came and displaced the Dinka Padang. They displaced Dinka Padang. Then they settled there for quite some time. Low Nuer, they settled there for quite some time. Then when the Lak and the Thiang, who are now the current occupant of the Jazeera Island, when they came from Bentiu or maybe even Bar el Ghazal, I don't know exactly where they migrated from before, but they first settled in Bentiu, and after some time, due to this conflict that are always causing issues among the group, they left Bentiu, then they came and settled in Jazeera, which we now call Zarab Island. And from there, even there are some antidotes or these mythological stories, but I will not cite them as the truth. Even while crossing, there is no doubt that Shuluk they have been in the Baragazal region for quite some time. Even I used to hear these mythological narratives that when people were crossing from Bentiu, they came across this Shuluk settlement. Yeah, they found Shuluk there. No one can deny that the Shuluk population has existed in that part of the world for quite some time. Yes, most of the significant sources of the conflict in South Sudan has been the dispute over land ownership and usage of and its usage among the Dinka Nuer Shuluk communities. These disputes are often fueled by deeper underlying issues such as power imbalances and economic misunderstanding, disparities, and cultural misunderstanding. In addressing this conflict, it is important to recognize that the issue of migration and land usage are complex and multifaceted. We cannot just simplify them. They are always complicated and cannot be reduced to simplistic explanation or solution. To approach these issues in a philosophical manner, we must cultivate an open and respectful attitude and seek out ways to work out together and find a mutually beneficial solution to these underlying issues. These may involve addressing the root causes of the conflict, such as addressing economic and inequalities or promoting cultural understanding. These may also involve seeking the guidance of the mediators and arbitrators, working with local and national government to develop policies and programs to address the needs and the concern of all the people or parties involved. Ultimately, the key to solving land dispute or promoting peaceful coexistence in South Sudan is to recognize the complexity and the diversity of the region, history, and culture, to approach this issue with the spirit of cooperation, respect, and understanding. By embracing these philosophical perspectives, we can strive to create a more harmonious and just society. People are always migrating. We can also understand that. And we see that in places like the Israel-Palestine conflict, it is an issue, even if we can just simplify it into by citing the Bible. Of course, the Bible cannot be cited as refutable sources, because most of the stories in it are filled with myth, some not to be believed or taken seriously, because we do not even know the authors of those books. But anyway, land, it is something that is quite complex, that cannot be simplified. I hope a debate such as this will enable us to solve this issue peacefully by recognizing that we are one people, and we can just find ways to unite our people and make them come together and put the differences among themselves aside and unite against the one common challenge that we now face, which is the civil war, famine, and illiteracy. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, my brother Gadiel. Thank you for actually coming up, and also thank you for waiting for a long time in the studio. you and Mr. Meshar Abram. Thank you so much. There is no, I think, big disagreement between me and you. I was actually quoting from Professor Douglas Johnson. I didn't know actually the information you had that law. They are the one actually dislodged the NOC. So thank you so much. I don't have any agreement with you.
Edward, if I may add something on what you say.
Fadal Ambassador, go ahead.
No, I think you, our brother who just spoke, I think is who got kicked.
Gadiel.
It is Gadiel.
You know Gadiel?
Yeah.
Yes, Gadiel. Thank you, my brother Marlon. You know the Nuer migration.
Yes.
Is one of the biggest migration ever that was seen within the territories of the Sudan. The Nuer were almost imperialists. It's not an insult. Similar to the Zulu of South Africa. And actually, history is very interesting. The Nuer expansion started in the 1820s. It is the same year that the Zulu also began the expansion southward in Southern Africa. These are the two tribes that are known in Africa for being expansionists. The Nuers, of course, their home origin is the Western Nuer. They triple or even quadruple the areas they occupied from 1820 until 1890s for almost 60 years. The Nuer expansion was beyond anybody's imagination. Now, as to the reasons of why the Nuer suddenly from the Western Nuer exploded and went conquering others and taking land all the way to Ethiopia is a mystery to all of us. People say it's population growth. People say internal fight. But what is known is that when the Nuers first started their migration in the 1820s, Ladjor came later on by I think it was Gajak. When they came, they wanted to go through the Shuluk land, especially the areas of Tunja forcefully. They were resisted. They were resisted by the Shuluk, and they couldn't make it through. And this is even why, for example, my great-grandfather Yor was the deputy to the king Radawin. When the Nuer came, it was the time of Radawin. He was tasked to go and defend the territories from the Nuer invasion. Ladjor, when he came, he actually passed peacefully by entering into kind of agreement with the Shulu kings because he was not intending to settle, he was passing. But of course, it is true that they first dislodged the Nuer, the Dinkas, because they also dislodged the Anuaks. That is why the areas now which you still have, and they have the Dinkas in it, like Gabong, like Adong, like Elachel. All these are Anuak names. But there's no qualms about the Nuer expansionism in 1800. What Edward has quoted from that reference, it is also supported by oral history of either the Dinkas or the Shuluks, whether the people who fought with the Nuers. And it's reason, by the way, is 1820s. These are fresh memories. So I will stop here, Edward.
No, thank you so much, Ambassador. Before I move, Gadjel, can you unmute already? I muted you because there was a lot of noise in your background. Yeah. Before you go, let me read again
Sure.
Yes, yeah. Before what just Ambassador said correctly. Ladjor, actually, I was quoting from Douglas Johnson, 1982, page 185. And the name of the book, actually, for those they want to read, the book is The Tribal Boundaries and Border Wars, Nuer Denga Relation in the Sobat and the Zarab Valley 1860 to 1976 by Douglas H. Johnson. So everybody, you can go to that book. So
yeah, I get it.
Yeah, he's saying that Jor came into conflict with existing leader of the Jakany and decided to migrate, finding the way to West blocked by a powerful Denga group. He took the opportunity of intervening in a civil war among the Shuluk at the beginning of the reign of Ras Awin to lead some of the younger generation of Jakany through the Shuluk land, across the White Nile and into the Sobat Valley. While the Jakany frequently raided the Denka there, their own settlements were also attacked by the Shuluk throughout the reign of the Ras Nidok from 1839 to 1859. And this seemed to have been one incentive for the continued eastwards movement. Douglas Johnson actually asked Emmanuel Ajayi, ambassador, correctly. So before, do you have to say anything in one minute? Because I need to go to someone else, Brother Gadiel.
Sure. Yeah, what I just wanted to add is that I'm not going to dispute anything you said just right now, because these things were written by people that have taken the time to study and review them time and time again. Because I'm interested in anthropology, but I'm not a specialist in it. I'm mostly interested in things to do with computer science and philosophy. So I've not studied anthropology for quite some time. So I'm not going to dispute the things that you have just cited now. And I think it is possible that they got the name right, because even the people living in that part of the world, they have usually 100 years ago, they used to be referred to as the Zaraf people, the Gawar and Lag and Thieng. But that has now become an archaic term, a term that has almost gone extinct. But anyway, thank you so much for the opportunity. It has been really beneficial. So I wish that we would link up next time.
Yeah, thank you. And also there is another book actually. I want you to actually, you can just order it from Amazon. There is no PDF copy of it. Is the Nuer, a description of the modus of livelihood and the political institution of the Nilotic people by E. Evans Pitcher. This is one of the very important books. Yeah, and by the way, actually, the guy, he went and he was in Nuer land for 2 years actually doing the research. He did not leave anything out. Everything is there. So it's one of very interesting. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I think I've read that book, the one for that guy. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Shukran jazilan. Shukran.
I have a book
Julius,
older than that.
Yeah,
but we don't want to.
Julius, go ahead. So. And I wanted to ask you if you want to make a comment.
Yeah. What Douglas took from the book that I'm having right now while I'm talking to you is called Divinity and Experience, the Religion of the Denka by Godfrey Leinhardt. Was published, I think, in 1940 or 60, I'm not sure. But in page 98, actually, he gave even a more, more details about this conflict. So I'm just going to read from the second paragraph from page 98. The Zaraf Island occupied by the Ngok Dinka in the north and the Luach Dinka in the south, with the Root Dinka east of the Zaraf River, in the country later occupied by the Gawar Nuer. So it's there. Those details are there, guys. Gawar Nuer actually who pushed Ngok and Luach out of their territory and Root too. So, and also I did actually put a title. It's called Report on Overland Patrol from Sobat to Bor. Was published in the 10th of March 1905 by H. Wilson. He was an inspector of Upper Nile province, and he also wrote a lot about the conflict, the history, and the current conflict. And he's actually the guy who brought the last migration of Denka into Corpus. So thank you.
Which page was that, Julius? You just read in. Which page is that?
In Divinity and Experience?
Yes, which page?
In 98, in the second paragraph.
Thank you so much. Very good.
98 يعني الجزء الثاني بس الباراجراف الثاني.
Very good. And actually, you put it exactly, because the Gawar Nuer and Tiang and Liek, this Gawar Nuer is very powerful, according to many anthropologists, by the way. So thank you. I have the book here. Let's continue. Let's give chance to Deng Arup, index 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Edward, for giving me this chance, and also all the moderators, the speakers, Abani, Manuel Jawin, and your guest speaker, Julius. It is a good history that you are giving us. Collo are one of the most celebrated African tribes, and if I'm not wrong, they are the most organized. They have the most organized system of governance. Then, so it is really an educational center that today I'm glad to be in this video. I have only like 3 questions to Molan Emmanuel and Julius. The first one, like Collo, having all that military strength, that economic strength, I mean, like even having boats that could move also canoes, and they had a very vast amount of land, stretching all the way to Khartoum. How did all that land was gone? How was it gone? Then my second question is there a common ancestor of all these laws? Because I've also been to Kenya and Uganda, and the laws of Kenya and Uganda originate to one person called Olum. So I want Molan Emmanuel and Julius to test if Olum is also related to Nikango or what? I really don't know.
Did you say Alur?
Question is
Olum.
No, yeah.
Olum. Oh, okay, Olum, yes.
Olum. Yeah, Olum. Thanks, yeah. Then also, like the third question, you specifically will go to Ambassador Emmanuel and Jamil. Like you have said, the history of all humans originates from Sudan. The king, like which part exactly? You need them with Shamal and Arab. So that's all what I have, and thanks, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Julius, are you going first?
Let Emmanuel answer, but side bit Olum.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah.
You know, I didn't get the question. What did he say about the Olum? Because his phone was cracking.
Your voice was not clear, Deng. Can you repeat? Yeah.
Then if you are wearing headphones, can you remove them? Don't allow the yeah.
Yes, I have some headphone here.
Yeah, you remove it and speak without any headphone, so Ambassador can get your question.
I removed it. So I was asking, like, do the Collo also, because the ancestor of the Luo in East Africa of Kenya and Uganda, they all relate to one person called Olum. And this Olum had 2 sons, Jipir and Labong. So I want to know, like, does Olum also originate, or does he have relationship to Nikango? So that was my question to Ambassador Emmanuel.
No, thank you, brother. Let me first of all deal with your first question of the decline of the Shulu. You know, as I said earlier, as I was reading the article that I gave you, the Shulu power on the Nile from, let's say, 1700 was unmatched. Because at that time, the armament was basically the spears and other things that we know. The Shuluk had the advantage, as I said, especially using the canoes through the Nile and ambushes that they used to lay. So they had power. On their eastern part of the Shuluk was the Funj kingdom. On the west, you have the Tigili, which is in the Nuba. But the Shuluk managed to control the Nile at that time. They used to call it Bahar Shuluk, the White Nile, and all these are new names. By then, they used to call it Bahar Shuluk because of their domination of it. But when the Turks came in 1820s, the weaponry, of course, changed. The Shuluk with the spears could not stand very much against the artillery and against the modern weapons and against Baburat with our Turks. So there was now here the imbalance in armament. This is not new. If you look at the Greeks and the Romans and see why the Romans, for example, defeated the Greeks, you will find that it has to do with the spear. The Greeks used to use the phalanx, the long spears, and the Roman changed to a shorter spear and very deep organization when they marched to the battle as formation. This use of weaponry can change the destiny of the whole history. And that's why the Greeks were able to, the Romans were able to defeat the Greeks and vice versa. Even later on, the English, for example, or the whites, when they mastered the gunpowder, although the gunpowder originated from China, they modernized it. And that's also later on of the Muhammad, of the Ottoman Empire, when he went and captured the Istanbul, which was uncapturable, by using the artilleries, to break the walls. So weapon has been a determining factor of decline and rising of kingdoms. So the Shuluks in 1820 were outgunned by the Turks, and then the reverse of the decline of their absolute control of the Nile started because of the Turks. And Turks have changed because, as I said, the weaponry. Coming to the question of Ulum, I studied in Kenya, my high school, and I was in Trans Nzoia district, a place called Kitale, and we used to travel a lot to Kisumu, Western Province, because we're all part of Western Province, be it through sports or through school activities. The Jaluo of Kenya, they believe that their two ancestors who left was there was two, Jogo Win and Jogo Jog. But you see, Luo of Kenya did not move directly from South Sudan to Kenya. No, the Luo of Kenya moved first to Uganda. And when they moved to Uganda, they established the Biluo Yubitu kingdom, which was a mixture of the Luo and the Buganda. The Luo come from the tradition of kingship, what we call it Ruth. You call it Ruth in Kenya, we call it Ruth, and maybe, and you call it Nye. The Luo took with them the kingship system and established the first kingdom of the Buganda. So the ruling class, the first ruling dynasty of the Bugandas were the Luos. Now, the Bugandan managed, of course, to expel the Luos, the ruling class. Jogo Jog and Jogo Win, they moved then from the north, moving to the Lake Victoria shores, where they find the Abaluyas and other tribes that they found in the western province of Kenya. They also managed some of them to go to some part of northwest Uganda, because we have also Luo now in Tanzania. So Nyekang migration was around 1500 or the late 1400. You can move from which part upper the word, which I said earlier, is now known as Atwot, which is 50 miles south of Rumbek. That is their home of corridor of their movement. They move to the north, settling in Bar al Ghazal with those of Dimo and others. And then from there, they had their own dispute. Then they follow Kir. Kir, of course, is a river Nile, the name of the Shuluk, they call it Kir. So they followed Kir to where they came and settled, where they are now. Some of the remnants remain in Bar Ghazal. Even, as I said before, and I made a show, the Dinka of Rumbek, for example, they have their folklores that when they came, they bought the land through a girl called who? Marumunu, what was the name of it? Abanpar or Abanpar Al-Mihim. The girl was married to the Jurbel king in return for the land. So it also indicates to you here, because Jurbel are part of the Luo. So it tells you here when the Dinka came in the areas of lakes or Rumbek, they found the people there, the natives, which is Jurbel. And through giving this girl to the chief of Jurbel, they were given the Rumbek as the land to sit and settle in. Of course, the evidence, the books, there are a lot of books. There's a book written by a man called Father Calzalaro. He wrote 2 books. He's a priest, an Italian priest, in 1963. 2 volumes, The Luo Origin. Anybody who wants to read, please go and read those 3 volumes. He has done intensive research on the Luos, especially among the Achuli, among the Luo Baragazal. Yes, a convoy. Yeah, thank you, brother. Her name was a convoy. You know, a convoy was married to the chief so that the land could be bought. She was the price to buy the land from the Jurbel in Rumbek. So those are evidence telling you that they were indigenous people. A convoy, yes? Yes, it's a convoy. Yeah, it's a convoy. You know? So when we are talking history, Jama, and I'm concluding here so I could let others talk. History is migration as we talk now. You see the Zaraf, as Edward was saying, the Nuer came and pushed them. They took it. You come to Gelachel, even Nasser. Today is Nyawum, and Brother Odiro is here. Nasser is Nyawum, is Anywa. But now the Nuer, most of it, they have taken occupied Nasser. And many of the Anyuaks who live there, they got assimilated to Nuer. Okay? And so forth. So the human history has been a constant migration and battles, you know, to settle. But the overall debate we are having today is that gone are the days where you take people land by force. Because now we have settled. There's no time more for expansion. Anybody now who wants to expand to anyone's territory will be illegal. Malaysia, man, nobody was there. There was no laws. There was no 1156. There was nothing. There was no any reference. It was the strong will defeat the weak. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. شكرا جزيلا سيد سفير. You put it correctly. وده كلام أنا قلته قبل في بداية بتاعت الحلقة. إنه أنا هنا بنعمل الحلقة ده للتوضيح بتاع حقائق تاريخية. ده تاريخ. وأنا داير جوليوس by the way الكتاب بتاعت Divinity and the experience the religion of the Denka لGodfrey السكر فرق قرب ده بعدين خليه يقرأه كله because there is very interesting information I read earlier by Douglas Johnson, but also Godfrey, he put it correctly what exactly happened. So نحن الليلة قاعدين في إطار بتاع الدولة، نحن دايرين كل زول يكون قاعد في محله وفق الحدود بتاع 1/1/56. وانا قلت قبل المفروض كان ايمانويل بقى كان بقى رئيس he should not side with his people القبيله بتاعه. انت رئيس تطبق القانون، والكياس الموجود في جنوب الليله because Kir actually siding and Kir is the reason. انتوا هتشوفوا الكلام ده في حلقه بتاع يوم السبت. المشكله الموجوده هسه في على النيل وصل للحته ده كيف، وكير الدور بتاعه كان شنو كرئيس. You will listen to that to my presentation after tomorrow. So
brother Edward,
yes.
في حاجة واحد بس، في واحد قال بإنه they should look, they call the river Nam, and how come you guys are changing? No, my Nam is everything. That is river, but rivers have names. Okay, we have Kir, for example. You have Kir Paluj, you have Lol, you have all this. These are the name of the rivers. You know, Nam is the general name of any river, but rivers have names. So Kir is not Kir is River Nile. When we call it Kir in Shulu, it has nothing to do with Dinka. We are there before the Dinka anyway. So Kir is not only a monopoly of Dinka. My brother Kaman Jok Jr.
Just to mention a little bit about this, Edward, just 1 minute. I just want to add about what Emmanuel says.
Because we are following the line, my brother, and what we don't want to mess it up, because you have people in front of you. Malish. Tawfiq actually is supposed to come to you, and you went down. I think. Are you able to speak before I go to Abram on Facebook? Tawfiq.
So I am having problem with my voice because I have cold.
Go ahead.
That's why.
That's
why I went down. I just came up to ask Brother Julius a question. And that's it. I don't have anything more to say because you guys, what you narrated it based on the books. And so I don't have anything on that. But my question to Julius, in regard to the coming of Chola people to Upper Nile, and in regard to the people that they found, such as Puy, my question is this. Is there some Puy people, the remnant from Puy, assimilated with the Chola people right now? And if there is, how come we have never heard anybody saying that from Chola people that we are a remnant of Puy and we assimilated into Chola people, with Chola people? As, for example, there's some Maban people who are assimilated to Nuer and they're still living in their land. So that is my question to Julius, and thank you guys for the room.
Thank you so much, Julius. And then Ambassador will make comment and we go to Meshar on Facebook. Julius.
No, shukran, Brother Tawfiq. Yeah, I explained it in the beginning. That's those names like Cholo, Pun, Anyua, Paris, like it's a new name, but it was taken from the old names, you know. And the names that was people like known of is Joluo, Alur. That was the full name of the group, you know. But the tribe that's called Pun today was established by establishment of the Pun Kingdom in 1505 or 1504. Many scholars, they argue about the date. But yes, there is some people who are not, you cannot just say they are not Cholo, because the word Cholo, like as I said, is a new name, you know. But I mentioned them, you know, the old tribes of Joluo long time ago is Gong, Nyipawa, Alur, Luel, Bel, Tuor, and Ken, and Chai. So those are the old names. But some of tribe emerged to other tribes. Yes, I'm the descendants of the people you refer them as the Fui. I'm the one who's talking to you right now. You know, if you were listening, because I was talking in Arabic, maybe you didn't understand. My grandfather is the one who welcomed Nyekang, who is the grandfather of of Joseph Kur. So there were the people who were living in that land when Nyekang came. So if that's the case, you know, although I don't really agree on the term Fui, but I would rather to be called Ken rather than Fui. yes, I'm the remnants of, although not really remnants, but I'm the descendants of the people you refer to them as. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Uwa Odero, let me give you 1 minute interjection, my brother. So I don't want you to feel bad. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Edward, and all the hosts here. I was not going to be my turn, but I was just going to support what Emmanuel says about Nam. Nam is a general name for Luo, but yes, all river they have their own names, as we say Kilo, like Kilo River and Penyuru, and we have Oboth and Puchala and Utalo, and we have also Akobo, and we have Upeno. Those are the particular names, but in general, Nam, we call it a river. We call it Nam. That's what I was just going to say before I get my turn. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Ambassador, do you have any?
Yeah, I just want to add something on the Fony, because the issue of whether the Fony is Shuluk and Shuluk is Fony has been a very long debate in the modern Sudan history, leave alone South Sudan. And there's a different three school of thoughts about the origin of the Fony. For evidence, because today, we'll not kalam habobata, kalam rasmi, kutub. There's a book written, there's a journal called the origin of the Fony. Fony origins, a critique and a new evidence. Fony origins, a critique and new evidence by P.M. Holt. It was published in the Journal of African History, volume number 4, number 1, volume 4, number 1, 1963. It's 17 pages, from page 39 to page 55, published by Cambridge University Press. Okay, this is very important. To just come and talk off their heads. And those also who critique us, please critique us with evidence. Review changing history. It wouldn't take us anywhere. It's an intellectual discussion. You want to dispute us, come with your intellectual evidence. So let me go back to the origin of Fony. There are two schools of thoughts regarding the origin of Fony. The first school is the school of thought that has been advanced by a man called Dr. A.J. Arkeli. He wrote an article, I think, in the Sudan Notes and Records between 1930 and 1935. He's also supported by another man who wrote 2 books. His name is Crawford. He was also supported by El Shatir Erbasili. They say that the Fony, they have their link with the Middle East, the Umayyad. Umayyad, I think, is one of the clans of the Arabian. Many of you will recall that during the time of Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam, of what they call the Hijrah, Prophet sent his Sahaba to Ethiopia, and the Sahaba that went to Ethiopia were led by Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, who became one of the Khulafa al-Rashidin. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq led the Sahaba to Ethiopia because Prophet Muhammad advised them that there's a wise Christian king in Habasha. So the only way for you to be safe is that if you go there and seek refuge, you will be safe. So they went and settled in the areas of the northwest Ethiopia. From there, when they went back, some of the remnants, according to Dr. Arkell and Crawford, they are the one that came and found the Fon kingdom. This is hypothesis. You know, there's a difference between hypothesis and theory. Hypothesis has not yet been proven beyond reasonable doubt. Is still an intellectual discussion. When it becomes a theory, it means it has already gone from the initial stage of hypothesizing for it to becoming a concrete concept. So all these are what we call hypotheses. The second hypothesis of the origin of the Fon is also advanced by some scholars, saying that the Fon, their origin, they came from Western Sudan due to one of the princes of the Borno who came and settled among the Fon. The last and the third origin of the Fon is by Bruce. Bruce hypothesized in the 18th century. He said that the Fon are actually a war band of the Shuluks who used to come and attack the northern frontiers. They settled and formed the Fon kingdom. These all are hypotheses. Hypothesis number 1 and number 2 of the Bene Umema and the hypothesis of the king of the prince of Borno have been dismissed. It has been dismissed by many historians, and there have never been any proofs to it. So the most strong evidence that we have today is that the Fon are remnant of the Shulu. But to some of us who are versed in the history of the Shulu, and Brother Ustaz Julius has mentioned it, if you see today in this platform, you have Julius who have said it rightly, that when my ancestor Nyekang and my Edward and Nanabani, we come from the same clan and the same link. When our grandfather Nyekang Warukua came, he was welcomed by the grandfathers of Julius, the Fon. It is true, because I could argue that when Nyekang with his Luo band left from Bargazal, yes, they were warriors. They managed through marriages, intermarriages, through peace agreements, and through wars to assimilate the majority of the Fon and Buen, the Arabs, and other tribes that were there in that vicinity. When he observed them, Nyekang being intelligent, he decided to call the tribes that have emerged now and assimilated and call them Chul or Cholo. Chul in classic Luo is black. I think the Dinka also, that's why they have it, they have Chul or Ran Chul, you know. So Chul is black. You know, I hope you
commonly in Mer and Dinka, Chuluk, and everything.
Yes. So Chul is black. So Nyekang, what he did, he formed this nation and called them Chul or Cholo, which means the black nation. Similar to the concept of Kemt, the black people, because Egypt was known as Kemt. They did not know themselves as Egyptian. Egyptians are the invention of the Greeks. But they know themselves as the Kemt, the black people, or the black nation. So Nyekang formed the nation that he formed, he called them Cholo, which means Cholo, you know. And he made sure that his descendants, those are his sons and the grandsons, which come from Ocholo and Dak, which is our ancestors, those of Kwara, they become now the ruling class. But with it, he made sure that the royal family will also intermarry with everybody, so that the kingdom does not have a kind of segregation where you have the first class and second class citizen. No. he made sure that each and every clan, whether you're from the Nuba, because there's a lot of Nuba, by the way, in the Shulu, and the Foj, or the Arabs, he made sure that each and every tribe has no limit in terms of coexisting and intermarrying. So it is different. The Shulu kingdom is different from what you have the kingdom in the West. The kingdom in Europe here, they intermarry among themselves. The royal family of Germany will marry into the royal family of the House of Windsor, will marry the Dutch and the British and the Russians. You will find them, they're all interrelated. They did not marry the commoners. But the Nyikang put these commoners out to ensure that is the nation called Cholo that he has formed could exist peacefully. And that's why the kingdom now has been existing for the last 600 years in harmony. And that's why Edward and Julius could confidently trace their ancestors and the first ruling king, which is Nyikang Warukua in 1504, all the way to His Majesty Kuong Dakwediet, who is now the reigning king. I think it's number 34, most or 35. I think it's 34.
34, yes. It's 34, yes.
Yes. So you have a link from 1500
35.
to 35. You have the link from 1500 to 2022, unbroken, of kingship. And it will continue. It's almost now 600 years of existence. It's a long time. It is the same thing with the Anuak now you have. Their brothers in Anuak with their kingship. Also tracing it all the way from Gilo as their first king. Almost the same period. To the current Nye that is ruling in the Anuak kingdom. So the Funy, I could argue that the majority of the Shuluk are Funy. But Funy are not Shuluk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you so much. You did it well articulated, and like the way you put it. الليلة طبعا أنا شايف ناس قبل بقولوا إنه some making comment إنه mixing politics with history. ما في الليلة we are talking about history, the references and books. لا إدوارد كتبه ولا إيمانويل ولا جوليوس. ده تاريخ لأنه في ناس شغالين دايرين يزيفوا التاريخ في جنوب السودان. Before I go forward, Tondit, what's going on with you? Are you okay?
أنا in this world but there not all of it. I want to ask a small question to Emmanuel Ajawin, you know.
Go ahead.
As he brought a very interesting point that the Cholo grandfather was Chol. Okay, so what I need to know is who was the father of Chol? Thank you.
No, I think indeed you misunderstood me. I did not say the father of Cholo is Chol. No. I said Nyikang is the founder of the Cholo nation. So when he amalgamated the various, yes, when he amalgamated the tribes, the Nuba, Kwamoy, which is later on is a late clan, and then you have the Funy and the Arabs and so forth. He called them Chol, which means the black nation. So it's not the father who is called Chol. Nyikang is the person who designed that nation and established that nation called Cholo, which means the Cholo or Chol, which means the black nation. Yeah. It's not Chol.
Thank you, Ambassador. خلينا نمشي قدام. جوليوس أنا بشوي دايرك تقرأ البيج 98. دايرك تقرأ من البريفنج ده لعدي آخر نقطة تحت لأنه that is very important. Is actually supporting. خلينا ندي فرصة لمشار في فيسبوك بعدها بكون معي أنا زول تاني فيسبوك. then جوليوس يقرأ الباراجراف ده ومنه هنا نواصل نمشي لريبو. So Mashar, are you there or you slept?
خير أستاذ.
السلام صباح النور. أنا قاعد
يوشيوري.
جنود تفضل.
أنا ما نمت لأنه أنا أصلا أنا طالب في الفصل. طالب في الفصل ما بينوم زي الحصة شائقة وحصة جميل وحصة يعني حصة مفيد ما في حاجة بنومني.
مرحبا بك.
انا اصلا قاعد في فصل يعني بحضر لي في الحصه. انا ما بقدر بغالط حاجه في الكلام كله اللي قلته ده، لانه ما جبته من فراغ، ده حاجه مكتوب بدلايل. انا ما بغالط حاجه فيه. انا بشكركم شديد لانه الحاجه اللي جبتوه الليله ده الحاجه اللي ممكن يعني لو كل يوم ممكن الناس تقدر توعي او الناس تقدر تعرف شنو اصولهم او التاريخ. يعني حسي جميل. انا ما بلوم زول في الجنوب، انا بلوم المستعمر، لانه المستعمر هو دس الحاجات ده له يعني فترة، دس الحاجات ده ما در يزهروا للناس، لأنه أجدادنا ما متعلمين، والأجيال اللي كان مضى ما في زول مليم بالتعليم. المستعمر شال الحاجات ومشى دسام وخلانا نلخبط وبعد ذاك يزهرهم شوية شوية. سو ده غلطة بتاع المستعمر، لأنه هو اللي عنده الريكورد. أنا ما عندي كلام كتير، أنا بس بشكركم لأنه أنا استمتعت من الحصة أصلا. بس في حاجة أقدر أعرف، لأن زي ما كنا صغار بيحكوا لنا، يعني أبواتنا بيحكوا لنا، بيقولوا لنا يعني أنتوا جايين من اتجاه مصر. طبعا كلام بدون دليل، كلام بس بيحكوا ساي. أنتوا جايين من اتجاه مصر و و جايين من وين وانقسمتوا بشنو، يعني كلامات. بيقولوا أنتوا دينكا ونوير جايين كده. وشلو قال بيقولوا شلو جو من اتجاه بارغزال ولا جو من اتجاه كينيا. كلام بدون دليل. لكن الليلة أنا استمتعت وأنا مبسوط لأنه أنا لقيت كلام بدلائل. حاجة أنا أقدر أعرف، بس حاجة أنا أقدر أعرف. آه زمان بورونا بيقولوا نيكان، يعني أنا بقى كويس شل. لكن هسه اتضع نيكان founders of Cholo Kingdom أو of Cholo Nation. يعني نيكان من وين؟ لا اسم تشالو اهتدى بر. يعني هو جاء أسس الاسم. يعني أجل أنا أعرف دي كان من وين. ده واحد. اثنين، جاور قريب مع بور. يعني هسه انت لو قمت من جوبا ماشي بور بتصل جاور. المنطقة اللي اسمه جزيرة السكان الموجودين فيها حاليا ده لاك بيتكون من 3 طوائف، بما فيهم شين كويت بور، أنجونيان، أنتيان. دير مستوطنين في جزيرة حاليا. جارهم ناس بتاع طار أو بيقولوا لهم باوين، ناس طار. وجارهم تون طبعا تشول، يعني بجاي تون دين نجوات. يا ديل جيران. أنا ما أعرف طبعا الكتب زمان مرات بيلخبطوا في الأسماء برضه. احتمال الكاتب بس لخبط وسجل القريب، لأنه هسه أنا شايف بود المسافة بين الجاور وأيلاند جزيرة أو زراف أيلاند بعيد. جاور بعيد شوية من الجزيرة. هسه السكان القاعدين ده ناس أنا حسبتهم لك ده. تسلموا كتير وشكرا. أنا ما زمن زي ده ما قاعد أحصلها. أنا كنت نمت قبيل، لكن أنا قعدت عشان البرامج ده وأنا استفدت. وأنا ما عندي أي كتاب، بس من كلامكم ده وكتب القريتو ده بقيت أسجل. أنا ما عندي أي حاجة. لكن بشكركم شديد، لو بعت لي كتاب بتكون ما قصرت. السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. خلينا أشكر أخوي مشار أبرام. شكرا لكلامك، وأنا أدي فرصة للسفير مانويل وجوليوس يجاوبوا على سؤالك ده. لكن أنا داير يعني أكد لك إنه شكرا أنت استفدت. وزي ما كتب واحد قبل شوية، كل الأجيال الجاية من أبناء جنوب السودان وبالذات أبناء تشالو هم يستفيدوا من الحلقة ده، الحلقة بتاعت الليلة وحلقة جاية يوم السبت. أنينا نخطي كل التاريخ بتاع تشالو، وبالذات المشاكل بتاع الأرض حسا الحاصل في على النيل ده. أنا بتكلم عنه بعد بكرة يوم السبت كتاريخ، حاجات حصلت زول بيجي لانه المضيانه زي ما انت قلت ناس بكلموا ساكت زي ما بقول سفير ايمانويل كلام بتاع حبوبات قصص يعني بالنسبه لنا كان انت ولا ودنو كويس دماغ بيجي بعدين دوك قال ده يردوا ده يدور كما ودنو والله وقع كوني وياكم ني وان يكوب ياسر ياكم ني وان you know so شكرا شكرا خلينا ادي فرصه للسفير ايمانويل وبعدها جوليوس انه يعني يجاوب على السؤال بتاعك ربنا معك في كتب بالمناسبه انا قدامي انه في حاجه زي 15 كتاب لو اقل هذا انا خسران في كتب ده حاجه زي 1000 وشويه دولار في كتب ده بس خليكم من البي دي اف اللي انا عندنا ده سو اني
ده ما خساره ايوه ده كان ثمين جدا للاجيال
اكزاكتلي سو شكرا ابرم خلي سفير ايمانويل يجاوب على سؤالك يعلق على كلامك وكذلك جوليوس شكرا
نو شكرا برا اخويا ابراهيم نحن هنا كلنا ما في زول عنده مونوبولي بتاع تاريخ نحن كلنا طلبه بتاع تاريخ وبنستفيد من البعض يوم بعد يوم لانه التاريخ هي قصص قديمه لكن متجدده السؤال بتاعك عن نيكان يس نيكان طبعا على حسب الكتب اللي كتبوه وانا هقول الكتاب 3 كتب فوليوم كتبهم واحد اسمه فاذر كالازالارو انا قلت قبل الكلام ده فاذر كالازالارو is a Catholic priest وكتب 3 كتب 3 volumes on the origin of the Luo كتب غالية جدا افتكر انا ان 3 منهم واحد فوق $100 ولا كم يا ايدوان شفتها كتب غالية جدا شفتها يعني مفيدة he wrote 3 articles عن الاوريجن بتاع اللو واحد تاني راجل اسمه جون يودل الله يرحمه اتوفى افتكر السنة اللي فات وكان ده اخر محافظ بتاع كودوك الانجليزي until 1940 he died افتكر عمره وصل تقريبا 100 سنة وكتب كتاب اسمه Nile in the Darkness 1504 to 18 something Nile in the Darkness ده أنا برجو لأي جنوبي مثقف بينه الكتاب ده لازم يكون موجود في الرف بتاعك في البيت I know it's very expensive كتاب ده 100 وشوية استرليني ما يعادل $140 وعمل 2 two books في part 1 و part 2 لكن these books are very important لأنه بديه تاريخ بدقة وبكل المعلومات من سنة 1500 وشوية لعدي الزمن الأوتمان Empire. It's called The Nile in the Darkness or Nile in the Darkness. Conquest and Exploration. John Udall. Now, I had to mention this لأن ده هيكون reference بتاع based بتاع argument بتاعي. وكمان also based on the oral history بتاع شلو. هو قال بإنه the Luo كان عارف اسمه Collo لأنه زي ما قلت لك Collo ده is a new nation created by Nyikang. But as Julius have said, I think the whole reference to themselves was the Luo. الهوم origin بتاعهم زي ما أنا قلت قبل ده محل بيسموه أتود يعني كان بيسموه بعد دوات. دوات the language got corrupted لما بقى أتود. أنت لو قارنت language بتاع ناس أتود الليلة with the various Luo speakers بتلقى فوق a lot of similarities. ده واحد. ثانيا ناس أتود ذاته بتلقاهم بإنه 70% ذاته اللغة بتاعهم إزمير. ورغم هم منال بيسمون بنوم من دنكا. and فعلا موجودين في these areas اللي أنا كلمت فوقه. فاريا بتاع أتود ده يوم محل the Luos believe is their origin بتاعهم بتاعهم ده مالهم بدأوا. طبعا نيكان وجيلو وديمو ديل معروفين بانه هم طلعوا من بادوات اوراتوت وكده وكوا ابو ناني كان سلطان ولا كان ملك whatever he was اتوفى زمن ده ني كان على حسب المعلومات هو كان commandant chief بنقولوا بني ناو كلمة بني عند شلوك مختلف من دنكا بني أو بني عند دنكا ده سلطان لكن عند شلوك بني ياو كوماند ياو chief of staff ده زول البغود الجيش يعني لو عندك كتايب بنسموها كوت يعني كتيبة بسموها كوت
I think سلطان وقائد بتاع الجيش كلهم بني.
ايوه اوكي سو عند شلوك بني ياو سلطان ياو قائد الجيش عندنا سلطان ده جاك سلطان عندنا ده جاك in the Anuak the Kwar, I think. Anuak also, they influenced the Nuer and Nuer took the Kwar من Anuak. لكن نحن شلو بنقول بن ياو كما ياو جي قاعد الجيش. So ني كان هو ياو كان بن هو قاعد بتاع الجيش. فوكيجا أبوه متوفى يطول automatically بنو هيكون رد. لكن الالدرز لأنه كانوا تعبانين من حروب they decided بينو دو دخو يبقى ملك فده زعل نيكان قال لا دو ما ممكن يحكمني كيف زول يجي يحكمني وانا ماسك جيش وانا قاعد شاكل قام مع اخوانه واولاده منهم اخوه برادر بتاعه جيلو كانوا جيلو صغير جيلو قال انا بمشي معك وكده هو مع جيلو واخوانه تانيين مشوا they followed the Nile جو لمنطقه بتاع ديمو ياو فوق بنو قالوا قولوا جورجول في بار غزال ناو في منطقه بتاع ديمو من قعدوا فتره هناك قعدوا فتره مشاكل تاني قام انا ما ادري اقول في التفاصيل كان تاني مع اخوه جيلو ومن they came following what we call كير اوكي كير المعروف بتاعنا ده كير المعروف دنك بيقولوا كير شنو بيقولوا كير so they came following كير وكجايين لكير كير كان فوقه زي أشعاب النيل كتير they could not cross ففي واحد البينو اسمه أوبوك ويا كان خادم من خدمات بتاع كان so أوبوك قال يا جماعة عشان نقطع البحر ده ما any sacrifice بتاع human so I volunteered to be speared عشان البحر يفتح so على حسب الستوري أوبوك was speared والدم بتاعه في المويه وبحر فتح يا وجو لادو ناس منطقه ناس بوبوجو وجو لوجوس ناس grandfather ناس جوليوس قاعدين في الواطه هناك ناو ني كانوا كجاي في الزمن ده هم ما كتار so they did not embark on war straight away okay he settled among them he made peace with them وبعد كده وكده الرقم بتاعه كتير يا بيجا he started making ambushes ومشوا شاكلوا في واو في ملكال from the Fon and they took Malakal from the Fon. ده كان آخر حرب ومنطقة بتاع واو especially واو شلوك يا ده كان آخر معركة بين فون وشلوك والفون يتهزم as the main battle قام قال بإنه يدا أي واو يعني أنا أداني ارتاح من أصوات الحرب عشان كده حاسس عندك واو في واو شلوك وعندك واو في بارغزال I think it's the same meaning يعني someone has taken rest from the noise of the war. So to answer your question, the Nyekang is the one who came. Now, Shuluk, as I tell you, Gibel is a nation that Nyekang formed. Within that nation also, three clans, the bigger clans belonging to certain tribes that were absorbed and assimilated, and now they are talking Do Cholo. They're talking Do Cholo, which is the Cholo language. This has been the practice of the Luos. They have always been assimilating others. Into Lumushet, for example, Lango, they actually Hamitic Nilotics. Lakin because the Luo assimilated them, they started talking the Luo. The same thing with other tribes that the Luo on their Acholi observed and assimilated. All of them, they speak the Luo, which is Julius called Gebel Bunwab Samushunu fi Masr, how the Egyptian called their language, Dongo, and Amarif.
Me, the Natar.
Yeah?
Me, the Natar.
Oh, me, the Atar. So, the language of the Atar.
No, Natar.
Natar, the language of the Natar. So, Dok, which is the mouth. So, when you say Dachol is the language of the Shulu. Denga Bugula Tong, Bugula Tong again, Tong da Mujamin Tok, which is the mouth. So, Cholo, in a nutshell, their origin, to cut it short, is in Barghazal, in a Tot in particular. This is where they migrated. They migrated to Barghazal area around Dimo, which is around Wow or Awil, whatever areas they were in, and they moved from there to their present land, and Yikang formed this unique nation called the Cholo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to support what Ambassador said in regard to where did Cholo come from, also there is a book here. The name of the book is called Sudan Notes and Records, volume XXIV 1941. The book written by, written by M.E.C. Pamphare is the one actually wrote the book. And let me read this just before Julius come in and also to make comment, and I want him to read the page 98 before, after he make a comment. Let me support this argument with this. Let me read this. Shuluk is probably the Arabic version of Cholo. I'm reading page 3 in the book, page 3 for, let me see this book, the one I have in my phone. Let me check the main book, Malaysia. Yeah, fi kitab ana gonna graph chapter 1 and then the telephone bitai showing me page 3, which is how the Shuluk describe themselves. The singular of Cholo is Ocholo, a word obviously connected with Achole, the tribe in Equatoria with whom the Shuluk admit a common origin and to whom language the Shuluk Tongo is similar. A Shuluk tradition describes the origin of the tribe, say that Nyekang, the Shuluk culture hero, was one of the sons of Ukwa, a king of a country far to the north, to south, beside a great lake. Let me stop here. Julius, come in, my brother.
Do you want me to just read the thing?
Yeah, if you want, do you want to make comment? And if you want to make comment in what is said by Ambassador, you can make a comment on that.
No.
Okay.
I just want them to move the line because some of our people here have been waiting for so long.
Read that page. Read that before we move it. Read it.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Briefly, Taban, this is Divinity and Experience, the Religions of the Dinka by Godfrey Lenhart. So I'm reading from page 98. So the second paragraph, so I'm not going to start from the top because this is what actually Edward wanted me to read. So briefly, the history of this area was one of the series of invasion by groups of Nuer from their original homeland west of the Nile, first into the Zaraf Island, and then in an easterly direction across the Duk region and toward the Bibor River. The picture in the early years of 19th century shows the Zaraf Island occupied by the Ngok Dinka in the north and the Losh Dinka in the south, with the Root Dinka east of the Zaraf River in a country later occupied by the Gawar Nuer, and the Toy Dinka north and east of them. East again, the Padang Dinka extend from what now is the Launwer is the Launwer country, northward across the Sobat River, with a small Dinka tribe or section known as the Ridge on the middle part of the Duk Ridge and the Nyarweng on the south. By the end of the century, the whole of the Zaraf Island has been occupied by the Launwer, who drove the Ngok and Luosh Dinka northward toward the Zaraf, toward the Sobat, and by a while later themselves evicted by the Tiang, Lak, and Gawer Nuer tribes. The greater proportions of the Ruod Dinka country have been occupied by the Gawer Nuer. The Toy Dinka, once and a more numerous people, had been reduced to a small pocket, now living east of the road. And the Padang and Duor Dinka had been driven northward across the Sobat River. Only the Nyarweng Dinka had been able to escape large-scale inclusion into their country, in their territory, and once can conjecture with some certainly that their present boundary with the Gawer Nuer would have been pushed much further south had not been the Nuer expansion in the direction been checked by the establishment of Anglo-Egyptian administration at the turn of the century. This series of invasion left the Dinka people of the area scattered, confused, and probably much reduced to a smaller number.
صوت بتاعك ودر جوليوس.
Yeah, خلص كده. Yeah, this is the part actually.
مبروك. Exactly. مبروك. This is the part we want to read actually. أنا جبال عملت quotation في كتاب بتاعت Professor Douglas Johnson, لكن here is in details في كتاب هسه جوليوس جراو. Thank you so much.
Just حاجة صغيرة بس.
Go ahead, Ambassador.
تعرف الحاجة الناس they're not even paying attention to is the genius of the Nuer expansionism. تعرف the Nuers, two things have happened in terms of their military strategy. Al-Khallam to expand and assume defeat the Dinkas that were there, and also later on our brothers in the Anywa. I tell you. One is the spear بتاعهم, as I said earlier. نوير لو شفت حرب بتاعهم صغير. إدوارد ما زي حقنا بابر تونغ مية تونغ ده شو داك ده طويل. شفتها؟ تونغ لو بيجي maximum تبقى يدك كبير كيف? You cannot take more than 3. لأن ده طويل. ده معناه you need a close combat. وده له كود. ده له درجة كود. عشان تشاكل به. The Nuer adopted a guerrilla style of warfare. الحرب بتاعهم صغير، تونغ صغير، تونغ بتاعهم صغير. نويراو ممكن ياخد 10 حربة في يده. He can put 10 spears صغار في يده. Which means it makes him more mobile. شفتها؟ And he have more opportunity. ممكن يجي من مسافة بعيد. انت زولنا تونغ الكبير ده انت دليل مسافة قريب. لأن تونغ ده أصلاً ما قد جدا. تونغ mostly is for close combat بتاع طعنة. Okay? So what they did is the spears. They have changed. The other thing, Nuer developed the concept of regiments. Okay? هم غيروا regiments. يعني وكده المناطق بتاع دينكا that they used to capture now. What they do, they will send first of all من بعملوا reconnaissance. شفتها؟ Look at that. They will reconnaissance. They will reconnaissance first. يشوفوا في كم رجال في المناطق دي. هو كيف؟ What is the population? But كده they will send a wave of 500, 1,000, 1,500. يعني بركزوا عدد كبير. It's almost similar to the military strategy بتاع Mao Zedong. He called it 1 to 10, 10 to 1. معناه شنو؟ معناه لو عدد بيساوي بسيط لو هم 5 تجوا 15 يا 10 to overwhelm them and defeat them completely. This is what the Nuer did. So what also they used to do strategically, Nuer will not attack you in summertime. Nuer, they will attack during the time of the harvest. وكدناس يجي يجمعوا الإيش وإيش خطهم في low court ديل وخزنهم. Now they will descend on a village in big numbers with their small spears. Will be terrifying to anybody. You will not stand against them. 500 بيجي أول 500 تاني بيجي 500 تاني بيجي. That is a lot of force. So ناس بيجروا. Once you run, they will ransack all the grains. بيشيلوا بقر بيشيلوا الذرة ده كله وبحرقوا أي حاجة فضل واحد. So عشان أنت ما ترجع تاني. So أنت بتلقى ناس رحلوا. لأنه them they're not coming to attack you for you to come back. They attack to make sure you don't come. They dislodge you and then they settle. كشباب أول. Once شباب they settle يلا بيجيبوا نساوينهم now. They occupy the land. Then what they do, they move to the next village. So also we need to give the Nuers here their creativity of expansion. من Western Nuer كان territories بتاعهم صغير. في خلال 60 سنة bigger almost 5 times bigger than their home of origin because of their geniusness and the change of their strategy in the military. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you so much. Let's continue with line. Let me apologize again, Lenas Al-Folk, Lakin, please be patient. We are actually making the record, and that while we need to give chance to moderators to answer the question or make comment and clarify the point before we move forward. So, Malish kwa Ejimana. Let me give Ribo. Ribo, you have 7 minutes. Go ahead.
لا أقل من كده. وبعدين يا أستاذ إدوار يا أخوي، يعني أول حاجة شكر لك، والشكر موصول لأمباسادة وجوليوس، والله والشكر كله للناس اللي معانا فوق هنا وكل المستمعين تحت. أول حاجة دار أقول لك ما في اعتذار، زي ما قال قبل أمباسادة، التاريخ ده ما دار استعجال، بالراحة خطوة خطوة. نحن والله ما عندنا حاجة ممكن بننوم هنا ذاته، لأنه ده تاريخنا وتاريخ ناصع وتاريخ بوري يعني حقائق مهم جدا جدا. أنا من مواطن من مملكة لادو، وجلاحقا حسب التطورات والمراحل التاريخية تحول لادو انكليف زي ما الأستاذ جوليوس وأمباسادة إيمانويل أجاوين أشاروا لهم قبل في حديثهم. فأنا سؤالي، أنا ما أقدر أتكلم في لأنه الموضوع ما عن الموضوع عن دولة الشلوك أو مملكة الشلوك في الزمن ده. وبشكركم للمرة الثانية لأنه والله اللي عملتوا الليلة ده يا إدوارد يعني مش أسلج سالجي بس، يعني على الأقل الناس يعرفوا التطور التمرحل التاريخي حقنا لحد ما جينا هسه بقينا نحن الجنوبيين ده. شكرا لك يا أخوي. أنا داير سؤالي بتركز في حاجتين. يعني قبل أخوي جوليوس والله يديه العافية، يعني بدلنا على ما أعتقد من 1500 المكوك من 1500 على ما أعتقد. فنحن كنا دايرين نفهم من بداية المكوك في إطار مملكة الشولو في الزمن ده في القرن الرابع عشر مثلا ولا الخامس عشر. دايرين نعرف حاجتين. حاجة نمرة واحد، النشاط الداخلي بتاع الشولو، نشاطهم الداخلي من يعني الاقتصادي والنشاط السكاني بشكل عام كله جوا. وبعدين دايرين نعرف العلاقة برضو الخارجي بتاع المملكة، وخاصة لأنه حسب برضو الكتب والمصادر اللي عندنا وبعد ده عندنا برضه بروفيسورات يعني واساتذه بتاع انثروبولوجيا اللي هو علم الاجناس، من ضمنهم ناس بروفيسور جورج بورين وغيره من العلماء حقنا برضه اشاروا في كتب ومقالات للتاريخ ده. فني كنا دايرنا نفهم يعني هنا في لادو انكليف ولا لادو كيندوم، لانه كان في اتصالات ما بين، يعني انا ما بقول كوندوكور لانه كوندوكور ده جديد اشار على قبل امباسادور ايمانويل اجاوين، يعني بدا استخدامه من 1841 وجاء لهايد ما جاء صامويل بيكر في 69 ولا ما ذلك. لكن الاتصالات حسب معلوماتنا في لادو انكليف ولا لادو كيندوم انه كان في اتصال ما بين منغلا، لانه زمان ده مركزنا كان منغلا، ما بين منغلا وفشوده. فني دارين شرح من سيادتكم عن الطبيعة بتاع العلاقة ده وكيف بدأ مثلا وفي زمنياته مكة من المكوك دي والتطورات اللي حصل يعني في العلاقة دي. ولا لأنه كنا في الدولة ده كان في برايم مينيستر وكده زي النظام الإداري والنظام الموجود كان في مملكة شلوك في الزمن ده. فأنا يا حبذا يا أخواني تدونا شرح وافي عن النشاط السكاني داخل المملكة بتاع شولو في الزمن ده القرن الرابع عشر والخامس عشر ونحن جايين، وبعدك تورونا العلاقات الخارجية وخاصة العلاقة اللي كان بينه وبين لادو إنكليف ولا لادو كيندوم. شكرا كثير، مشكور يا إدوارد. والله أنا ما أعرف نحيي كيف، لكن إن شاء الله على عملته ده هيغير حاجات كتير جدا جدا وهيودي مسار السياسي حقنا لمنحنى ثاني إن شاء الله.
شكرا جزيلا أخوي ريبو، شكرا للمداخلة بتاعك، شكرا للإشادة، وشكرا للكلام الجميل اللي أنت قلته. نحن نستمر، مهم جدا إنه نوضح حقائق للناس، وده السبب اللي خلاني رغم أنا عيان يعني خلاني الليلة إنه ما نأجل الحلقة لأنه بقيت أعجل فيه كل مرة. شكرا لك. قبل ما أديه لأمباسادور يجاوب الفترة لادو إنكليف انضمت للنظام البريطاني في 1910. بايدان الزول اللي كان عندنا المكان بديت كواتكير اللي هو كان حكم من 1903 إلى 1917. So Ambassador Emmanuel Rajawin, you come in and make comment and then Julius and I will continue the line.
لا إذنك إدوارد، بس في فترة أقدر من كده يعني.
لا أنا فاهم لا أنا فهمت السؤال بتاع
خلاص جوليوس go ahead.
أوكي شكرا.
Ambassador يجي بعدها.
شكرا.
Okay Julius go ahead.
شكرا. Thank you for your question. أنت عارف مشكلتنا نحن الجنوبيين كثير من تاريخنا مفقود، يعني ولما أقول مفقود يعني حتى to the point that we cannot recover it. يعني أقتل نحن بنشوف نفوسنا بس كمجموعة بتاعت قبائل كأنه نحن ما عندنا تاريخ، لكن يعني في قبائل كان عندها ممالك زمان، يعني لأنه البداية بتاع الديكلاين بتاع يعني القبائل الأفريقية in general حصل بعد ما الغزو العربي لأفريقيا عامة، يعني وحصل يعني ممالك كثيرة دفنوها وتاريخها دفن معهم ذاته. حتى كان في قبائل أسماء كان موجودة اندمجت في قبائل تانية ونسيت لغتها ذاتها، يعني they just lost and they became part of those new tribes. وطبعا الخواجات كمان هم عنصريين، يعني لما كتبوا التاريخ ده هم عايزين يصوروا الإنسان الأسود بأنه متخلف وجاهل وما بيعرف أي حاجة، لكن بالعكس يعني السيفلايزيشن ذاته started in Africa. والقبائل اللي انتم شايفينه الليله هم بس مجرد قبائل عندهم حرف زراعيه وبس بيزرعوا and they have no anything to do with economy or development or even refined thought. Those are lies. يعني مجموعه بتاع قبائل باردة they used to be a big group، يعني they refer to them as Bari speakers، لكن هم كانوا مجموعات يعني كبيره جدا قوي وكان عندهم يعني تاريخ يعني predating history، يعني احنا ما بنقدر بعدين ان احنا يعني to recover زي ما انا قلت. لكن كان في ممالك في افريقيا all over Africa including the Kiro or the Bari speakers, they used to have also their own kingdoms, And Laduin Cliff, it was built on those, all kingdom, or you can call them kingdom of chiefhood, because the word king, you have a different names in different languages. Yani, mungkin others will call it as a chief, but it's actually a king by status بتاعه. يعني لأنه البريطانيين طبعا هم بيغيموا بمعاييرهم، ملك عندهم بمعاييرهم. لكن كان في يعني حتى ذاته في زي ناس باري في كلمات مشتركة مع جولو ومع Dutchol in general. So that means those people, they came in contact sometime along the way, or they have a one history, and they it far a long time ago, But when, how long did those people, split? That's a serious question, and it need a lot of studies and all this stuff. So thank you very much for your question. Yes, النظام الاجتماعي في Cholo Kingdom was made of mostly agriculture, but they did make trade with other like Fun Kingdom. Even when the Arabs they start coming to Sudan, they also used to trade with Cholo long time ago, before this will turn to slavery and kidnapping people and selling them. But they used to have a very good economy, and they used to have even hiraf, the sinaat, hirab or hajat. They melt iron in order to make those things. So hajat di as a dirasa, you need a lot of study, in order just to rewrite our own history by ourselves. So thank you very much, brother.
Thank you, Sir. Ambassador, you have any addition?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, brother Ribo. أنا بس بدي أركز في السؤال بتاع تريد. التريد ده عشان تلقى التفاصيل ونلخص. أنا قلت قبل في article. أنت ممكن you can look for it. It's called the Shuluk Trade and Politics from the mid 17th century to 1861. It's published by Cambridge University Press. It's also published in what we call the Journal of African History, volume 12, number 3, 1971, and it's 20 pages. طبعا الريجنس بتاع شولو الخلاو ذاته يعمل expand ده زمن رد what's his name Abu Nazab we took at Dokod.
Yes, Dokod. Continue with the
yes.
Yes.
Dokod was able to expand.
Dokod what took?
What took? No, took but what Dokod but what boy. Dokod as a king, Zaman Bitao, the Shulu kingdom prosper in terms of the barter trade, the small barter trade. Then Zaman da kan mafi currency and mafi umla. Inter the jib leben no the shil simin no nam Shulu, for example, with Nuer. Shulu Nuer, Shulu bejib dura lano they do a lot of farming. Nuer bejiblam to back. Kut. Tiddi malwa maruf come to back to Shilu. Kida hakaza. That was barter trade. The same thing with Samag Nashif. A guy Samwa Belalier, Samag Nashif. So this is how the barter trade was. The same thing with their brother and neighbors, the Dinka, El Mojudin. They have also trade. Lobiga Bagar, Lobiga Shunu. This has been going on. For Dokot, because of that trade, he was able to raise a very strong army and to be able to sponsor an invasion. Lanzon with Dokot there. Shuluk whistle all the way the area now called Khartoum. By the way, Khartoum ده اسم جديد لأنا شايف نيلين ديل إحنا بس بنقول والله ده اسمنا أو ده اسمنا. شلوك يقول لك Khartoum معناه كار أتوم. Kar is two branches. When they meet, we call it Kar. Atum is meeting. Denka will also tell you the same because the same meaning in Denka. Karatum, the same thing. Okay? Marv Munu. But Khartoum, by the way, was not the first capital. I know we will let Tuti. Okay? So then they claim Khartoum, Karatum. So Kar Tabani, as I said, two branches, the white and the Nile. the Blue Nile and the White Nile, Yao Kar, and Atum. Atum, that means they met. Okay? But Shulu go then also Nufusum Kar, Makarma, Mukunu Nil Brown, Mukunu Karra Hajatan. But we assume Shampo Nil Labiat, Nil Azrek, Kalas de Karatum. But I will dispute that. Lanu, Khartoum, Kaasima, Maja illa in 1825. I'm sure the Marjayat. Khartoum was formed in 1825 by the Turks. Okay. Turks who came the first administrative capital. Because Sudan can with Medeni. In with Medeni مش إلا حلفاية الملوك. من الحلفاية ياو أسسوا خرطوم كعاصمة ل 1825. That period ما في دنكا ولا قلة ولا دنكا ولا شلو في خرطوم زمن داك. The maximum person, the Nilotic that was close to the north, it was the Shuluk for Jizraba, Al-Basamasa, Mujaba. That was the farthest. Lakin lo Gulta Be'inu Zaman, I don't know what time, history, I never read a book. Lo Gulta Zaman Khalas, Bidri Shidid, Nilin Del, kind of around that area. Lo Biga Sultanate Walwat, Al Khan Mujud, Gable Kush, who can fi around area, Yambal Khartoum da, Malish. Lakin isim ma kan Khartoum. Khartoum da isim Jidid. التجارة بتاع Collo خرطوم is from 1825 يا اخوي. انت امشي للمرجعيه بقول لك المرجعيه المرجعيه بقول بانه اول عاصمه للسودان والمدني. بعد والمدني مشوا عملوا حلفاء الملوك وكده اتراك شافوا محل ضيق مشوا اسسوا خرطوم. خرطوم is a new thing, is 1825. لو زول تاني عنده evidence apart from what I'm saying عليك الله you quote me that evidence. Anyway
اسيا ما كان مدني واصل
أصلا كان مدني. خرطوم ما كان عاصمة أصلا. Okay, so let's go to issue بتاع trade. Okay, Kaka in 1840 became a very lucrative area لثلاثة أسباب. الخواجات وأتراك كان منعوا slavery. التجار والضرائب اللي كانت شديدة في الشمال، تجار خاصة بتاع قبيلة بتاع حمر بتاع كردفان والتعايشة ديل هجروا لمنطقة بتاع كودوك بتاع كاكا. Kaka was formed in 1840. Kaka is a free zone. لأنه زمن داك أتراك could not force it. They were respecting بأنه كاكا take الابسولوت كنترول بتاع الرد. So كاكا التجار المناوم في سوق تجارة الرقيق والتجار المناوم عشان الضرائب الجرم من الشمال they came all to Kaka and Kaka became a center. Not only for trade for the Shuluk but for the whole Sudan. That also brought Gurush. Lano the Shuluks were trading in Hippo, El Green Tea, so the green tea. They were trading also for ivory, Sinelfil. They were also trading also للحيوانات الأخرى زي ناس جراف وناس شيتا وحاجات التانيين دين. And became very lucrative. لعد في واحد اسمه محمد الخير إذا من التعايشة دين decided بإنه مش اللي أتراك في خرطوم قال لهم أنا I want to rule the Shuluks and the Dinka. فقال له أنت how will you rule the Shuluk? أنتم king بتاعهم. You cannot. أما the Dinka ده أنت you do whatever you want to do with the Dinka. أما الخير جاء and then he turned Kaka into a slave trade. بمشي بقبض الدنكا وبيجيبهم and they're sold في market في Kaka. Zolde became so powerful, he even started attacking the Shuluk kings and defeated a lot of the Shuluk. ومسك Shuluk كتار وباهم as slaves until the Shuluk organized themselves and fought. الحاجة بسموه the revolution of 1875. Okay, ده موجود كمان in the article I quoted. You can read it also in that article is mentioned. The revolution of 1875, Ahmed al-Khair, my nas بتاعهم, they were killed, all of them, by the Shuluk. ده ياو جاب نهاية بتاع slavery and the slave trade اللي كان حاصل for almost يعني من 1840 to 1875 almost 35 years of slavery. شالوا آلاف من الشباب من الدنكا والشلوك وناس البرون وقبائل الموجودين هناك ما بان. لكن كاكا was the slave trade بتاعهم. So in a nutshell I could say بإنه the economic activities الأنشطة التجارية كانت في المستوى بسمة البارتر تريد شيء مقابل شيء. ده كان very of course very primitive stage of capital. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. We'll move the line. أنا ما أعرف جولس دير تقول حاجة ولا نمشي هنا؟ أنت قلت خلاص مش ما عندك إضافة عشان ندي فرصة للشور.
لا أدي فرصة للناس دي خليهم برضه يتكلموا لأنه في ناس هنا كمان قاعد كتير.
خلاص شور فضل وبنعتذر يعني على انتظار فترة طويلة. فضل. Brother Shol, are you there? لو شول ما في نمشي لتونديد. You can take your turn, my brother.
Yes, أنا قاعد. Okay. حسب التاريخ وحسب cultural connection and everything. Okay. طبعا نحن بنقرأ التاريخ.
أنت لابس سماعة؟ صوتك ما واضح. أنت لابس سماعة؟ ولا ما في؟
لو قال شبكته يو كعبة وما لابس سماعة.
شبكتي كعبة. أكيد تأمين.
خلاص لو شبكت كعب خلينا نمشي لجاموس. جاموس فضل.
شكرا Sister Abani or Sir Edward, Chief Julius, and Emmanuel, and the rest of the panelists and the audience. I'd like to actually greet you all, warm greeting and Happy New Year. History is great to talk about. It's good to educate ourselves, and I've learned a few things also along the way. I would like to say that telling the history of Sudan generally and the origins of all these people have been mentioned, specifically Shilluk, Dinka, and Nuer, and the rest of other tribes. I believe a lot of great points have been mentioned there, but one thing to remember is that to tell the history of Shilluk in its unique context, it is also telling the history of Nuer as well connected with it, and the history of Dinka. All these three go alike, hand in hand. But I must say that a lot of history also have been lost in the past. It's great, the history that we try to preserve right now, the past. It's always important to be remembered. And the great kingdom of Cholo and the other kingdoms that was around at the time. I'm going to pick it up where Brother Emmanuel Ajawin actually have stated a statement where he said that there is an expansion happening and there is no more expansion would happen at this point, because everybody have to remember their history and where they come from. And where I'm picking from is that actually is the Lado Enclave. That is where I'm picking it up from, basically. And I'm going to share something on my PTR, if possible. I don't have enough to put in there, but I'm going to try to capture a bit of it to share with you all. Might not take more than 5 minutes. As you see there, according to that history of Lado Enclave, I share with you the region of Lado Enclave. According to Britannica information that I have here, Lado Enclave, a region in Central Africa bordering Lake Albert, which is somewhere by Uganda.
there and situated on the west bank of Upper Nile that was administered by Congo Free State in 1894 to 1909 and was incorporated thereafter into the Anglo-Egyptian. Now, what led me to that is another article that was posted on a website, actually, and I want to make sure that I get to read that comment or commentary or that article to the rest of the people here, or they can look it up also themselves. It's always good to share history or knowledge regard to the history of South Sudan. So actually, I got that also from Africa BIB, and it says the Lado Enclave was a purely European creation with arbitrary boundaries, which cut indiscriminately across tribes, sub-tribes, and even villages were created by Franco-Congolese Treaty of August 14, 1894. But it was not until 3 years later that the resources of Congo State were significantly occupied by the enclave. The Congolese made sustained effort to develop the enclave, but without possibility of future expansion into Bahr el Ghazal and Mangala province. The Sudan further development could not be justified by the terms of the 1906 agreement. Leopold, in return for the railway concession from Congo to Nile, agreed upon annual Anglo-Congolese agreement by May of 12 of 1894 and hand over the enclave to Sudan government on his death. To me, is that it is in question of the history of Lado Enclave, and I've seen a few individuals here trying to connect the Lado Enclave into Cholo or Cholo Kingdom, but let us not forget also that the history of Cholo and the Denka and the Nuer and the rest of other smaller tribes along that great Jazeera of Sudan, it goes back to 640 or 641 BC, and that is basically before even Arab come or the time Arab first came into those lands. Okay, and as far as the history goes with that of Lado Enclave, it is not mentioned in many places. It's just start to appear in this a website and probably a few books, but not to that much of an extent of its history, basically. So the Lado Enclave is very small as you look at it, is squeezing itself between Congo and Sudan by the Lake Albert. But it's not to that extent or that expansion, but according to the people today who claiming the Lado Kingdom are expanding it as far as Western Bahr el Ghazal, Central Equatoria, Eastern Equatoria. People are changing the narrative of the history, and these people who are writing these books and stuff, I think they're trying to write them to fit the political interests, basically because of the natural resources and its power, you see. But let us be in the context of that history, in the right way, but not in a way that I'm seeing right now. The Lado Enclave is being something being sold to people to buy into it. You see, the Enclave of Lado is smaller than a BA box, to be honest. So let us not confuse ourselves with that. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
No, but let him finish. I will answer him. Let him finish.
So that is all I have to say regarding the Lado Enclave. So there is more information about it out there. We all can dig into it, and it could be justified that Lado Enclave is basically a remnant of a colonial disperse at the time of that scramble of Africa, whereby they using people as a slave and war in those areas, kind of causing disperse, people running from region to region, from area to area. People are starting to migrate more and more to different areas whereby they can be safe and sort of all of that nature. So thank you. That's all I have to say there. But telling the history of Cholo Nuer,
the history of Denka is being told along the way with it. So I have no doubt that the great kingdom of Cholo is always there, and they have fought the invaders to the best of their ability, and unfortunately, there are other weapons have involved, causing people to lose their kingdoms and their powers, and now we are being assimilated everywhere else. And with that being said, I would like to thank you again for giving me the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
أبانا ده نقرأ حاجة واحد بس في Wikipedia about Khartoum. بقول Khartoum was founded in 1821. Founded. أمشي Wikipedia هسه عملوه داونلود. بقول عندك الإنترنت عملوه. بقول لك بنو Khartoum was founded in 1821 as part of Egypt, north of the ancient city of Soba.
Oh yes, I wanted to correct something really quick. I'm sorry. The term Khartoum, I see people say Khartoum, but it is Khartoum, not Khartoum. No, it's Khartoum, because Atum is the god.
My brother is none. It's neither. It's neither, because it is not a Shuluk or a Dinka or a university. Khartoum literally was founded in 1821. Full stop. So let us not just go and claim Mahalat Mahagadna. Thanks.
No, it's not a claim that we're making here. It's just correcting the name Khartoum. It's not Khartoum.
It's enough. It's enough, Jamus. Yeah, I think you got the answer already. And then the issue of Ladoing Cliff, it just came up, but it is not the topic today. But if you want people to talk about it, it should be a different discussion for those who will come later on.
Yeah, I agree with you, Abani, on that. We can make actually a different discussion on Ladoing Cliff.
Yes, but Julius, you said you want to add something. You have something to say?
Yeah. Actually, I understood the intention of Jamu's comment. So the problem in South Sudan, we try to see history with political lenses, and this is the big tragedy. When the colonial power came to Africa, they found the land there. They found people. Some they have their own sovereignty. This name Ladoing Cliff didn't come out of nowhere. It was there. It was there. And the relationship between Ladoing Cliff and Fashoda, it is a historical event that's happened in Fashoda that's created Ladoing Cliff. Not only Ladoing Cliff, also Rwanda and Burundi. If not for Fashoda incident, there wouldn't be something called Rwanda or as a country, or Burundi, or even Ladoing Cliff. But the people who were there, they were there. They used to have their own sovereignty before the British came to the British and the Belgium. They came because they used the term Congolese, Anglo-Congolese agreement, that was called. But because Belgium king claimed DRC Congo as his territory, and he named it the Free Congo state. Anyway, as you said, Abani, this is another topic for another day. Just let us move on.
Okay. Thank you. And if possible, because he said when we tell the history of Cholo, indirectly we are telling the history of Dinka and Nuer. I think you guys need to clarify that too, Ambassador and Julius, because the migration, it happened in different historical time too, and the areas that were people moved into. So thank you. I'll move the line to my brother Jackson. You have 7 minutes, Jackson, further.
Yeah, shukran, Said Mulana, Jawin, Akuna, Usas Edward, Usas Julius, Baden Abama ini, Baden Kuluita Bani, Kulu Nasi Kwana Ted, Wekwata Ted, Stamain, shukran. فأنا بس في حاجات كده
أنا ده أقول في حاجة حاول كده قبل إنه قالوا قراو إنه اسم بتاع الشغل ده اسم عربي. أنا ده أكد لكلام إنه الاسم Uchala ده كان واحد من أولاد تجيكام ده Uchala وما Cholo. So Arab جامو Cholo أو Chuluk, but the real name is Uchala. Uchala was what Kikam. Uchala what Kikam. Yeah, and also I just want to touch on just some other things that you guys also need to know. There's some people who talk about Alur. There's Alur in Wow, which is Alur Payam, in Wow, just close to Ton. And the Alur of Uganda, actually there's Alur in Uganda and Jupakwach, they are over the Nile, and descendant of Ulum. After Finas given Kalaman Ulum, Alur Baden Pakwach, the descendant of Ulum. Ulum is the one who left from Barakazal, Alur, from Karbia, from Alur Barakazal, and they come and make another Alur when they reach the Nile, في Uganda. Melada kan kul Sudan, lakin finia tamule Uganda, kana radhi Sudania, takiru Sudan. وبعدين في قبائل اللغه بتاعت يوغندا وين كمان عندك اللورو في بانيكانغو في زاير في كونغو في ليغال في ليغال ده نفس الفرق بتاع اللورو في هنا في البحر القريب بابوجا ده نفس الجروب ده الجزء بتاعهم يا ماشي هنا ده الجزء ده وبعدين في جروب بتاع من كينيا قام دايركت من واو كمان قاموا من اللورو بتاع واو. The last, the station when they left from Wow, they left from Alur. دليل ذلك في 2012 elders بتاع Alur, elders بتاع كينيا بتاع كينيا. They left. أول مرة لما كير مشى في كينيا, they asked Kenya, they asked Salva Kiir, رئيس Salva Kiir أجي إنه ياكي إنه الناس في باراكزال are they still alive? كير أكلهم, but yeah, these people are still alive and they're there. فهم قالوا من كان دايرين زيارة عشان يمشي هناك لواو elders ده كير قال خلاص من تايم يكون كويس أنا بعمل لكم invitation. تايم لما جابوا كويس كير عمل لهم invitation في الزمن بتاع هذا conference بتاع الشهوب كان عملوا في بنتيو ده في 2012. يا كير عمل invite them, they come, I don't know, they were about 12 or come. فكير لما جابوا سلطوبة كير قال لهم خلاص أنتوا أتمشي تعذروا هذا conference بتاع السلاطين في بنتيو وبعدك أنا بسلمكم أو بعمل ببيعونكم من بنتيو تمشي لواو. يا أول مشى فعلا مشى بنتيو ومشى عذروا هذا المؤتمر ده. لما المؤتمر انتهى كير سلمهم في يد مغني بوج جابهم في واو وشالهم ومشى ليه قال لازم نمشي في علور. مشوا علور عملوا لهم ضيفوهم وعملوا جد كتير وصلوات ومن زمن ذاك لما فاتوا وراو مبني بوسيس باوا أتى يوم الليلة شالوا برا من سلطة أتى يوم الليلة ما لقى سلطة من 2012. يلا نينا لما نرجع كمان لهذا في أجاد إيمانويل قبل قالوا أجاد مهم جدا أن الناس أسامي في بايبل أسامي اللي لسه قاعد هسه في فامي بتاعت كل أسامي الإيمانويل قالوا قبل أتذكروا نينا بقولوا في الاسم أنو نينا بقول نو ولا أنو نينا بقول أنو للراجل أو نو كمان للراجل بعدين أوبيرو للراجل بعدين بال للراجل لسه أسامي كل حتى الآن لسه قاعد بعدين كيلا وبولا أجانا كله في بايبل الكيلا وبولا في بايبل أنينا قاعد نسمع أسامي ده كله في فاميلي بتاعتي فوقنا كوباتي وكمان الناس اللي بيجوا سووا مننا كمان بيسمي نفس الأسامي كل ده دلائل أسامي ده كله قاعد as we speak now في واو. بعدين لما نرجع للإنادة للواو للدوبو descendant لما دوبو فضل في واو الوا إندو ثورة وبعدين بوده ده الفرق بتاعتنا جاي من وينكم في واو في شلو كنا في أبا نايل
القبيله بيقولوا البراء المين بيقولوا الباب او العشيره بيقولوا بوضه دينا صناعين بيعملوا 4 سكين وراب انكم هنا غير متاكد ان سميت بوضه انكم بوضه هناك اللي هو بوضه وبعدين في بور او بلند بوري دل ناس بتقدموا وجه ناس بوري من بقول طبعا في ناس بيقولوا انه بلد بوري جاي من دول التانية كان ومن descendant بتاعهم في ناس من بيقولوا أبور إنه ده جدهم كمان في واو هناك إنه جدهم اسمه أبور كمان هم descendant بتاع أبور فبكون ده فرق بتاع بوري أو كمان يالو descendant بتاع كمان في ناس عملوا باب قالوا من جاي من الأسرة بتاع أبور so del ناس اللي قاعدين في واو the reason why هنا بتاع kingdom بتاع collapse في واو لأنه بمواجه مشاكل كتير لما نتراك جاء عملوا انفيت مع مصريين عملوا انفيت كاتوم وجاء أسلموا دارفورين كله الحرب حولوا لنا في 1846 هم هاجمونا وفي فترة ده عملوا مشاكل كتير وشردوا ناس وفي 1873 they were defeated Egypt بإنارة بتاعتهم Atrak they were defeated وأصل كسارات this is where Dumo lost his kingdom لأنه حتى يوم عليه لاسا أبناء بتاعت أسرة بتاعت kingdom هم بقول بنادوا نفسهم منهم كوايتو معناته descendant of God of death acceptance كوايتو del باقي الأسرة بتاعت باب بتاعت الأسرة بتاعت close kingdom اللي هو الأسرة بتاعت kingdom their number بتاعهم في واو هناك بسيط جدا لأنهم they are the most people who fought and protect the kingdom until the kingdom collapsed. That's why they named themselves Kwaito. Yeah, del Israel بسيط أنا كنت دار أضيفه لكم. وبعدين أكون أبغى هناك he knows a lot. He may also feed you with other things. شكرا لكم جميعا.
شكرا هو Jackson. So are you من Kwaro Uyeta?
No,
Kwabot, yeah. But then Nasumia Kwaito. Nasumia Kwaito.
شكرا. أنا بخلي جوليس أو أمباسدر لو عندهم مداخلة. تفضل.
شكرا هو شكرا وركي. You know, our history is very connected to the point even some of us will be surprised. Do you know that Rael Odingo is Kwamol? Like we have Kwamol in Cholo. Like we call them also Nyor. So they have the lineage very much like the same. So we have a lot of names. Even Obama is Kwaokel, believe or not. Kwagilo, sorry. Obama is Kwagilo, believe or not. Yani Adiro is here. I don't know if he heard us before, but yeah, if we sit down and discuss our history, we will be surprised how much we have in common. You know? Even the name I know you just mentioned is actually one of the Nikang name. Ibn Abal, that's his name too. You have a lot of names. So yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Jama, Khalinu, Anna has started the 10 minutes, then I will get back to you guys. ممكن.
يا ممكن ماشي ambassador نينا ما نجيب ناس تانيين فوق ذاته نكمل أديرو وبانغا وبعدك we'll close the room prepare for the next one. Continue Abani, thank you.
شكرا. Let me move the line to give this chance to brother Umat. تفضل.
Well, thank you, Sister Abani, Edward, Julius, and Jackson and Abon. So thank you so much for all of the listeners. I am not going to talk much. I think you can hear me clearly that I have a cold, and I came also late. I just wanted to catch up for a little bit. This is the story.
Is it another corona or my brother? Because even me too, I was very sick the last 3 days.
I don't know. I think the corona mutated into a new one now. I don't know. I heard his name yesterday, but I don't know if this is the one. But thankfully, it's not going to kill anybody. So that's a good thing about it. Anyways, so I thank you a lot for this clubhouse, the Cholo land and its boundaries, and it's expanded to, for all of us to talk about this. But I'm not going to talk a lot. I'll just mention a little bit. Historical, it's actually the truth. When you know your history, you will know where you're going. Basically, I just want to say about something about Luo. When we say Luo, basically, it's a combination of all the Luo descendants. And before that, I think the Luo used to be kind of a kutula with that tribe wide. لما كنا في Egypt, لحد ما إنه migration took place, and then people started to expand and get in disarrays. Yes, we know Nyekang and Gilo and Dumo, they're actually brothers. We know all that, and when we go back to the Bible, as Brother Jackson actually mentioned, there are a lot of the white people who were trying to divert our the origin history, and also they try to misplace some names and all that. The Sham and Am, those names we have it also in the Anuak. Cham, I think you guys all know, but Cham, when we read it in Anuak, we actually C and H, and then AM. Look how the white people diverted that. Those are the origins of the history in the Bible there. And I knew, as brother talked about also, I knew Dr. John Green talked about it in so many conferences. Always refer to this. This is the Anuak and something like that in the Kush kingdom. But anyways, I will leave that aside to be a lesson for tomorrow. We'll talk about it in future. When it comes to the expansion of the territories here, yes, Gilo and Nyikang, they actually divided the Nile into two. The east, the Gilo took the eastern part of the Nile and went all the way. Yes, as Ambassador Emmanuel Jawin mentioned earlier, that those are Agela Chil and those of Nyum, those are the Anuak territory. I just wanted to retreat this so that our brothers, Nuer, the youngest folks who were actually born in 90s, who do not know about the history. This eastern part belongs to the Anuak. Nasser, they call it Nasser, this is New as a matter of fact, this place, we still have the Anuak descendant by blood to death. But yes, the Nuer of today, they're trying to divert it completely and make it as a Nuer, but that's not true. The Anuak by blood who are still living in Nyum, which is Nasser, and those of Olang, and those of Jangmir, which is Jangmer. When they say they say Jangmir, but it's actually Jangmer. When Lamonteshba, yani bitaskar min shabe, the meaning that a place they call it now Jangmir, but Jangmer. But anyways, Nuer actually occupied that, not by force. When they moved from the western part, they came slowly, and all of a sudden, Anuak found themselves that they become a minority in that place, and that's why the Anuak divided themselves.
Yeah, I want you to add something. I read that, I think yesterday, in one of my documents I have here. Nyikango, they agree, like what you said exactly now. They agree Anuak will occupy the east and Cholo will occupy the west, Nyikango. But later on, they fight. So what happened exactly? Go ahead, because there is no more detail. I did not get more detail on that. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, well, I think brothers, which is Gilo and Nyekang, they fought themselves. They disagreed on something. I think I can just refer people to the books. Some people, they can just go to the Anuak political system on Anglo-Egyptian. That book, there are a lot of. It was actually published in 1940s, and you can get a lot of information about it. And Okot also written a book recently and quoted a lot from that book as well. And you will see the lineage, where the Anuak came from, and what is the relationship between the Anuak and Cholo through Gilo, and how they actually established the kingdom. And to date, we have right now the current king or Red is actually number 24, the number 24 king we have today, which is King Akwayakwe. It's almost the same, the same time, and also the same numbers, almost the same with Cholo as well. We have, yes. The Anuak, to go back to that, to the land issue, the Anuak, they move towards south, to Akobo. And those who accepted to stay, they stayed, and they were overrun by the Nuer majority. And all of a sudden, they found themselves are speaking Nuer. And they have the 6 marks on their foreheads, but yet they're Anuak, and there is still the older folks, they speak the Anuak still, and they know themselves. But nowadays, some of them, they start to deny themselves. They don't want to acknowledge their identity. But majority of them, they know they actually, the Nasser, which is Nyum, belong to the Anuak, and that is undisputable. This is how things is it's actually going. When we go back to the expansion of the Luo, we believe that, like your Luo in Kenya, they actually originated from South Sudan. We claim them. Those are the first migration who left from the Anuak, the first migration. And you can see the similarities, as Abani mentioned earlier, that Obama traced back to the Gilo, which is the Gilo, the Gilo kingdom, which is the Gilo, the Anuak, the 4 founders of the Anuak. We still have not only similarities, we can speak the same language. We can name the same names, Ukilo, all this, we have it. And Anuak believe to have Pari. They are the last group who left us. To date, we speak with Pari with any translation at all. They just speak straightforward, and we just speak the same. But those are the historical fact, and we the Anuak, particularly in the part of South Sudan, we diminished because we first got the guns in 1800 through the Oromo in Ethiopia side, and that's when Anuak started to marginalize all the neighbors. They actually pushed Nuer all the way back until the Anuak reaches, the Nile, and then they recognize, the Cholo are there. Oh, those are you guys. Yes. So let's stop here. So they stop it there, and then death become so much. Anuak diminished, And also British, when they realized that, they came and divided the Anuak into two. That's why you see the Anuak in the other part of the country, which is Ethiopia, Gambela, and some of them there in Sudan. That was actually done by the British colony just to diminish the power of the Anuak. Anuak were very powerful at that time, and also they accessed the gun first, and that's what it is today. But yeah, Edward, I think I am not ready to speak much. We have books, we have a lot of evidences in the historical fact, and this is really great to come and speak about this. And hopefully, the land issue in South Sudan is the most factor thing that ruining and causing all destabilization in South Sudan. People don't realize that sometimes when we try to talk about the land, I tell you, this is just Obukun Bazenar. Like, this is the reality. Yani expansion bitat ajadel bitat al-aradi da, they are is causing a lot of problems. And everybody is waking up now. And we're saying to our brothers, they try to push us to the, to the Lejubal bitat Ethiopia. And as we reach to the dead end, we tell them, there is nowhere else we can go unless you pass us and go through Romo. But remember this, we're not going to let you guys to take Gambela anymore. So expansion of the land has to stop. If it is not, this fighting is not going to end. It's not going to end. And also, that will cause many other tribes will be diminished. You see what's going on right now, in Piburi State. What do you think about Murle in 10, 20 years if they continue to, to take abduct children, and people, they keep going to go and attack them? They will finish, and the Aradi Bitam Porto will be occupied by the invaders. Those things, the land issue, it's so big. So I don't want to go much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for the listeners. I will talk much when there is a time, and I have really a call here. So thank you so much, guys. Back to you.
Abani, before you take it over, let me thank my brother Udero, and I want to read something here. By the way, let me thank you, our brother Okot, for sending me the copy of his book. You know that actually I have the copy here, and it's a very important book, by the way. To those are in the listening down there, please buy the book, Unsung Gains, Who Fought to Keep Africa Free, Okot. This is one of the very good book, actually. I did not finish it, but I read some part of it. And the second thing also, you mentioned the other book also, Anglo-Egyptian. I have that book with me here. It's one of the book, by the way, my father gave me. When I was coming to United States, I carried this book. It was big, but I have to carry it with me. Actually, I don't leave it for some important information. So thank you so much. Let me quote this before I give my back to Abani, so he can give it to Julius if you want to make a comment. Okot, he said this in the book, the book, Unsung Gain, Who Fought to Keep Africa Free. Okot, Uyete, Opap. I'm reading.
Yeah, an unsung giant. Unsung giant, who fought to keep Africa free. Yes, that's the title.
Okay. I'm reading actually page 1. They want to read some quotation. The Anuak people are Luo-speaking group who live in South Sudan and Ethiopia. Anuak and Shuluk Cholo trace their common origin to Gilo, Ukwa, and Nikango Ukwa. Colin, he actually was also quoting from Colin 1983, and earlier I quoted also from Colin. That is very good. According to Anuak, the oral history, Gilo, Nikango, and Dimo were brothers. They were children of King Ukwa. Colin stated that the Anuak original homeland was in Jazira. This is important. Also, this is a new information for me. Let me continue reading from the book. Colin stated that the Anuak origin homeland was in Jazira and Iceland between the Blue Nile and White Nile. The 12th or 13th centuries. The Anuak oral tradition confirmed that they came from Dungula in northern Sudan. Also, my brother Julius, also you want to say something about that? This information is new for me. History of the Luo people has been distorted and changed by European scholars to reconcile the truth about their origin homeland thousands of years before they migrating to southern Sudan. Without a doubt, the racial discrimination had played a big role in concealment of Luo ancestral history. According to Unyala 2019, the Luo people built the first civilization in ancient Egypt that spread to Europe and Asia. Furthermore, Diop 1989 stated that Anuak, that's very important, the Anuak people brought a civilization to the New World through writing, geometry, religion, kingship law. The sign, similarly, Unyola 2019, asserted that the Luo people made beautiful art, invented letters, and the art of writing. The political, let me read this, the last one. The political stability in Kush kingdom showed that the Luo were advanced in human development. Unyala 2019, page 62. Let me read another quotation, which is something connected the question with the question I asked my brother earlier. I will be reading also quotation from the same book, the page 23. Migration of Anuak people from their previous home in Malakal was due to, that is very important also for the people to know that, was due to a brotherly dispute. Anuak oral history stated that Gilo borrowed a hunting spear tongue. You know that tongue, the same we call it tongue in the Nainak.
Yes.
Yes. Tongue from his older brother, Nikango. Nikango was the older brother to his good ambassador Emmanuel Bak, older brother to Nikango. The spear was given to Gilo, and he went hunting with it. He speared an elephant, but it did not die on the spot. As a result, the injured elephant ran off with the spear stuck in its height. Gilo kept chasing the elephant to kill it and retrieve the spear, but that did not happen. When Gilo came home from hunting, he reported that the spear was taken by the injured elephant. Nikango was not happy with Gilo and told him that the ancient spear was lost. Sorry, it was a blessed spear, Olaw, Olaw, O-L-A-W, Olaw. That between two bracket spear is Olaw or something like that. Emmanuel.
Yeah, Olau is the special. Olau.
Okay.
Is something passes from generation to generation. They call it Olau.
Very good. And that was passed down from father to son in the line of the royal family for generation. Very good work. It was considered the blessing spear in Luo culture. Nikango ordered Gilo to return to where he speared the elephant and bring back the spear back. According to Anuak legend, Gilo had no choice but to trace the footstep of the wounded elephant to find the spear. During that long journey, Gilo was angry, tired, frustrated, and pessimistic of finding the spear. An account of Anuak people asserted that it took Gilo days to find the spear lying by the dead elephant, and Gilo returned home carrying the spear and gave it to Nikango. And this incident not only created tension, but it also developed unfriendly relation between the two brothers. I will stop here. And في كلام تاني بالمناسبة this book is very very important. وانا بشكره يعني المره اللي فاتت he sent me the book and he actually is making me to continue reading the book. So Abani, do you want to say something before Abani take it over and give it to Ambassador Emmanuel and Julius? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Brother Edward. The book was sent to you basically so we can host live. We were actually trying to get ready so that you can host a live and you can invite us.
And so we are going to do it. We're going to do it in coming days. I think when I finish this episode, we are going to do it.
I think that would be so great because this book is very rich with the history and quoted a lot of books that the books that written about the Luo origin, their languages, their economic and everything. It talks a lot about it. And Emmanuel know much about these quotations and all this stuff. But yes, I think it's good that we need to mention this so people know. Luo is used to be, when we say Luo, this is the one group of Luo before Luo expanded, and also when actually they expanded, each time each group will give themselves a different name. They say now Anuak, and they say Luo, and they say Jaluo, and all this. Those are all Luo descendants, but we used to be only one tribe under Luo umbrella back then. And the history is very clear, and we know this. Yes, I don't want to say much now. I'll give it back to you guys and give a comment, and I will talk when I am ready and having the books also with me so that I can state the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Omot. Julius and Ambassador, you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something on the narrative of the history that Brother Edward gave, and also that the book he read. I think the book of Okotias about the problem that occurred between Yikang and Gilo. If you look at it and look at the problem of Dimo and Yikang, it's also about the suksuk. You know, Janazol Wahid Fogombala suksuk ma drag ma suksuk. But I think this is just what I call is a hidden cord to the problem itself. It's not the spear that has speared the elephant that brought the problem. Neither is it the suksuk. But mostly these are coding of history. It is more deeper than that. The problem, according to what I understand and what I've researched, and also from those who have interviewed, the problem between Gilo and Yikango has to do with power struggle. It's the same power struggle that brought them all the way from Matut, and they went to Dimo. They had also power struggle with Dimo. Because one thing you have to know about the Luo culture is the attitude of dominance and the kingship. Is something that everybody wants to be the king and his descendants be the king. Gilo, I think there was a clear dispute between him and Yikang regarding the kingship. Gilo moved with this group the Anuak, and also formed a new tribe and call it Anuak, or which means, Nyuak in the Luo is sharing. Now, if you look at the history now of Anuak, where Gilo went, Gilo also created a myth about himself mixed with divinity. Nyikang Warukwa, Nyikang says his mom, Nyikai, she's a Mamet. And the father, who was Ukwa, was the king. Now, this is to explain the supernatural powers he has. That is not an ordinary human being. When Gilo went to the Anuak land, Gilo also produced a mythology about himself. He said that he is the son of Uchodo. Uchodo was a man who was in the river, So when the two boys used to come and fish, one day they were fighting. Uchodo had them and came and asked the young man, "Why are you fighting?" The other one said, "The fish is mine." The other one said, "The fish is not yours." And Nyekang said, Uchodo said, "Hold it on the head." The other guy held it on the head and he was able to control the fish. They went and told the elders, and the elders were impressed, and Uchodo was invited. While Uchodo was in the compound of the man who invited him, the man used to send his daughter to give him food. As a result, they developed a relationship, and Uchodo impregnated the lady, and the lady gave birth to Gilo. Uchodo, being scared of the crime he has committed, he went back to the river. So Gilo is Wawad Uchodo Wanam, the son of the river. So there's always affiliations to this. But what I would like to say that we should not just literally read it, that it was the spear. A spear is not a big deal. You can spear an elephant run with it. So what? How many spears are there? It cannot be a tension where thousands of your people will migrate.
Galek ba mi weekend yaki, wiji tek. Ba weekend.
Ba biga tong.
Ba ye tong weekend. Tong weekend.
Tong weekend pargo teka kadagan. Olau. Kamu gino kuno lawa jamana shan olau bazoli shaka wala dimo. Manyika ngashan janata dimo bala or janata nyika bala suksuge ka obot nugal shan suksuge talau. It just tell you there was a problem that was unresolvable. By the Lord, the nature become man bazalo. Yani ndo haje sumo ukun. Ukidezalo, then they just go anywhere. And they form their own destiny. Like in Haja Mihim Gitten about the law is the kingship. Whenever they go, they will form their own kingship. Hawajad Ukijo, Lemuntagabeta Anywa. They found that the Anywa has a very unique system. Anywa, they have a king, and they also have what they call the chiefs. Kwaro. Now, the Kwaros are the uncles of Nye. So Nye cannot tell Kwaro what to do. And neither can Kwaro tell Nye what to do. So that relation has been maintained. The other thing that was important in the Anywa kingship is the election of Kwaro. They are elected by their villages. And also the village can withdraw the vote of no confidence on the chief. If the chief refuses to resign the office, the people have the right, the royal, the ruling clan, to kill him. So they have a system of kingship, and Anyuak also have a cabinet. They have ministers. You have the chief of the fishery, you have the fish, the chief of the harvest, and so forth. So these are very unique and important things that we need to know. Another thing is the word kwar or kwar. Now the Nuer have it. When the English came, they found the Nuer has no chieftaincy. The Nuers did not have chieftaincy. they were kind of they have rainmakers and so forth. So the Hawajat organized them and made the chiefs and they called them Kwaro. So it is originating from the word from the Anuak word of the chief. That was also was implemented by the Hawajat, and it became also part of our brother and the Nuers. So these are just the footnote I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador. I don't know, Julius, do you have anything, or should I give it to Abongo, then you come after him?
I know I will come after him. He just keep our brother Adiro up there. So yeah, Warukit have been waiting for so long. So I would like to hear from him too. Thank you.
Abongo, sorry for keeping you. Welcome.
It's okay. I was enjoying listening. This is another way of learning, I greet you all, my brothers and sisters, because you are only the sister that decided to stay up here with us. For a lot of people who used to question my identity, I think you have now known me. I have been telling people, just look at my name. I'm Collo Bango, and that's my name. From there, you will know where I come from. So let me put in a few comments about this. I was really very interested and become more happy when I see my people trying to trace back who we are and what we did in the past, because your past tells the people who you are and where you come from. From all the discussion and money is a point that all of you have made over here, there are three takeaways that I have to comment on. The first thing is the structure, how the Luo people were more organized than any other Nilotics group. I have acknowledged and accepted it that actually we were more organized than any other group. Second to it is the technology. There are a lot of technology, such as the knowledge of iron. Our people used to make spears, and they use these spears for self-defense, such as the quote you have mentioned, and tongue, and many others. They are not only used for also defense, but sometimes they're used for hunting and gathering, because you use tongue for fishing sometimes. There are that one used for fishing. This is what I would like to narrate on it for the side.
The one for fishing is you don't fish with tongue, where you fish with bat.
Yeah, with bat. Yeah, I know with bat. Yeah. So when you come back to we, the children of Dumo, the problem that we had is this. After our grandfather Dumo lost his life, because he used to have many women, and every woman that would have children decided to form themselves a different clan. And that is why Brother Jackson mentioned earlier that we have different clan over there. There is Bodo, there is Turi, there is Abat, and then the Boro. When you look at our history, it is more attached to the rest of the other laws wherever you are. But the problem for us is because we become isolated, many other laws become very far with us. And when we find ourselves in that situation, we find most of our communities are assimilated. And in particular, the area between Raja and Awil, we lost a lot of population. They are assimilated, and some of them become Dinka, just like what happened to the Anuak. But it's still yet the name of the places can tell you who live over here with the few that will be left behind. And with that, what makes me very happy with this discussion of today is really trying to educate people, and it's making a lot of people to see who they are. And this with this collection, I think if we continue like this, our people will now trace themselves back, and they will know who they are and where they come from. Because everything you look at it in Southern Sudan today is about who you are and where you come from, and this is how now things go back to the land. Was the books that Ambassador Emmanuel have mentioned, and in particular the book from Father Posilario, the Catholic priest. I'm very happy with it, because that book I read it, but I did not complete it because it was so very expensive. I tried to read it through internet, but it had to the point that it wouldn't allow me to download it at all. I'm very happy if sometime you can share it with the people so that share the title for those who don't know it, so that they'll be able to access it and read it, though it is very expensive. In the Library of Congress or many other areas, if you Google it, it costs more money that simple man will not be able to buy it. But here is what I want to say. The Luo people in Southern Sudan need to revive themselves through such a teaching like this, because we are losing everything, and we have already lost a lot. Time of land, and I was surprised when I read about Nam River that move away from the greater Nile all the way to Bahr el Ghazal, that it was called Nam River, and some villages like Aling that you see in Unity State and Pariang now. There's a village there called Aling. When I went back and tried to talk to an old guy who come from there, he said Aling, this was a village for a certain lady called Aling and her children, and they believe her to be a lady from Sholo or maybe from us, the people of Bahr el Ghazal. And for any reason, they are not there no more, and then it become part of the Ruweng area. So, if we look at all this, the only benefit that we will get from this discussion, it will make us be very strong and rebuild up again, because everything is going out. And if we don't regroup like this, we are going to diminish and we will lose everything. Like what we are having now in Wawa and in Awil and even in Raja. Some people do not even know that we are all the way up to Raja, and we are here in Tony and even in Kwajok, and we are touching even close to Tumbra this way. But because of isolation, many people are getting...
Is the pronunciation Kwajok or Kwajok?
Kwajok. The Dinga call it Kwajok, but we still call it
Kwajok. Why are you calling it Kwajok? Because also, by calling it wrongly by the Dinka name, you also giving the Luo name out.
Yeah, actually, that's true, yeah.
It's actually Kwajok.
Yeah, Kwajok, yeah. You see, so I'm really very happy, and I'm also learning.
So, Kwajok, just a second. Kwajok there, we have one meaning for it. Kwajok, to request God, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Kwajok, yes.
Kwajok, yes. And that's it in Anuak language as well.
And that's the capital of Warab state.
Yes. And also, even when we go to all the small clan that we have in a place called Araya and in a village called Akwerngom, there are some small clans that still call themselves the Shuluk. And we believe that these are the few people who move away from Upper Nile and then they join the rest in that area. So I have a book here that I will share with you. Maybe it only has to go into the WhatsApp. I will try to send it to you, brother Edward, later on, because you are my friend on the Facebook, so that you will see the copy and then share it with the rest. With that, I think I will stop from here, because all of you have mentioned what I was supposed to talk about, and I'm very happy. Let's continue like this, and I think next time let plan it earlier, so that everybody will organize him or herself, and then we, the grandchildren of Dumo, will have to come, the Gilo grandchildren, and you, the Nikang, the elder brother of Dumo and Gilo, all of us to come together, and then we see how we are going to move forward with this.
Not only that, you also go to Alur in Uganda, and the Alur in Zaire, the Padola, the Achuli, the Lango. You go all the way to the Luo of Kenya and the Luo of Tanzania.
Yes, because there is this dispute. I have been hearing from several brothers and sisters that we are not majority, and when I look at it, it is because we did not sit down and do consensus. When I look at it, we are not really a minority. We are very many. Only that the distance put us apart. Not only that, the most important thing I have seen over here, the civilization that you see in Southern Sudan come from us. Others, it seems like others learn from us. Even academically, if we look at those who acquired education earlier, they are from Luo's background. And this can be attested through, if you look at those who acquired education earlier, like the Bishop Ireneo Weno, was the first Catholic bishop in the Sudan and maybe East Africa as well. And with that, if you go back again, you'll find that the rest of Southern Sudanese or other Nilotics,
acquire education because we were the first educated people that have helped them to get education as well. And also the structure, how we govern ourselves and make others to learn of how they should also sit down and administrate themselves. With that, I would say there is copy everything from the Luo people. And even when you go back to technology or heavy civilization, a lot of the stuff that are being used in Southern Sudan today, like the iron knowledge I have mentioned earlier, was made by the people of the Luo. It seems like we are actually the first civilized community, then the rest follow us later, because the history have attested it already. But we need to talk more about it. And thank you. That is my closing remark. Thank you.
Asma, you should go and visit your brother Obama before you have to go and visit him and talk to him.
Yeah, I met him in 2006 when he was still a senator during the rally for Darfur in DC. But that time he was a senator. Now it is very hard to meet him again. When he was a senator. Yeah. But first of all, we in the Republic of South Sudan, we need to be reorganized again and see how we can move back, because everything nowadays in South Sudan is about community. Then the nation will come later when the community know where they are going and what they should do. And thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, brother Bongo. We are indeed the origin of even civilization in South Sudan. Like if you look at Chalo culture or even our beads, all the Luo, they wear beads, and now the beads are decorated or designed in a beautiful pattern. So,
Abani, why are you going so far? Lao now has becoming a South Sudanese dress. Everybody's wearing Lao. You wonder.
No, I was going to mention it next. Yeah, the beads and the Lao now. Lao is becoming like a national thing. Everybody want to wear Lao, even if they don't know the meaning of it or the way it is being worn. People are still running after it. So we are rich in our culture and in our civilization. So thank you. Julius, I don't know if you want to add something and from what Abongo just said.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to Waruke. You put it right. Luo are the key of a lot of things: religion, civilization, language. Zato. They're the people who taught mankind how to write and read. The first people who start writing are reading what the Luo. The question of ancient history of the Nile Valley have been a question, that was puzzling people in academia for so long. But we, the Luo, we have all the answers to all those, puzzling questions. Yes, Luo are very unique people. I'm not saying this because I'm a part of Luo. Many people will say I'm biased, but that's true. And the language that was written in the stones, in all the way from Sudan all the way to Egypt, only people who know the Luo who can really, translate those languages. I'm not saying that the scholars, they did their best, but some of those, writing are still, a mystery. But we Luo, we can help them to disable all those, puzzles, So thank you very much. It has been really a fruitful discussion. I never really enjoyed, a program like before. Although I was a speaker, but I enjoy listening to the people who came up. So I would like to say thank you for all of you. Brother Diro, I just want to ask a few questions, about Gonganyuak, if you can explain it exactly what that means, because this also one of the things I'm trying to connect thought, and Gonganyuak is also one of the things I think you can help me with that. You can answer that question, and I will just give my final remarks, and I have to leave in half an hour. So thank you.
Well, thank you, thank you, brother Julius. You said Gonganyuak, right?
No, Gong Anyuak, Gong. You have an area called Gong Anyuak or Gong Anyuak. The pronunciation, yeah, is G-A-N-G.
Gong Anyuak?
Yeah, there's an area actually called, have that name in Anyuak, called Gong Anyuak or Gong Anyuak.
Okay. I don't recall that much. I think maybe the pronunciation just diverted the real meaning of the place. That's why I couldn't recognize that. The areas. I think we have so many areas really on the eastern side of the Nile, expanded, from Malakal, all Adong, those of Adong, and all those. Those are the area of the Anuak, goes all the way to Akobo and go to Pushala, and expanded goes the western part of Pushala going to Ethiopia, which is all these Gambela, Pinyudo, Bobo, and all Dima. Those are the areas of the Anuak, basically. And to date, we don't have a border between us, between Ethiopia and South Sudan. We don't have. They just have it on a roughly talk, but the Anuak are still one. We still just go all the way. You'll find your brother, your uncle on the other side, and intermarriages is still there, and nothing really recognizes the British colony borderline to date. We are still one. I think that's what Abongo actually talk about, that Luo need to come together. Yes, I do agree with Brother Emmanuel about the power struggle between the Luo people. Which were take Dodge. Rasna Gowishidit and Luo, when they get the bad thing about them, when they get mad to each other, they usually don't tend to forgive each other so easy. This is the bad culture that we have is rooted in our system, and that's why Luo are actually scattered all over. We are the majority tribe in the entire Africa, leave alone just South Sudan or Sudan. In the entire Africa, we're the largest tribe, the Luo. But because due to this unforgiveness that rooted in the system, that causes us to just be pieces in all over the world. And we really have a long way to go, and we need to talk about this. We really need to come up, especially the new generations. We have to trust back to our origin, the Luo, and get to know each other. If it, when we speak about our history, we find ourselves, we know we're all brothers and sisters by blood. By blood, not by anything else. I am an Anyuak, you are Cholo, you are Dimo, you are Alur, we by blood. But to come together, that's what the new generation need to take this so seriously. We need to take it so seriously so we can be able, to take our identity as serious as we could, so we can be able to fit in the societies. Because our being or our presence in any nation, it's actually essential. Because we're rich with the culture, we're rich with everything. We can teach and lead. We're very known with the leadership. We know how to lead. And anywhere we go, you will find any of the Luo that is actually a leader somewhere, because we know how to lead. And if we really trust back and try to get together and form something that we will be able to not only helping, South Sudan as a country, we will be helping the entire nation in all different countries in Africa. But yes, I think the bitterness in our own self, that's actually driving us not to get together. And this generation need to work on this. We need to work on this. And thank God, today, now I think the new technology is actually helping us a lot to trust each other, to be able to identify, any of our brothers in other different countries through just social media. Had we just come up tomorrow with agenda, we wanted to speak about the Luo origin. Believe me, all the Luo in all other countries in Africa that will join us. I think that would be actually the beginning. And we need to go, but we need to start something like that. We need to do it. I know some other tribes might be actually Luophobia. They will not support this. Sometimes when we try to speak as a Luo or try to to connect and form a community, the other tribe, they will be afraid. They don't want it. But it's very helpful thing. If Luo united, they will help so many countries with all these problems that we're going through. Yes, I think I don't want to go much. I will try to stop here. But yes, the other thing, ده حاجة صعب. ده خلق لنا مشكلة في جنوب السودان. ده موضوع بتاع أراضي يعني لحد بعيد شديد جدا. And ده لحد ما يصموها, South Sudan will not rest. Thank you. I'll give it back to you.
Before I give it back to you, Abani, and then you can give each of moderators actually some minutes and to conclude final word to conclude the show tonight. I try to answer my brother here in Facebook, Gatluk Gani. And I think when my brother Abanga was speaking, he wrote the comments. And because we are talking about the history tonight, I have to correct him. He actually saying here, you are liars on this Nuer have the ruling system before the white man comes. If you don't the real history of someone ask and you will be told. I want to read something for him because we are talking about the history, and let's put it clear without. So what you wrote is not true. I would just want you to know this. I want to give you some two documents. I want to read a quotation from these two books. The one I will read from the book, the name of the book called Sudan. If you are hearing me, Gatluk, called Sudan, 1898 to 1989. The Unstable State by Peter Woodward. Go read that book. I'm actually reading a quotation from the page 26. Page 26. Elsewhere, in southern Sudan, actually, let me read from here so you can just take it. The Nuer were comparable Nilotic people and the traditional rebels of the Denka. Raids between the two groups were commonplace, and the Nuer proved only slightly less tractable in their repeated resistance to the British. Let me read the second quotation. Elsewhere, in southern Sudan, more centralized communities, such as the Shuluk in the Upper Nile and the Zande in Western Equatoria, had to be suppressed, but with traditions of kingship, establishing of relations of authority with the British proved less difficult than among us the Asiplas, Nuer, and Denka. Please go and say the word Asiplas. Asiplas among the Asiplas, Nuer, and the Denka. This is the first quotation. Let me put it down here. The second quotation I'm going to read to you, I read it earlier, is from the book called The Nuer, and this book actually was written in 1930 by anthropologist E. Evans Pitcher. The Nuer, a description of modes of livelihood and political institution of a Nilotic people. I will read in quotation from the page 12. The Nuer, the Shuluk, and the Anuak each occupy a continuous territory, but people may be distributed in a widely separated areas. Example, the Denka. When people is like the Shuluk, politically centralized, we may speak of a nation, and that I quoted earlier. We may speak of a nation, like those with centralized system, Sholo and Anuag, and also you can go to others, but they are not mentioned here, like Zande. We may speak a nation. The Nuer and the Denka, on the other hand, are divided into a number of tribes which have no common organization or central administration, and these people may be said to be politically a conquerors of tribes which sometimes form loose federation. I will stop the quotation. A loose federation. Please go and read that. So عشان انت لما تتكلم political system اللي انت قاعد تتكلم فوقه ده قبل ما انجليز قاعد يجي كان وين. You go read the books and read the history, and you will find actually كلام اللي انت قاعد تقوله ده انت قاعد تقوله ساكت. It doesn't have any anthropological support or anything, just كلام بتاع بس you want to write to speak. So Abani أنا بجيب هنا شاتة دي جاكسون وبعدك جوليوس ماشي نوم وامباسادor يتكلم بعدك هنا نكتم الروم. So you can start with Jackson. Adiro, did you finish so we can remove you down, my brother?
Yes, I think just for 1 minute, I just I wanted to repeat what you said, just to answer the guy who was actually questioning what he said. I think thank you for quoting all these books. The books are actually the evidence of yesterday and today and tomorrow. There is no question about that. Our system, we actually were known with the political system. Even the system, the governance system that Khawajat that are using, they stole it from us. They stole it from us. Before they become an independent countries, they actually stole all these systems from us. The kingdomship, you know, as you see, you can see the Anuak kingdom. It's actually it's a government. It's the entire government settings. If you don't know, go and read Unsung Giant who fought to keep Africa free. It's all mentioned there. It started from the king, the prime minister, the minister of justice, and all these positions are all there. This is nobody created it for us. It has created a long time ago before Ingilis. So the Luo, that goes back to Luo. I'm not just giving this credit to the Anuak. It's actually the Luo. The Luo, this system originated back, and it started back when the Luo were still one kutula, yani wahid bas. Egypt back then, before the migration started, before Luo divided themselves in each group, and each group now named themselves in a certain way, and all that. So those things are there. So it's undisputable. Anyways, we will talk more about this. So thank you so much. I really appreciated you guys for hosting this live, and let's move forward and let's do more about this, especially the history, because they're the lost generation in the middle. They need to learn so much about the history themselves. Some they just started history from 1983, some 1990s. They don't even read books. They don't know anything about what happened back then. So I think we need really to educate people more and more on social media about the origin of history. And Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin started that 2018, 2019. We started doing this, and people opened their eyes. I think Ambassador, I would really ask you to continue to do so with your big research that you're doing. So thank you. Thank you so much. I think you can put me down.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Mott. Thank you for your time too and your contribution today. قبل ما ندي للأستاذ جاكسون في زول بيسأل يا ambassador said ambassador أو جوليس قال في واحد there was a U.S. ambassador a U.S. president who went to Dolep Hill long ago, and he went there for 2 weeks and was fishing. Do you remember his name? Young Jock Otwell is asking if you guys can remember that. But you can answer that one.
I think was the President Ford, I think.
I see. And the year
he went there as part Lanu. You know the Dolep Hill missionary, which was established by the American missionary. It was opened in 1902. It was them, the American missionary, Dr. Kelly and his wife, who came and opened Dolep Hill missionary and opened the school there in 1907. Remember, this is the school where those of my grandfather Col and those of Jalduang Bogo and those of Awok Tut and others, the first 7, that was the first school to be opened in the Chalo land in 1907. So I think the President Ford came to visit in one of the holidays, and really he fished on Atulpi because it's bringing back their memories, and also the celebrating the American missionaries' success in spreading Christianity in that part of South Sudan. I think that was the reason why he came then.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Jackson, you can add your contribution.
Yeah, shukran again, Sister Abani. Shukran. بس في الدليل اللي اخواننا بقولوا اشياء بعد مرات بس ناس في ناس بشوف انه كلام ديهم يقولوا ده ما ساوى ما في ماله، لكن there is nothing you can say. لكن من يعني في حاجه داير اوريكم جميعا عشان تشوفوا انه كيف الناس لما يقولوا ناس لود ده ناس عندهم حكمه حاجه كده الهيه. يعني في ناس اسف في واو في 2001 انا مشيت واو في نادي في الور area which part of it is known as Mapel. ده كان headquarter بالجيش. انا مشيت هناك نزلت مع الياس زمن ده كان حرب لسه زمن ده قام مسكوا راجع ده كنت هناك حتى رزق زكريا ده قبل هناك اسير في زمن ده وكان جلابه لسه في بازيه طردوه من هناك او still there. ففي ولدنا ضربوه في راسه بتلقى جابوا للناس بتاعت هنا بتاع ريد كروس عشان يعملوا عمليه تلقى في راسه ريد كروس خافوا قال له اعملوا عمليه ولد بموت. فقالوا لي انتظروا طياره يجي من لوكشوكي ولد يشيلهم يعملوا له عمليه في لوكشوكي. طياره جاب بعد يوم قام نادوا الطيار وبعدين الاستقبال كان ماشي مع الدكاتره اللي كان جاب الطياره ده. فالطيار من شاف ولده قال لا قال انا لو شلته قال ما بيعمل ولا ربع ساعه في جو بموت وتاني نرجع وننزل تاني ده it will just waste of time. رفض انه ما داير يشيل جنده. سو ابو ولد قام جاء لإلياس قال له يا اخي إلياس ياو الدكاتره هنا فشلوا وكان دايرين يدوا له كشوك الناس ده رفضوا. سو انت اديني ولدي نمشي ندفن. إلياس بس قام كتب ورقه وقال يا اخي ولد ادله ابوه يمشي يدفنه. ولد شالوه ده في البلد في نفس يوم ده عملوا له عمليه ناس بلد وعمليه نجا تلقى من راسه عمليه نجا 7 يوم
جابوا جواب هم رسلوا الجواب زول الياس في بيت انا قاعد قال لي ولد مبارك ده عملنا له عمليه وعمليه نجا وقاعد يشرب مديداس وقاعد ياكل يسوكي وده الدكتور ما بيعرف بكتب ولا بقرا. ده الدليل انه الناس ده they're not just normal people. وما كده يعني هسه عندنا هناك الابره بتاع كلاشيكوف لو كرب ما بمشي بيجيبوه من سوفيت they make it locally. وفي جزء من كلاشيكوف ده موديفايد هسه في اريا بتاعنا ده ما حاجه ساكت ما في زول بيعمل. وفي حاجات كتير هناك ناس بتاعنا قاعد يعملوا لوكالي لكن الحكومه السماء او الحكومه ذاته ما بيشجع حاجات وده حاجات المفروض انه يشجعوا عشان انه حاجات ده يزيد التكنولوجيا
يوا انت قاعد تستخدم سماعه صوت بتاعك اتغير.
اوكي سامي
يا كده كويس يس.
يا انا كنت ده المفروض الناس يفهم انه why are these people performing like this and where did they get this knowledge. ناس المفروض يسألوا نفسهم انه نادر رايلا اودينغا كم سمرات اللي هو almost نادر كم سمرات 5 times نادر 5 times 5 is almost 5 decades وبيحاول يكون رئيس. هل الموضوع ناس بيفكروا انه ده موضوع عشان كوكويو ولا موضوع قال عشان كلنجين؟ لا ده ما موضوع بتاع كلنجين ولا موضوع بتاع كوكويو. الموضوع ده
صوتك قاعد يخرب تاني.
انا ما اعرف مش
you can conclude.
yeah فالموضوع ده هو خارجي اساس الموضوع ده خارجي لانه ناس خايفين انه زول لو جاء في السلطه هيغير السيستم كله ولما يغير السيستم في ناس ما يستفيدوا حتى الدول الاجنبيه بريطانيا امريكا في دول كثير they will not benefit. so ده خوف حتى يوغندا ذاته ما داير انه لو ياكم كينيا شفنا كم مرات حتى في ناس ذاته في باقي الدول بدفعوا قروش للرؤساء ده عشان اودينغا ما يجي في السلطه. واي الخوف ده لشنو ده؟ اودينغا جزء لا يتجزا مننا هو الدايلوتيك.
هو ليه تقول في جزء من الرؤساء ما سالفا كير مش دفع لويليام روتو عديل كده عشان رايلا ما يفوز ده كان واضح.
لا ما كل من روتو كل الرؤساء ده نادى مرتين ده بقولوا منو ده أرو مش نادى بقولوا الفاتح قبل وورو
قد ايسنو موي كيباكي
was given money twice. The father Kenyatta was given money twice. But such another Zola Maji Sultan, Udinka Maji Sultan. Ruto was also supported, given money. Why? Labor's Nas Kafin. But there is a reason. Mush Bus Nas Bitana Kafin. At European, they're scared. You know, Nas Colom Jafo. مسألة بكون تعديل لمسألة ولا أنا يقول يا أخي أنا لو جيت في السلطة أنا maintain corruption وأنا will make sure إنه الكينيين يأكلوا من ما يزرعوا ويلبسوا من ما يصنعوا وفعلا he mean it he will do it. Yeah he has capacity عشان يعملوا. فهم الأوروبيين ما دايرين عشان يتمدوا عشان ناس ثانيين يجوا فوق ويقربوا مساليهم. ففي حاجات كتير. في حاجه بس اخر حاجه ده نقوله قبل ما نختم هو في حاجه في نادى شيء كده لازم انا كنت داير اوضح لكم الموضوع بتاع تشول بعدين اتشول بعدين اتشولي. اوكي ده 3 حاجات لازم نعرف الفرق بينهم. هل هو تشول or اتشول or اتشولي. These are words in Luo. These are main words. Okay. Chol, aluabe CHOO, they are color, mean color, chol. Again, chol, it means reward. So we have chol and we have chol. That's the difference that we need to know. It is they sound the same, but in writing is different. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you.
شكرا. هو أنا شايف وبان كان كتب ودير كلمة is on the phone. I'm going to remove him down. أباني فضل ندي جوليوس وأمباسادور ونختم الروم. Yeah, we almost 6 hours and we cannot go more than this. Thank you.
ماشي. يا شكرا انجينير ادوارد. اللي هو قاله هسه تشول ده طبعا اسماء تشول عندنا. انا ما اعرف لو عندهم كمان تكون نفسها هناك. يعني ده زول البلدو بعد لو في زول توفى والبجي بوراه يعني يسموه شول او شول لو بيت. وشلو طبعا احنا عارفين ده المعنى. حاجه تاني ادوارد، دكتور اوكوني موريس هو داير يكون موجود في الحلقه الجايه. لو في نقاش هو قال له ممكن احنا نضيفه. في ختام انا داير اشكر امباسادور وداير اشكر اخوي جوليس وانجينير ادوارد وكل المستمعين يعني في الغرفه من قبل. ده غرفه مهم شديد يعني. التوبيك ده كان لابد منه عشان احنا we want to refresh our mind, you know. لانه we have been there is a lot of confusion going on in the social media, and we became so lazy. We don't want to read or the history, so everybody just want to believe what they are saying. So whatever you heard here, we have reference that were provided early. Just go back and prove the facts. And if you want to refute or dispute what was said, you can come back next time and just try to dispute it instead of just talking for the sake of talking. But it is a very important room for all of us, not only to Cholo or not only to Lua, but to all of us as South Sudanese to learn from our rich culture. I will stop here. Let me give this chance to Julius and then Ambassador, and then Edward, you can conclude. Thank you.
شكرا يا باني. باشمهندس ادوارد، شكرا جزيلا على الغرفه دي. يعني ده غرفه تاريخيه واتمنى انه يكون في غرف ثانيه بنفس المستوى، لانه لما نتكلم عن تاريخ واصل بتاع القبائل، يعني الكلام زي ما يعني الواحد ما بيجي بس ينجر هنا بس ويتكلم من راسه، لانه العصر اللي احنا عايشين فوقه حسي يعني التاريخ مكتوب وبس. يعني with a click of a mouse you can get a dozen of information. فالارض بتاع تشولو يعني ما في نزاع في كده ولا في حتى نقاش في كده. الناس اللي بيقول اي زول بيقول قال داير الارض ده بتاعه هو بس they claim it because Kiir is the president of South Sudan. It's unfortunate انه رئيس جمهوريه المفروض يكون رئيس بتاع الجنوبين كلهم، ما رئيس بتاع قبيله واحد. هو ما سلطان بتاع دينكا، لكن هو الرئيس بتاع دوله بيسكن فوقه مختلف بتاع قبائل، والقبائل دي كلها عندها حقوق عندها واجبات من الدوله. فكير ما بيعرف يعني the descriptions of his job, what is mean to be a president of South Sudan. وده يعني زي ما بقولوا يعني you know this is يعني مهازل بتاع زمان، انه زول somebody who is not capable even to rule a village, he became a president of a nation like South Sudan with you know a fragile nation, you know. But الارض ده بتاع تشولو يعني حتى لو ناس قالوا ماشيين محكمه، الناس اللي بيقولوا الارض ده بتاعهم they will win only لو كير يو قاضي في محكمه ده. But apart from that يعني they have no case. احسن كل زول يحترم نفسه ويرجعوا لحدود بتاع 1156، لانه لو النزاع ده استمر كده انا ما بقول ذات ما نرجع ل 1 سنه 1775 عشان نرجع دينكا ذاته لزراف ايلاند. بعد كده let them deal with النوير ويمشي يشيلوا اراضيهم، النوير شالهم you know. So شكرا جزيلا ادوارد، وبشكر كمان الناس اللي كانوا قاعدين هنا مستمعين من قبل. يعني ربنا معاكم وشكرا لكم جزيلا. وبشكر امباسادور ايمانويل you know sister Rabani you always you know يعني you know في حسن ظننا دائما يعني. وباشمهندس على مجهودك الجبار اللي بذلته بالكتب اللي قريته كله يعني you know this is how you know people should argue you know intellectually rather than just you know making up stories which cannot even prove by a 6 year. يعني حتى جانا عمره 6 سنة ذاته ما بقتنع بكاذيب اللي بيقولوا ده you know. I hope will be another room. وانا بتمنى كمان نحن نتكلم عن تاريخ ما قبل جنوب السودان وما قبل دخول العرب للسودان، ونتكلم برضه عن تاريخ ممالك النوبه هم بدوا كيف وجا كيف ذاته، واصل الحضاره ذاته بتاع وادي النيل. يعني جولوه ديل هم الناس ساكنين من منطقه بتاع تونجا ده all the way to محل اسمه دمياط ورشيد في مصر. وانا لما بتكلم من صغر، يعني الكتب اللي انا قريتهم ده ما في اي زول اكاديمي ممكن يargue. يعني nobody can argue for example with Sir Alan Gardner or Sir Wills Burks, you know, or Whitman. يعني ديل في archaeology they consider us, you know, the bishops of archaeology, you know. يعني انا بس اقول لكم كلمات. يعني في كتاب اسمه The Book of the Death، يعني في متحف في برلين، كتاب ده مشهور جدا قوي. ففي الكتاب ده في حاجه مكتوب يعني زي نبوه، you know، ومكتوب ancient Egyptian language. يعني اللي انا هقوله ده is not the Chol, well, it's not the Anua, well, it's not the all other Joluo, but it's ancient. It's something written in papyrus in German. Everybody can Google the Book of the Death, and you will see it. Yani, you will find it easily, you know. And it said, "Abu Tiang Par, Amin, Re, or Churi." يعني أنا متأكد أي واحد فيكم هنا ممكن يترجم لو بتعرف ده كلام ده ما أعرف. So I will stop here.
ده موجود في جوجل. So you guys Google it up. بعد ده كلا ديل كده.
Thank you so much.
لو دايرين أنا ممكن أعمل سناب شات وأرسله لأي زول هو دايره.
يعني أنا كلام أعمل سناب شوت يا جوليوس and put it and send it to her.
Yeah, no problem at all. And ممكن ذاته نعمل كده يعني live video وأنا بكتب حاجات ذاته ancient Egyptian language. يعني
please do that, Julius. Please do that. That will be a big service. عملوا وقت لو عملت شوت صغير كده، وقت لو بيجي بس صوت بس ورسلوا لنا كلنا. Will be appreciated.
لا ما في مشكلة. أنا عندي كتب، عندي The Egyptian Grammar by Sir Alan Gardner, وعندي the Egyptian Dictionary by Sir Wills Burks, and I have a lot of literature that's written including the Book of the Dead. في ترجمة بتاعه كله، يعني الكلمات الموجود فيه كله يعني you would be shocked. حتى the name بتاع الله ذاته is pronounced wrong يعني by mistake. They will say Atan, but it's actually Atan, you know. After the name Akhenaten, the pharaoh that's famous, you know, his name is written Akan Atang. So yeah, it's surprising.
That is really interesting.
Yeah. No, if Abani is free, we can do it anytime. We can organize, and Edward mungkin yaftah له صوت الشعب, and we can do it, no problem. Thank you everybody.
شكرا جزيلا اخوي انثروبولوجيست جوليوس. انا بشكرك شديد يبقى بوجه دوج. اول حاجه بنشكرك لانه انت سهرت الليل انت ما نمت, and this is something really we need to appreciate you في ده. كون انك تساهر وتابعت معي وجيت قعدت و you contributed now 6 hours. شكرا جزيلا. الحاجه الثانيه you are big asset to the people of South Sudan. وانا بشجع, انا برضو في بنيه كده قبل فتره في كلاب هاوس برضو قاعد اقرا المجال بتاعك ده في مصر. فهي
ود مدني كانت
هي كانت
دميانة وش؟
دميانة يس.
في السودان؟
دميانة يس في السودان. البيت ده برضو
في جامعة شندي هاي كلية الآثار.
اكزاكتلي. يعني انا دايرين اشجعها لانه يعني ده مجال نادر جدا, وبنقول لها برضه شد يالك لو انت قاعده في الروم لو استمعت لنا واستمعت لزميلك استاذ بتاعك جوليوس, ده حاجه كويس. ده تاريخ بتاع جنوب السودان, وده تاريخ بتاع البشريه, ولازم نملك نفسنا بحقائق. الكتب موجوده فعلا. جزء من الكتب دي صعبه للناس بتاعنا اللي قاعدين في جنوب السودان, لكن في كميه كبيره جدا من الكتب انا عندي. we can share them مع ناس كان في واتساب ولا في انستغرام. we can share them. الناس الداريه جروب انهم داريه يستفيدوا. طبعا في ناس داريه يجوا ساكت. that while الناس بتاعت oral history, ناس بتاعت قصص, ناس بتاعت كلام حبوبات, they did not come up today لانه they have nothing to say. you have nothing to offer to the people also. This is an intellectual discussion with the evidence. You have to bring your evidence. ما ده ما وش لانه ده كده وده كده. لكن زول طبعا الناس بتاع قصص بتاع حبوبات بعد ذاك they will open a room يشتموا إدوارد يشتموا إيمانويل يشتموا جوليوس وأباني وناس أوماد أديرو وناس جاكسون الجو فوق ديل. ما مهم. المهم شكرا جزيلا أخوي جوليوس هذه فرصة ده لسفير إيمانويل أجاوين للكلمة الأخيرة وبعد ذاك I got nothing to say. هنقوم نختم الروم يوم السبت هنيجي نكمل الجزء الثاني اللي هو الجزء الثاني بالحلقة بتاعتنا بنبدأ في المديريات بتاعت على النيل والديسبيوت بتاعت الأرض الليلة جا كيف. We'll discuss this inshallah. Be just ready, prepare yourself for the Saturday. Ambassador, thank you, my brother, for being awake and thank you for everything. Thank you for reading and thank you for buying also books.
Yeah. We have no choice, brother Edward. But let me, on a serious note, let me thank you, Edward, for always coming up with topics that are intellectual in nature, that historical as well, that are relevant to the history of South Sudan. جنوب الليلة حاكمهم والناس ما عندهم even the slightest understanding of the history. South Sudan is ruled by mis-revolutionaries. I don't call them revolutionaries because a revolutionary will know the sense of history. It is the injustices in history that makes you a revolution. لكن يا باج مهندس إدوارد وأخوي جوليوس وسيستر أباني والمستمعين جنوب الآن ماشي ل almost 12 years since the independence. جنوب ما عنده موزيوم. يعني تخيلوا دولة بالحضارة بتاعه العتيق بالتاريخ بتاعه ده وأمجاده وحتى الثورة اللي بتاعه من سنة 55 و 83 ما يكون في متحف ساكت. متحف هذا اللي بيجي ينقر متحف. A house where our items will be gathered. لترجون وكجابوا بيته في النيو سايت يبكي زول. The books of the Torjon, the leader that sacrificed his life for the attainment of the emancipation of our people today. The historical items بتاعه, even Kalashnikov اللي كانوا بيشيلوا بظهره. يوم ده واحد جاب فيديو مؤثر جدا. مطر نازل في الكتب ديل وكلاشينكوف بتاعه مجدوع في الغرفة. يعني what will you teach the children in 100 years? ده خليك من ناس أجري جادين. خليك من ناس أجلي كتلة. خليك من our leaders that are the founders of this nation. It is because the leaders who are ruling South Sudan today, they have no sense of history. So history, Brother Edward, and dear brothers and sisters, history is very important. It's important for us to know our past so that we could understand the dilemmas of our and the predicament of our present so that we could prepare for the future. These are the three pillars where history rests. So I thank you, Edward, for this. And I also thank Brother Julius, because not only is Julius versed in the history, but is also has a deep knowledge of the ancient Kemet or the ancient Egyptian history. And I was not surprised by what he's saying, because I used to pick up a lot of similarities in words of the ancient Egyptians and let's say Collo. I was surprised that the Egyptians used to use the word mer in Egypt, which means love or peace, and it is mer that we use in the Cholo language. I was surprised that Paor or Pero or the Arabs call them Pharaoh and the Greeks call them pharaohs, is actually Pa Oro. It tells you these are our ancient people. These are our ancestors. I will tell you a story that is personal one day, but time will come for it. But I would like to conclude with the following. Today, we have looked and started a serious debate, Brother Edward. It was a very constructive debate, a debate that people have been waiting for it. The Cholo, the Luos, the South Sudanese, and the Sudanese intellectuals who are interested in the great history of this great nation, the Cholo. Cholo is a nation that has been described by many historians, such as Seligman, and I quote, Seligman is a well-known historian. He wrote a book called The Races of Africa. I think the book is $100. Seligman, in his book, The Pagan Tribes of the Nilotic Sudan, published in 1932, page 38, he has this to say, and I quote, he said, with the exception of the Azandi, the best Cholo is the best organized people in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. And of all the tribes, offered the most determined opposition to Khalifa Abdullah and his Mahdi's followers. End of quote. Let me go further. Father J.P. Calazalaro also described the Cholo as fearless, with unflinching bravery and utter contempt to death. A people who are calm and dignified, staid and broad-minded, liberal, reliable, and magnanimous to the defeated. So I feel that this debate is long overdue, and I hope that the other parts that you will be embarking on with our brothers and sisters, you will enlighten the people of South Sudan more on not only the history, but the reality, and also the misrepresentation and the rewriting by the non-historians now who want to rewrite the history, not only of the Shuluk, but of all the people of South Sudan. But their efforts to rewrite the history according to their perspectives, that is not based on honesty, be it intellectual or otherwise, is a fruitless effort. It will be like the flapping wings of a butterfly against the storm. It will not succeed, because the books in the libraries, the maps, not only that, but the voices that are talking today, these voices, you cannot suppress them. You cannot oppress them. Not only that, the heart that beats tonight is the heart that are starting and calling from the ancient time in itself. Is a continuation that our ancestors in Egypt, in Kush, in Wat, kingdom of Wat, our ancestors, it is the same blood that flows in us today, and nobody can take that from us. They can never take our determination. They will never even take an inch of our land. We will expose them, and time will tell. And in the court of public opinion, we will represent facts as you have done today in an intellectual way. بعيد من الخطب الحماسي وكلام حبوبات. And as Sister Bani has said, anybody that has contributed, اللي يجينا بس أننا مستعدين له. جيب كتبك يا زول وجيب كراسك وجيب قلمك and تعال نقعد. نحكي. It's not a fight. It's about how we could live as a people. But living means to respect our boundaries, to respect our culture, to respect who we are. That is the essence of this exercise. We are not coming here to brag about the Shilluk history, neither to belittle anybody. But it is our damn right to set the record straight. And with that, Brother Edward and the audience, I wish you good night. I have sent you, Edward, the song by our sister Janet. It's called One Luo. So I would love you if you could play it as the last. Or if you don't, I can actually play it here.
I will play it, yeah.
On my
computer. I already put it on the studio.
You can play it as the last line. It talks about the greater unity of the Luo, whatever they are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my brother, Ambassador Emmanuel. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for contribution. Thank you for everything you are doing to the people of South Sudan. And also to our great Luo and to Collo. شكرا لك. وده دورك وزي ما انا قلت قبل في بدايه بتاع الشو انه ده اول مره الليله نجي نفتح توبيك ده في صوت الشعب لانه الحصه فيها أهمية. لكن امباسادور ايمانويل اتكلم عن الحلقه ده قبل كده في صفحته قبل سنتين تقريبا. الشو is still there. الشو بتاع الليله قعدنا هنا ل6 سوري يا جماعه، قعدنا هنا 6 ساعات almost 6 ساعات ونص. We were live on Facebook, YouTube and Clubhouse. أنا ما في حاجة كتير داير أقوله، قادر أشكر anthropologist Julius, my sister باني، ambassador إيمانويل جاوين، وكل الزملاء وكل إخوة وكل أبناء لوا وشولو الجو فوق الليلة they contributed، وكل أبناء كل South Sudanese already they contributed. Thank you so much. والناس اللي جو برضه عبر الفيسبوك شكرا لكم. شكرا لكم لأوديان بتاعتنا القاعدين تحت from the beginning being with us here. في ناس ما طلع من الروم ده for 6 hours almost نيني ناس. أوكود ده ما طلع. شكرا لك أوكود، شكرا ريبو، شكرا نديرو، شكرا جاكسون، وكل الناس اللي عندنا ما شايفهم هنا الجو فوق and they contributed. أنا قبل ما أشغل الغنية أنا داير نختم، داير أقرأ حاجة قريته قبل will be the conclusion بتاعي. لكن أنا بشكرك ambassador for actually mentioning كتاب بتاعت C. Seligman. And by the way, let me also خليني أشكر والد بتاعي بالذات في فيديو بتاع الليلة. For the first time, let me thank my father, Andrew Achiek. He's really a great man. كتاب بتاع The Rest of Africa, he gave me the book, one of the book who he read a long time ago. And he gave me that book, ambassador, يعني some years back. ده من الكتب اللي انا كنت قاعد اشيله معي طوالي، وانا ذكرت كتاب نوت اوكال يميا نياموجوك. that is
كتاب ده انت تعرف كم is $100 وشوية يا جاس.
كتاب 100 نوت كوبي 100 نوت
ده اللي لقيته زي لونغ يودي
100 نوت اوكال. انت ذكرتني
big out of print.
big out of print. yes. الكوبي بتاعي لسه قاعد، وانا يعني really انا بشكر الوالد. وبالاضافه للكتاب بتاع انجلو ايجيبشن الكتاب الكبير ده، لما المصريين مشوا في 2005 في واحد جالدون كان شغال هناك من العمال، فشال الكتاب والدولة أبوي هناك. Then my father gave that book to me. أنا يعني قريته، كان كتاب مهم. يعني كان في نسخة واحد منه بس فضل في تقريبا كان في المتحف السوداني، لكن أنا تقريبا قبل كم سنة سمعت إنه كتاب ده اتشالت. And I have copy with me here. That is a great asset to my kids in the future. لو في زول فيهم يقرأ, he will use this مكتبة for him. So شكرا جزيلا ambassador. Is good really. يعني أنت لما يكون عندك زول وبيديك التاريخ ويديك الكتب, I think ده حاجة مهم. فشكرا لكل الآباء اللي اهتموا بالتاريخ وبرضو they feed us with the information. We proud of you. أخيرا أنا داير نقرأ كلام جبال قالوا جالدون أريو وقد جافو هنا جالدون أريو قال كلام مهم جبال. أنا داير أختم بول الحلقة ده وبعدها أنا بشغل الأغنية السفيرة دانا له. Ariu laid his pipe aside and replied, Master, you speak well. We had here the tax, all Egyptian government, and they said, be submissive to us. We will protect you. We will fight your battle for you. We will teach you of God. But they took our cattle. They destroy our villages. They carry away our women and children into slavery, and they are gone. Then came the Ansar between two brackets, the Mahdis, and they said, come with us. We have a great army. We will carry for you and protect you. We will give you plenty to eat and a good place to live. We have the book, and we will teach you the truth and teach you of God. But they slew our men, and right here where these missionaries built their houses, many of our men fell fighting for their women, children. They took away our cattle, destroy our villages, carry off our women and children, and they too have gone. Now you come and say, we will carry for you, we will protect you, we will fight for you, and we have the book. We will teach you, Master, you speak well, but we will see. كلكم اللي انتوا قاعدين تشاهدوا هذا اللايف فيديو انتوا خلاص انتوا شفتوا من الكير الحكومه المفروض في جنوب السودان to protect people of South Sudan like the Collo now Collo ما موجودين في اراضي بتاعهم ياو يال بتاعهم بشيلوم نساوين بشيلوم they everything destroyed now. What I need to say by reading this paragraphs is protect yourself. Nobody will protect you في البلد اللي اسمه جنوب ده. There is no government في South Sudan. We should not lie to ourselves. شكرا لكم. أنا راح أشغل الأغنية. أنا بعتذر نيابة عن إدارة بتاعت صوت الشعب والإدارة بتاعت South Sudan Political Club. أنا بعتذر لو في زول أنت ما اديناك فرصة. Sorry, we did not mean it. زمن مشينا كتير. We have to close. Julius لازم ينوم. Ambassador لازم ينوم. And we cannot continue more than 7 hours. شكرا جزيلا مع باني. شكرا كل الناس قاعدين تحت. أنينا نلتقي يوم السبت will continue. وأنا برضو بوعدكم برضو my brother أموت أوباب اللي عنده كتاب one of very important books أنا قبل قريته هنجي نعمل له host والهوسين معه أموت وديرو لأنه الكتاب ده مهم جدا. رسل لي كتاب قبل 2 سنين. أنا بشكره جزيل الشكر. النقص بتاعي قاعد و will come and talk about this too. الناس اللي ما قدروا يلاقوا فرصة يوم السبت you can come up because نينا السبت نينا we are going to discuss part 2. هنمشي في المشاكل الثانية بعد ذاك يعني إداريات وده كله في أداة كتير اللي نوضع ولا ناس تجينوا because of wrong information كله ماشي وده برا هناك. شكرا جزيلا نيابة عن إدارة. أنا يعني بشكركم جزيل الشكر. لو في زول أنت حسيت إنه في زول فينا قصدك بنقول لك ما في زول فينا قصدك. أنا هنا قصدنا إنه نقدم أدلة تاريخية عن تاريخ بتاعت الجلو وكل القبائل والمigration وبرضه اللغة وكل الوضع ده مشت إننا الليلة ده جات من وين. وجينا بأدلة وسفير يتكلم بأدلة جوليوس يتكلم بأدلة وكل أي زول جا فوق هنا نحن اتكلمنا بأدلة لأنه ده تاريخ ما دايرين نشوف حاجة مننا. فيديو بكون قاعد في فيسبوك. فيديو هيكون قاعد في يوتيوب. برضو أنا عندي library بتاعي في on my desk. Also the video will be safe for the generation to come. They will actually find it and keep it And one day also, if it's not on YouTube, whatever, we can again, they will put it and everybody need it will give it. So please watch it. Go and watch the video from the beginning until we meet on Saturday. Thank you, and you have a good night. And I'm going to play the song. Ambassador, you have a good night. Julius, you have a good night. Abani, you have a good evening, my sister, and the audience.
Good night, Bas Mahandis.
Good night. Yeah. Let me play the song.
Oh yeah, luo community. Kori para bello, kori maripe, wandonge kawen. Oh yeah, luo wan. Kid is best producer. Magic Records. One luo kare doro, aiwe one way mori buching. Kana kare doro, aiwe one way mori buching. We kwaroje te kwaruwa, one luo wari buching. We kwafonyo lutini wa. One low, what you ching, one low, Caredoro, I wear one way, what you ching, one left, Caredoro, I wear one way, what you ching, where Quaroja Quarua, one low, what you ching, where Quafonio Lutini, one low, what you ching,
يا شكرا جزيلا. برضو خلوني اعتذر يا اخواننا قبل في ريدنج لو في اخطاء، معلش يعني انا والله لسه تعبان حقيقه كده اقول لكم مع مستيل يعني سيك، لكن انا قبل ما كنت داير اجل الشو ده لانه كل يوم قاعدين ناجله، لذلك انا I came to try my best واي هوب انه لو في اخطاء قبل انا بعتذر. I hope يوم السبت ان شاء الله will be much better and the presentation بتاع السبت will be better than usual. So thank you so much and you have a good night.